What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Tuesday, December 30th, 2025. And the Buck and I are not with you for the next 2 hours. It's a load management day for the Buck. We've got a couple of great guests filling in for him this morning. In hour number one, our man, Stephen Noddy from Fanatic Perspective. You've seen him, you've heard him a number of times on TSU over the years. He's one of the best Texas Longhorns YouTubers out there. If y'all aren't subscribed to Fanatic Perspective, you are missing out. Make sure you follow Stephen here on YouTube, but also on Twitter and all of your social media accounts as well. We'll be talking plenty of Texas football. Of course, we are 1 day away from the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl. Some major transfer portal news to dive into. Should the Longhorns be players in the Cam Coleman sweepstakes? We'll talk about a ton of Texas football and plenty more throughout the next couple of hours. Stephen, great to see you, my man. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays. Thanks so much for joining us this morning. How are you?
I'm doing well, BK. I hope you're okay on the set of Blair Witch Project or whatever the hell's going on over there. It is a pleasure to be replacing just to be sitting in and filling in for the great Bucky Godbolt. I grew up listening to you guys, before I started my YouTube journey. So this is an honor and a bittersweet moment and a surreal moment to be on here producing with you.
Hey, you're making me feel old. I feel like you and I are around the same age, and now you're telling me you grew up listening to me. That's
well, you started when you were 10, so I'm older than you, but when you do the math is math this morning.
Hey, that works. That works for sure. Yeah, man. I am in the dark today, broadcasting live from a hotel in downtown Columbus, Ohio, Stephen, where the current temperature is 18 degrees and the current feels like temperature is 5 degrees. The high here today is 25 degrees. So I know it's a little chilly in the great state of Texas. We got a little bit of a cold front over these last couple of days following that ridiculously warm Christmas we had a week ago. But I'm missing it. I'm envious of what you got down there. What's the weather like back in Texas? Just rub it in for a second.
It's already coming back, man. By New Year's Eve, we're going to be back in the 60s. So Godspeed to you there in Columbus, my brother. And hopefully we can get you some warmth and some lighting and all that. I mean, we can see you. I see you got the white thermo on, brother. You hanging on over there.
I am barely hanging on over here. And, doing the show from a hotel room this morning. Got the girl sleeping in the bed here. So we're trying to keep it as dimly lit as possible. But, look, I'm a radio guy by nature. You know that. Nobody needs to see what I look like. I think most of our audience has already seen what I look like. So we'll keep this the way it is for today. But appreciate y'all rocking with us this morning. Plenty to dive into. We'll start off with Monday Night Football. Usually we've got a Texas football topic to open up the show, and I guess this is a Texas football topic because of what Bijan Robinson did last night in the Atlanta Falcons' 27-24 victory over the Los Angeles Rams. Bijan Robinson, boy, if you had him on your fantasy team and you were playing in the championship this week, congratulations to you. There is no way you lost. If you did lose with Bijan on your team, something went horribly wrong. That guy put up a 40-piece last night in the final game of the fantasy season. About 22 carries, 195 yards, and a rushing touchdown. Also 5 catches for 34 yards and another touchdown. Just more of the same from Bijan. Stephen, the Falcons spent a top 10 pick on him. We knew how good he was in college. But obviously, anytime you draft a running back that high in the modern era of NFL football, it's going to come with some questions. Bijan Robinson has answered all of those questions. This guy, really from the moment he stepped foot on an NFL field, has been one of the most dynamic players in the league, and he showed that once again on a national stage last night. What a performance by him.
It was so impressive to watch. He is one of the legitimate Texas superstars in the NFL. And what was so interesting is you talk about the high draft pick that they use and some of the criticism that has come with it over time about using a pick that high on positional value and whatnot, things of that sort. But what value do you put on him being the face of your franchise, having performances like that in primetime games? Bijan this year in primetime games has been outstanding. Bijan this year, 7 games this season, 7 over 150 total yards. He's now 254 yards away from Chris Johnson, CJ2K, for those who remember, his league scrimmage record, right? Now, I know we're playing in the 17-game era, so it's a little different, but still, right? Like, having a Texas player like this, I mean, you got to go back to, like, Jamal Charles, like, when, like, a positional guy, right? Not a defensive guy or, you know, one of the offensive weapons. And that's what he was drafted to be, BK. It's been incredible to watch. He's a fantasy stud. He's an NFL superstar. He's the face of a franchise. He's the total package.
He really is. And, yeah, had that 93-yard rushing touchdown last night, the longest rushing score in Falcons history, also the longest rushing score in the NFL this season. You mentioned that scrimmage number. How about this scrimmage number? Bijan Robinson, 5,605 yards from scrimmage in his career. That's the most for any player in NFL history before the age of 24. Breaking Christian McCaffrey's record, and before McCaffrey said it, it was Barry Sanders who had the record. So you talk about some elite company. Obviously, Barry, one of the best to ever do it. Christian McCaffrey going to waltz into the Hall of Fame when his playing days are done. Bijan Robinson just eclipsed that record, and again, doing it before the age of 24. His head coach, Raheem Morris, has often called him the best player in the league. And, you know, I don't think a lot of people put Bijan Robinson in that category. A lot of people only look at the quarterback when we're talking about the best player in football. But it also doesn't help that Bijan's been such on a bad team for his entire career, right? The Falcons haven't won anything since Bijan has entered the league. So he doesn't get that big-time spotlight. We've yet to see him play in a postseason game. So until that happens, I don't know whether it's fair or not. I don't know if Bijan's going to really be in the conversation. But anybody who watches this guy play, and even his peers too, I think it matters more what other guys in the league who play the sport have to say than what the talking heads like you and me have to say. Those guys always have nothing but high praise for Bijan Robinson. This dude is a total difference maker. And I'm not a Falcons fan, Steven, and I'm usually not the type of guy who roots for an NFL team just because a Longhorn is on it. But I find myself, I find myself rooting for the Atlanta Falcons because I want to see Bijan play in meaningful games. And, dude, there is nothing outside of the Cowboys doing everything, because that pisses me off every single Sunday, and I know it does you as well. But I don't think there's a thing in the NFL that makes me angrier than watching Tyler Algier get a carry. No disrespect to that guy. Like, that guy's probably good enough to be a starting back on a few other teams.
Guy was a 1,000-yard runner as a rookie. Yeah, and they draft Bijan, and we're like angry when he has.
I mean, 10 carries for 23 yards for Algier last night. Meanwhile, Bijan's going 22 for 195. What are we doing getting Tyler Algier 10 carries? I get it. Bijan can't get every single touch. But there are games when it feels like those guys are a 50-50 split. I'm just like, Atlanta, what are you doing? Nobody wants to see Algier. Yeah, he's a good player, but he ain't Bijan. Feed number 7, The Rock. And, I don't know why I get so pissed off, almost offended when I see Tyler Algier get on the field, because he's just not Bijan, you know?
Bijan's one of one, man. I mean, 76 catches this year, 810 receiving yards, right? He's giving you, insane receiving production. For such a young player to be so involved in the passing game is impressive. One thing I do worry about, though, when you talk about the workload and all the things he's accomplishing, one of his draft mates was Jahmyr Gibbs. And the whole point, everybody criticizing the Lions for taking Jahmyr Gibbs as early as they did, just a few picks after Bijan. But the point was they knew they were a playoff team or going to play a meaningful games. So we want the touches where it matters, and their shelf life is so short. So the touches have to be meaningful and matter. And Jahmyr Gibbs, at least, the Lions won't be making the playoffs this year, but at least he's been able to play meaningful football and play in playoff games. That was supposed to be Atlanta, too, this season. They have to get it together very quickly, especially before his money comes up, or else he'll be another Saquon Barkley that gets pulled from his team and maybe the last piece for a contending team looking to win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, that's a great point. And it's not for lack of effort, right? The Falcons brought in Kirk Cousins on that big contract thinking he was the answer at quarterback. Then they drafted Michael Penix in the top 10 thinking he was the answer at quarterback. Obviously, Penix has been banged up for a lot of this year. The Falcons have some talent on their roster. They just haven't been able to get the quarterback right. And again, they're trying. They're trying a bunch of different things, but it hasn't happened. And that's why Bijan hasn't played in those meaningful games. And yeah, that's a great point. I mean, look, he's got 2 years, presumably, on his rookie contract. The Falcons are going to pick up that fifth-year option, so he's got 2 more seasons in Atlanta. But, yeah, I mean, there are plenty of teams that are going to be willing to bend over backwards to pay Bijan whatever he's looking for. And if he's also looking to win, he's going to leave Atlanta. These are an important couple of years for them to figure it out. And also, look, I have a hunch, Stephen, that Bijan, and I think most of our audience is going to agree with me on this take, I think we could be talking about an Adrian Peterson type where it's a guy who is really good into his 30s. But let's call a spade a spade. We are talking about a running back here. Those guys have shorter shelf lives than any other position in football. And Bijan's such a big part of that offense. I mean, nearly 300 carries. He's got 76 catches. He does everything for Atlanta. He's taken a lot of hits, and his body has taken a lot of hits throughout his career, obviously dating back to high school, but from his time in Austin and now to the NFL. Like, when you're talking about a running back who relies on his athleticism as much as Bijan does, it makes it imperative to take advantage of his skill set early in his career. So that's where, Atlanta's maybe missing their opportunity unless Bijan is that total freakazoid who's going to be good for another, 5-10 years, which he very well could be.
And if that is, that's great, but you can't load him up thinking that way. Troy Aikman was actually asked about this on last night's broadcast on ESPN and Disney, where he's like, they were like, hey, do you think he can maintain this for the next 12 years? And Troy was like, honestly, I don't know. It's rare, right? So that's where Tyler Algier is the necessary evil to have some type of work share. Now, it's not the diabolical Arthur Smith type work share who was there before and would just forget that he had Bijan on his team, right? Now it's more of, hey, rest, load management, carries, things like that. And I think they found that good medium there. But again, we want to see him get meaningful carries out of contending. That Falcons team, by the way, does you're right. They do have talent. You don't beat the Rams in a Monday night game, in a game the Rams need for seeding and potentially trying to play for a bye in the first round, trying to get the number 1 seed. You don't beat them the way that they beat them and get up 3 scores and do all the things they did, frustrating Matthew Stafford defensively, getting after Puka Nacua in the past game without James Pierce Jr. and all these young guys they drafted. So that team should come around, but they've just been one of the more disappointing teams in the league considering the NFC South sorry-ass division that they play in.
Yeah, that's a great point, right? I mean, they're 7-9 right now. They're only like a game out of first place in that division, but obviously eliminated from playoff contention. So no postseason football in Atlanta, and that's just a downtrodden franchise, Steve. Like, we're talking about it from the last 3 or 4 years, but it's the Falcons. They are known chokers, obviously responsible for the biggest choke job in NFL history, and they've never won a Super Bowl, and they lose a lot in Atlanta. So, that's the thing for Bijan. Like, I'm hoping he can be a guy who turns it around, but he's only a running back, right? He's maybe the best in the league, and he's pretty much a number 1 receiver to boot, but he's only one player. He's only a running back, and they got to find a way to build around him to make sure they're not completely wasting what looks to be the start of a Hall of Fame career. So we'll see.
I hope they are a playoff team next year. I really, really do. I really, really do. I want to see him play in January in these meaningful games.
That would be nice. So there you go. What a performance from Bijan Robinson. Again, making some NFL history, becoming the all-time leader for scrimmage yards for a player under 24, breaking Christian McCaffrey's record, 22 carries, 195 yards 34 receiving yards, 2 touchdowns for Bijan. And again, congratulations if you had number 7 on your fantasy team. He made you some money last night. Great player.
Can I give a quick shout out to somebody that made me some money last night? I know Fantasy Talk is a terrible rating, but give me 20 seconds. Shout out to Drake London for doing absolutely nothing. Your boy was down 3, or your boy was up 3 heading into Monday Night Football last night, and Drake London in our league came through with 2.4 points. That was as thin as it could get. And
no way, so you were up 3.
DMV champ.
Oh my
DMV
God.
heavyweights. That league, if you know, you know. DMV heavyweights. I'm your league champion again. Bow down. Thank you, Drake London. If I see you in person, I will shake your hand, no matter what.
You were up 3 with nobody left, and your opponent had Drake London, and you won?
Correct.
Oh my gosh! Congratulations.
Thank you, Drake London. Your check's in the mail.
Wait, is this a league that I should know about? I'm not a fantasy football player, so I'm not looking for an invite.
Oh, no. This is some D.C. buddies back from where I'm from, the Maryland, D.C.
All right,
DC, Maryland
DMV
area.
makes sense. I was like, hold on. Is there like a Texas media league that I got to know about here? What's the deal? Might have to unretire from fantasy football to take some money from you guys.
Stay retired. It's better for your mental health.
It is. It is indeed. I can't argue that. Well, congrats to you, sir. That's big time. You probably thought you had no chance going into last night, and you got it done. It's huge.
I got suspicious and stopped checking. Right? Yeah. Like, so I'm like, eventually he's just going to catch a pass when I go to the bathroom or something. Nope, never happened.
That's amazing. That is amazing. So there you go.
Totally healthy. Didn't get injured.
Yep, that's awesome. That's the Kirk Cousins effect for you right there. You should be thanking him just as much as you're thanking Drake London. All right, so there you go. Good NFL conversation to open things up, but let's bring things back to the University of Texas. A lot to dive into. I want to get Steven's thoughts on Cam Coleman. Obviously, a massive transfer portal domino fell yesterday. Shortly after the Buck and I got off the air, star transfer wide receiver Cam Coleman announced that he is intending to hit the transfer portal when it opens up this Friday. Yeah, we've been spending a lot of time talking about the portal and who's leaving, but starting on Friday, we'll get to find out where these guys are going to be playing next year. Real quick, though, I want to give a sponsor shout-out to Audiovisual Consultations. Talk about a great New Year's resolution. How about upgrading your home TV setup for 2026? It also makes for a great post-holiday gift as well. AV Consultations, as you covered. All you have to do is give them a call, 512-255-8678. If you want to upgrade your TV setup, if you want the 4-screen man cave like I have at home, if you want the 85-inch screen like the Buck has at his place, if you want the home theater room with the giant projection screen and the surround sound, they can do it. Speakers for your whole house, TVs for your whole house, indoors and outdoors. They do whole home lighting. They do surveillance cameras. Basically anything audio-visual automation, AV Consultations can hook you up. They've been hooking up Central Texas since 1988, and they've hooked me up at like 5 different places that I've lived. They will do the same for you. Again, all you have to do is give them a call, 512-255-8678, or find them online at avconsultations.com. And a shout-out to centextickets.com as well. If you're looking to attend any event, sporting event, concert, comedy show, festival, Broadway show, you name it, wherever you are all over the country, only one place you need to go. That is centextickets.com. They've got you covered with all of your ticketing needs. And, of course, don't forget about that 10% discount. All you have to do is type in the promo code CENTEX10 at checkout. You're going to get 10% off of any ticket purchase from our great friends at centextickets.com. All right, Steven, I mentioned it a moment ago, a massive transfer portal domino falling yesterday. Star wide receiver Cam Coleman leaving Auburn, entering the portal. A lot of speculation about the possibility of this happening. Of course, Auburn's been in a rut these last few years. They had a coaching change this offseason, and people were connecting some dots and wondering if Cam Coleman was going to leave. You know, I saw a report over the weekend that said Auburn was feeling pretty good that Coleman was going to stay. Alas, college football in 2025 and 2026, Coleman is portaling out. There's been some early scuttlebutt about Texas potentially being in the mix. Steven, I guess I'll ask you. I mean, we all know how good Cam Coleman is. We all know how much money he is going to command in the transfer portal. If you are Steve Sarkisian and the University of Texas, are you all in on trying to bring Cam Coleman to Austin, Texas?
It depends on the conversation where Cam Coleman's head at and what he wants. Absolutely, I want the talent, and I would be willing to pay a good bid. Am I willing to pay $2 million? Probably not in all reality, right? That would be a groundbreaking number, and that could potentially screw things up for classes beyond in terms of what guys want. So you have to be mindful of that. But I think you have a very compelling pitch if you're Texas. And if the young man is willing to still want to obviously get strong NIL, but also play for a contender and really consider his development, his long-term development. Are you the type of person that's just going to make short-term decisions and chase the next thing and just be a mercenary? That's absolutely your right? I mean, who am I to judge? But if you want to win, if you want to be developed, if you're really about your whole experience, and as a Texas, if I'm Steve Sarkisian, I'm looking at, I have at minimum of what I could possibly semi-guarantee is 12 games left of Arch Manning after this bowl game. I'm doing everything to make this team as nuclear as possible, in all seriousness. If Ohio State would not leave this stone unturned, okay? So why should Texas? And I understand this is not to say that you take money from building up the offensive line. This isn't to say you take money from rebuilding the running back room or any other pieces that Coach Boone may want on defense to get what he needs. I'm not saying pull from that. I'm saying get greedy. I've been saying that going back to last year, okay? These dudes at Ohio State had Travion Henderson in their backfield, who is a starting running back for the best team in the AFC, and Ohio State said it's not enough and went and got another starting running back in Quinshon Judkins. I don't want to hear any excuses if Cam Coleman's head is in the right place. Now, if this brother's willing to go play for anybody that's willing to pay him $2 million, and then he's frustrated because he's catching passes from a redshirt freshman that they couldn't pay, or some bum-ass transfer, and he ends up with 30 catches for 400 yards and 2 touchdowns, and his draft stock tanks, and he's frustrated, and he's got the towel over his head. We all know the look from these receivers. Then that's on him. But if you're Texas and you can find a price point that's reasonable and say, look, Matthew Golden came here for a year. A.D. Mitchell came here for a year. Look what we've done for these brothers. Look at Bijan. Look at these offensive. Look at the coach-quarterback combinations and consider that. Because that will also tell me where your mind is at as a football player. Real talk. Mm-hmm. But we'll see. But if I'm Texas, I would heavily pursue the young man.
I mean, Cam Coleman's a stud, 6'3", 200 pounds, former 5-star recruit coming out of high school, and not all 5-stars are created equal. I mean, Cam Coleman was the third-ranked player, not third-ranked receiver. He was the third-ranked player in the class of 2024. And you talk about quarterback play, Steven. Like, here's Cam Coleman's numbers. His freshman year, 2024, 37 catches, 598 yards, 8 touchdowns. He did that with Peyton Thorne as his primary quarterback. That guy sucks. This past season, 56 catches, 708 yards, 5 touchdowns. He did that with Jackson Arnold as his primary quarterback. That guy sucks. We know that as Texas fans. So this guy's almost quarterback proof. I mean, he hasn't played with anybody close to the likes of Arch Manning, and he still put up more than 1,300 yards and 13 touchdowns in 2 years in the SEC. And by the way, Auburn has to play Georgia and Alabama every year, so it's not like they've been playing a bunch of cupcakes in conference play. This guy's been going up against good teams and putting up against really gaudy numbers. He is a superstar talent. Steven, this guy could play at Bishop Sycamore next year. He'd be a first-round pick in the 2027 NFL draft. Like, he could sit out all of next year and be a first-round pick in the 2027 NFL draft. And I think that goes to your point about the attitude, right? Wondering where his head is at, because he knows all of those things. He knows how good he's been. He knows how much he's on NFL radars already. How motivated is he? Does he treat next year like a contract year, or it's like, man, if I ball out, I could be a top 5 pick in 2027? Or is he like, man, I don't even need to play that well. I can just cash this $2 million check. I could be all right. I'm still going to get drafted pretty highly in the NFL in 2027. I do wonder what the mindset is for Cam Coleman. But, Steven, from a Texas standpoint or perspective, maybe that's a word I should use because you're a fanatic perspective, how can you say you're all in on 2026 if you're not at least kicking the tires on this?
You can't. You can't. And I'm going to give you a comparison real quick because that's a great point, right? You can't say you're all in if you're not at least kicking the tires. If the boy goes to the highest bidder and they're trash, that's on him. But I need to know that I need to know the visits were in there, that the conversations were there, that you guys are connecting the dots with the agents and at least, really asking those hard questions, which I'm sure the staff will do. Here's my thing. As Cowboys fans, you and I here, that's our George Pickens. That's our George Pickens, BK. I mean, the comparisons between the two, what they can do vertically, what they can do. I sat here on Open Gym with Patrick Davis before the trade happened. I said, when we did our 3 biggest wish lists for the Cowboys in the offseason, I said, Patrick, go get me George Pickens. He's sitting right there for you. It's a distressed asset. It'd be perfect. That's the perfect thing. I don't want to hear any excuses. And this is a very similar scenario now for Arch Manning. I understand you will get a lot of data in this Cheez-It Bowl tomorrow.
Yeah.
For the receivers that will be playing, the young guys, you will get a lot of data from the Michigan game. Don't leave any stones unturned. Go get me Cam Coleman. If he's willing to be here and he's willing to make just a few sacrifices. Because what does being at Texas do for his brand playing with Arch Manning? What does Texas do for his draft stock if he actually we talk about first round pick if he does, but Luther Burden was supposed to be the sure thing first round pick. They had one bad year at quarterback play at Missouri, and his butt was in the 3rd round all of a sudden. Yeah. So you got to have these conversations with the young man. This could be our George Pickens. That's kind of a similar way I'm looking at it here.
Yeah, I like that comp, and hopefully it's George Pickens who actually can help lead Texas to the playoff because, GP wasn't doing that in Dallas. Not his fault. He doesn't play defense.
Hey, if we have that type of defense at Texas, then we have some Coach Boom discussions that will feed families for generations.
Yeah.
I hope I don't think that will be the case, though.
We'll have some Coach Boom discussions and some Coach Sark discussions. Hey, why did you hire Coach Boom, dude? Yeah, I shouldn't put that Cowboys hex on the Texas Longhorns. We don't need any of that.
We're just looking for the production. We're just looking for the
production.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's like all of the conversations that you've had on your channel, that we've had over here, that I've had on Locked On Longhorns, that every Texas fan has had at every water cooler, every bar stool, everywhere around the country, it's about Texas being all in on 2026. And it's, they're comfortable letting Trey Wisner and DeAndre Moore and Leon Galafau leave because they feel like they can find upgrades out there on the portal and they're trying to win in 2026. Oh, the recruiting class, they went from number 1 to number 7 because, they're saving up extra money for the transfer portal so they can be all in on Arch Manning's final season in 2026. Oh, speaking of Coach Boom, they fired a very established, very good defensive coordinator in Pete Kwiatkowski because they feel like they found something a little bit better with Will Muschamp. Like all of that stuff, Steve, is centered around the goal of winning a national championship next January. Bringing in Cam Coleman, obviously it doesn't guarantee you anything. We know that, but it sure as heck helps your chances to win a national title next year. So if you really are all in, and again, Sark's got a price. Texas has a budget. There's not unlimited money. And obviously, A&M and Alabama and every other school that's going to get involved here, they can spend too. They've got resources too. So everyone's got their price. But again, if you really are all in on 2026, if you really do believe that Arch Manning is this generational type of talent and you don't want to waste him while you're here, then you've got to be doing whatever you can to help him and to help your team succeed. And getting the top-ranked wide receiver, maybe the top overall player who's going to enter the portal this entire offseason, that's the way to do it right there.
I know that what the NIL he's asking for is historical. It's a large number to pay for 12 games. However, if you can, I'm not saying Texas go be the highest bidder per se. That's not my point. What I'm saying is put together a compelling NIL for the space that we have with those key because it still comes. It takes two to dance,
Yep.
and some of these dudes, as talented as they are, they're losers or they don't care. So if he doesn't care about winning and he's just like, I want the biggest bag I can get for 2026, then we're not your team. I'm also say that. And
Sure.
I think the coaches are more than fair to tell his representation that, but we are hoping that you're not just all only focused on the NIL and there's more here in play to boost your overall football career, which will yield you dollars in the NFL. Go see the players we mentioned earlier.
That's a great point. And yeah, you wonder if the kid's a loser. I mean, he did choose Auburn out of high school, and he was committed to Texas A&M for 6 months in high school before flipping to Auburn. So I've got some question about
There's some
his character
questions.
and his judgment choosing those two schools.
If
you
I'm
know?
an NFL scout, I'm gonna ask you, like Jeremiah Smith to me went with Heartline in Ohio State. To me, why are you picking these losers?
Yeah. And Coleman's from the state of Alabama, so I guess that's why Auburn was in play. But, he could have gone to Alabama. I know the Crimson Tide offered him too, and I'm sure they were willing to pay a pretty penny to get him there, and he chose Auburn instead. So, to play devil's advocate here, I mean, I think every Texas fan should want Cam Coleman on your team. Just go watch some highlights, go watch the tape, watch anything. I mean, it's easy to see why this guy's put up the numbers that he has and why he's going to command such a hefty NIL deal this offseason. But, again, Texas has more money than most, but they don't have unlimited funds. And part of being a college football general manager and also being a head coach nowadays is being smart with your spending, right? Not paying one guy too much when you have other holes on your roster that aren't going to be able to be filled because you're paying that one guy too much. So here's the way Texas has to look at it. Of course, we want to have our cake and we want to eat it too, but the reality of the situation here, Stephen, Texas needs 2 running backs now. I mean, they need 3 offensive linemen. They need 2 linebackers. They need maybe a defensive back. They need a defensive tackle. If Jack Injuries decides to go pro after the Citrus Bowl, they're going to need a tight end. Like, that's the thing. You've got a bunch of other needs there. Can you afford to be spending $2 million, maybe more, on one wide receiver? Which, look, I think Texas is in the market for a receiver after DeAndre Moore left. I think they're going to try to bring somebody in. But do you want to be spending that kind of money on that guy when you have all of these other areas of your team that you have to address?
Yeah, that's the tough part, and that's outside of Trevor Goosby's decision as well.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, hopefully he returns, but if he's now going to the NFL draft and might even be your highest graded player for the draft, then now you're in the market for a left tackle, or a tackle in general, right? Depending on how if they move Brandon Baker over, like those are real questions they have to ask just in case as well, right? So absolutely, the roster management but some of this, to your point earlier, is of Texas's choosing. Texas was the one that moved off of Baxter, and Texas is the one that didn't want to pay Wisner and didn't want to pay DeAndre Moore. So and some of these things we will see come Friday that they have been moving smart with other agents and they have other stuff already lined up ready to go. And as any big time school should have. So we will see the fruits of that here soon, and just like we did with the running back and the defensive coordinator. But right now, before this bowl game and before we evaluate the rest of the roster, and are we going to 105 scholarships as well, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
There's a lot to still fill out. So we shall see.
Yeah, that's a big question for Steve Sarkisian and company. And look, there are a ton of other talented wide receivers that are already in the portal, and we're going to see plenty more enter by the time we get to Friday, and the portal will be open for a couple of weeks. So there'll be a lot of big names that Texas can go choose and go after, even if they don't end up with Cam Coleman. But Cam Coleman, clearly the best, most talented receiver, is the only 5-star wide receiver currently in the transfer portal right now. So he's a guaranteed difference maker. Losing my
You
voice
okay?
up
You
here
lost your
in Columbus.
you
Yeah, we're back. I think we're back.
All right.
You got me?
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, I mean, Cam Coleman's just a guaranteed difference maker. But there are a lot of really, really talented players. I mean, I've been banging the drum for Danny Scudero, right? That's a guy Texas fans got to see in week 2 when the Longhorns hosted San Jose State. I mean, that guy, there wasn't a lot on San Jose State that looked like it belonged on the same field as Texas. Danny Scudero looked like he belonged. That guy was one of the most productive receivers in college football this year. Like, Danny Scudero is not going to cost you $2 million. You can get that guy for 6 figures.
Plays a position in need.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he started his career at the FCS level. You're telling me he's going to end at the University of Texas? I think he would absolutely take that. And you're right, a position of need. You know, he's that slot guy who could just get open. I think that's something the Texas wide receiver room could really use next year, a guy who can run routes and get open and make some things happen after the catch. I mean, Danny Scudero is that guy. And, again, there's a guy like Nick Marsh at Michigan State. Reed Harris out of Boston College is really good. Eugene Wilson out of Florida, who Texas saw this season. I mean, just to name a few, there are a lot of talented receivers to where, okay, Texas can still address that hole with DeAndre Moore leaving, but also make sure that they have themselves enough money to go address, again, everything else that they have to address, because there's a lot.
Yeah, Jace Brown's in the portal as well from Kansas State, who's, got, proven deep threat, guy that can get downfield, guy that can play on special teams as well. So there's some really, really nice options in the portal for Texas if they do try to go an alternate route. And the thing with Texas in the portal with these receivers hasn't been that they've missed on really anybody. We just haven't seen, we want more of it. I think they got gaslit a little bit by people that were like, you guys don't develop receivers enough. And then they only took Mosley last year, who to me was a win because he's going to be a multi-year guy for us. Mm-hmm. But we probably should have taken another portal guy last year, right? And instead, we were like, oh, let's prove to everybody we can develop our people in-house. Don't listen to other people. What's been working for you works for you. Keep doing that.
I guess that's a part of the equation too, though, because again, we're talking about money, and like every team has a finite amount of dollars they could spend on an overall roster, right? Like Texas spent a lot of money on that wide receiver class last season, and we didn't see those guys play a whole lot this year. So what are you going to do? Are you going to tell those guys, hey, man, like, yeah, wait another year. We're going to bring in another transfer, and Wingo's back, and Mosley's back, and Livingston's back, and we're going to add somebody else. So, hey, congrats, you're fifth.
What does that say to Jamie French? What does that say to Khalid Lockett?
Right.
Yeah, that tomorrow's really important, BK, for Michael Terry. All of these guys, Dalen McCutcheon, right? Because a lot of people think, hey, and I'm one of the McCutcheon believers because I love the fact that he picked up the playbook so quickly and was able to play on offensive snaps in the Ohio State game as a freshman. But he didn't get the same opportunities that others have gotten. Tomorrow will be the case. So tomorrow is because if some of these guys make noise, then it's like, okay, is this guy ready to make the leap? The guy, like you said, we've already invested in. We've developed them in-house. We've at least watched them grow, or even if the fans haven't seen them. So, but I also know that as a Texas fan myself, I'm skeptical of evals right now about this staff. I don't know if I can trust them the way I once did after the lies they told me last offseason. So, the bowl game tomorrow is really, really critical for guys like Lockett, French, etc.
Yeah, sure as hell don't trust Kyle Flood in his evals right now. That guy doesn't deserve anybody's trust. I'm a little disappointed that he's still here, to be perfectly honest with you. But that's not a choice I get to make.
Not all the staff were graded on the same scale, sir.
No, that is clearly the case, as we've learned this offseason. We've got the great Stephen Noddy from Fanatic Perspective filling in for the Buck in hour number 1. We'll have Tyler McComas from Norman, Oklahoma filling in hour number 2. So we'll get a taste of what's going on north of the Red River. Definitely want to get Stephen's thoughts on tomorrow's Cheez-It Citrus Bowl. That's right, one more sleep. And Texas will be playing its final football game of the 2025 season on the final day of the 2025 calendar year. Before we talk about things we want to see from the Longhorns in Orlando, a couple of more sponsor shout-outs. We will start with a word from our great friends at Covert Bee Cave.
You see Covert everywhere. That personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Yes, indeed. Love the Covert Auto Group. Again, if you're in the market for a newer pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, go see our great friends at Covert Bee Cave off of Highway 71, or you could shop their entire inventory online at covertbeecave.com. Also, some love to our friends at Sue Patrick, rocking a Longhorn hat from Sue Patrick this morning. If you were looking for the best selection of Texas Longhorn gear anywhere in the world, go see our friends at Sue Patrick. You can shop in store at 5222 Burnett Road. Tons of parking, tons of free parking, and you can also shop online. SuePatrick.com. They've got free shipping on online orders over $59. If you're looking for a great late holiday gift, if you're looking for a New Year's gift, you're just looking to outfit yourself with some better Longhorn gear next year. It's more than Texas gear. Tons of great gifts, collectibles, trinkets as well. Sue Patrick is the place to go. Again, do your online shopping at SuePatrick.com. And also some love to Relax the Back. I miss my Relax the Back chair. I'm sitting in like a random hotel desk chair, not very comfortable. I miss being home already. I've been away from home for 12 hours. Big part of why I miss being home is I miss my Relax the Back chair. I'm always comfortable when I'm doing shows in my home studio, thanks to Relax the Back. If you work from home, heck, if you work in an office, you got to get a nice chair. Relax the Back has you covered. Plus, they've got mattresses, they've got massage tools, they've got everything you need to make your back pain a thing of the past. Leave your back issues behind in 2025. Make that a New Year's resolution to take care of yourself. You can do that with Relax the Back. 2 great Austin area locations, one up north at 183 and 360, and the other down south in the Hill Country Galleria. It is Relax the Back. All right, Stephen, tomorrow, 2 o'clock Central Time, Texas and Michigan. The Longhorns currently 7-point favorites. Yesterday, the Longhorns were -7.5, so the line has gone down half a point if you care about those kinds of things. But I'm just curious, besides a win, give me 2 or 3 things that you were really looking and hoping to see from the Texas Longhorns in their final game of this 2025 season.
Real opportunities for some of the younger position players we just mentioned, especially against a Michigan team that defensively is going to be very really tuned up and stout against the run, even with some of the opt-outs like Moore and Barham, NFL guys on their side. They're going to have most of their dudes that were a part of a pretty good run-stuffing unit. But even with all the coaching turnover on both sides, but especially on Michigan, they got whenever they played a real offense with a pulse. Even John Mateer, 270 yards passing, right? USC put up numbers. Dylan Raiola threw for 300 plus on these dudes. So, I mean, just really the more set part of our team right now is going to be Arch Manning, is Trevor Gooseby, is Jack Indries, Ryan Wingo. So just looking to see those guys produce, but also as we mix in the Lockett's, the Frenches, and seeing them get their opportunities, some of the young tight ends, I want to see them get opportunities in the pass game. A, because it's a path to victory for us. Winning the game is still critical. But B, just seeing them get real live reps, seeing the reward of them in those 15 practices, I think will be huge for us. The next thing for me is who looks like a Will Muschamp type of player on defense, right? Because the more guys they can identify or find, or the guys that he's comfortable with, can help save some time, and especially in the secondary, because there's going to be big changes on how they play football back there versus, a lot of zone principles, a lot of eyeing the quarterback footwork-wise. Now they're going to be more on hands-on man, physical athletes, kind of the Nick Saban type. That's a big shift, BK.
Yeah.
Philosophically for those young DBs. So who will show us that they're more attuned to that? Position changes. Guys like Jordan Johnson-Rebel, who we haven't seen a lot of, could be spun down. Jonathan Cunningham, Jonah Williams, right? A lot of these guys, Michael Taft isn't playing in this game. So I want to see who are those guys that are going to stand out, because I on the counter, Michigan needs to unwrap Bryce Underwood. This can't be another game where they hide the guy, they don't let him run, they have him throw 12 passes. You're paying all that money for Bryce Underwood. You go and get Kyle Willingham and all this stuff. They need to unleash Bryce Underwood. And I want to see Bryce Underwood unleashed against Texas, because that's going to give us a better look for what we need to see. If they come in there and do the same old run the ball 58 times and have him throw 12 times, well, that's great and we win, but what good does that do me from evaluating any of these people? So that's a big part of what I need to see tomorrow personally.
Yeah, if I'm Michigan, I'm asking Bryce Underwood what he wants to do in this game, because I think if you're Kyle Whittingham, you're doing whatever you need to do to make sure Underwood doesn't hit the transfer portal, right? And they paid that guy a lot of money, but let's not forget he was one time committed to LSU. LSU needs a quarterback. I mean, if Underwood enters, he can get another big payday somewhere else. So he signed with Michigan thinking he was going to be playing for Sharon Moore. Obviously, Sharon Moore is gone. You've got a coaching change there. So if I'm Michigan, if I'm Biff Poggi, but more so if I'm Kyle Whittingham, I'm having a sit-down with Bryce Underwood, and I'm like, dude, do you want to throw it 50 times? Do you want to throw it 0 times? Whatever you want to do, we're doing in this football
It's your world,
game.
buddy.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, you're right. Michigan, throughout the regular season, I mean, they ran it an average of 38 times per game. They were a top 20 rushing offense in college football. I mean, that's what Michigan has been basically for their entire history. They are smash mouth, ground and pound. They want to out-physical you. That's what they've been all about. And for the last few years, Steve, that's been a blessing for Texas. Like, I've loved going up against those kinds of teams that try to out-bully the Longhorns, because most teams haven't been able to do it. Right? Texas's run defense has been so good since the start of 2023, and Pete Kwiatkowski has been so good when he's allowed to play his base 3-4 defense that it just hasn't worked. I mean, look at the Michigan game last year. Obviously, there's a ton of differences between both sides in this game than what we saw early in the 2024 season, but that's what Michigan tried to do against Texas, and it did not work. Now, the question for tomorrow's game is, okay, you've got a new defensive coordinator, and you also are down 7 starters on defense. So if this was, a full complement of Texas defensive players and Pete Kwiatkowski calling things, I would have no worries about this game at all. I'd have no fear about Michigan's high-powered rushing offense going up against Texas's run defense. I feel like that's a matchup Texas would win 10 times out of 10. But because of all of the changes that we've seen for the Longhorns on defense, I don't know what to expect from that matchup, Steve.
I think you're going to see experimentation on both sides out of necessity. Biff Poggi, you brought up, and some of the Michigan staff are auditioning for their jobs under Coach Whittingham, right? And so they're going to want to show that it's not just going to be the same old. Like, what are some different things that maybe you wanted to do, but they got nerfed under Sharon Moore? Or just unlocking. I mean, they have a nice young freshman receiver, Andrew Marsh, who had a really good season. They have a good young back in Jordan Marshall, sophomore year. He had 4 straight 100-yard games before the Ohio State game got away from them, right? So they've got some pieces there to work with, some good tight ends. Can they look more? The thing for Michigan is trying to maintain that Michigan man physicality that you talked about. When I think of Michigan, I think of phone booth football. I think of 12 personnel, let's bang. But how can we be more modern? We have Bryce Underwood. Why are we still under center with all these damn tight ends and not letting this Ferrari out the garage, right? So you got to figure out how to be more modern. And for Texas, it's operation, we got Arch, you don't. And what does this defense look like? We talked about the starters that are down on defense, but a lot of these defensive linemen have played a lot of football in Texas.
Yep.
I don't want to see a drop-off. I know, again, they will be doing some things differently. They're talking about experimenting with Colin Simmons, experimenting with Brad Spence. I hear all that. But the production needs to be at bare, like, come on now. I don't, like, you fired the coordinator for a reason. You're making these changes for a reason. I understand. I think Johnny Nansen is going to be calling the defense tomorrow.
Yep.
I still want to see them being sound up front when Michigan does bang, because they will, and letting those guys get after the passer when they have those opportunities.
Yeah, you talked about it a few minutes ago, right? Like press coverage, more physicality, especially in the secondary, being a big part of what Coach Boom is bringing back to Texas. I don't know if we'll see any of that tomorrow. I mean, Coach Boom's been at practice, but he's not really been coordinating the defense, right? It's been Johnny Nansen.
It's more just evaluating.
Exactly. So maybe we'll see more of what we saw from PK this year versus that change that Steve Sarkisian was clearly looking for, which is why he made the change himself. But, yeah, I wonder what we're going to get from this Texas defense. And, you know, what's the priority for the Longhorns, Steve? Like, we've heard some of the players, we've heard some of the coaches come out and say that they want to win. Heard Trevor Goosby over the weekend talk about wanting to send a message to the College Football Playoff Committee that, like, they made a mistake leaving Texas out. And we've seen teams do that in recent years. I mean, look at Georgia in 2023 when they were 12-0 in the regular season, lost the SEC championship to Alabama, got left out of the 4-team field. They played Florida State and beat them like 60,000-0 in that game. So is it that? Like, does Texas want to do that? Is that the priority? Like, send a message like, you made a mistake leaving us out. We're one of the 12 best teams in college football. We're going to prove it to you. Or are they more into the experimental phase that you're talking about? Like, let's see what we have with all of these young guys. This game really doesn't matter in terms of the standings. This is the first game we played since the Alamo Bowl at the end of the 2022 season that hasn't had a direct impact on a conference or national championship run. So let's just see what we have with our young guys so we can identify what we need to do when the portal opens up 2 days after the game is over. That's what I'm curious to see. Like, if Texas wants to win this game, and I know people are going to say, oh, here's a classic SEC fan. Do they want to be there? If Texas wants to win this game, they're going to win this game. They're a better team than Michigan. But if they want to experiment and they're just rotating guys in and out to see what they have, then obviously you open up the door for an inferior team to beat you. So I'm curious what the priority, not what they say the priority is. They're talking about wanting to win the game. But what is the actual priority for Texas? I think we're going to learn that with the personnel decisions we see tomorrow afternoon.
To your point with what they want out of this game and some previous examples, walk with me here for a second.
Yep.
Sark himself said he got hired because of what he did at Bama as an offensive coordinator and blah, blah, blah. So we often do what? And that's true. That's true. We often say, when are we going to see Bama Sark? When are we going to see that type of offense? Well, I remember, I think it was the 2019 season going into 2020. Alabama played in the Citrus Bowl versus Michigan. And at that point, Mac Jones had already taken over for Tua because Tua had the hip injury. He was out for the rest of the season. They lost the Iron Bowl to Auburn, and Mac threw the pick six, all that. But they came back in that Citrus Bowl. For anybody that doesn't remember, they sent a message in that game to Michigan. It was 35-16. Mac Jones threw for like 350, 3 touchdowns. Jerry Jeudy had 200 yards. Najee Harris ran for 150. That became what you saw of 2020 Bama. That was the real first game of 2020 Bama, really looking at it in terms of how that offense was humming in that game. That's kind of, to me, a type of message that Texas could send. Is Arch coming out there, throwing for over 300 yards, getting some young guys involved, you running the ball better than people expect. I'm not expecting Texas to go crazy on the ground, especially with the backs that they'll play. But what I am looking for from guys like James Simon and Christian Clark and Michael Terry is, can you get dirty yards? Can you protect the ball? When it's 3rd and 2, when it's 2nd and 2, can we be productive? I'm not saying you guys got to average 5-6 yards per carry. Now, if that happens, go off, my guy.
Yeah.
Maybe you know, go off. That's your opportunity, because they know they should be aware of what's going on in the portal too. They should be aware of Coach JJ there now. So this is your opportunity. But can you be an efficient, effective run game? Because Lord knows we have struggled. When they talk about physicality and improving the toughness in the program, that also applies to Sark's side of the ball when it comes to goal line and dirty yards and short yardage situations. If they can be good there, which they were a year ago when they went to Michigan, they did do that well, despite not averaging anything crazy outside of the Ryan Wingo reverse. They were good on picking up those 2nd and 2s, 3rd and 2s, 4th and 1s. That's what I'm looking to see from some of the young backs tomorrow while protecting the football.
Yeah, it's a great point. It's an audition for a lot of these younger guys, and especially the ones with new position coaches that they get to impress. I mean, I guess everybody on the defense kind of gets to audition because there's a new defensive coordinator. But talking about those running backs, look, Texas is definitely getting one back out of the portal. We know that. If you ask me right now, Steve, I think the Longhorns are probably going to get 2 backs out of the transfer portal. But
plus Derek Cooper as a prep from the prep side.
For sure. But, like, if James Simon goes out tomorrow and runs for 120 yards and looks really good, again, big if, I don't think that's going to happen. I'm not sure if Texas is going to rush for 100 yards as a team tomorrow, considering how bad they've been at running the football. And, oh, yeah, they're also down 4 running backs, too. But if James Simon plays really well tomorrow, is that enough for Steve Sarkisian to say, you know what, we only need 1 out of the portal? Maybe we got a little bit more money we can spend on Cam Coleman now. Maybe we got a little bit more money we can spend on a defensive back or a nose tackle or some other area that this team needs to address. Same conversation with Christian Clark. Like, Clark obviously hasn't looked very good this year coming off that torn Achilles, but, hey, maybe the 3 weeks off between – I guess 4 weeks off between the A&M game and the Michigan game has allowed Christian Clark to heal up that Achilles a little bit more. And he looks better, and he looks like he could be a real difference maker in that backfield in 2026. So I wonder if, those 2 guys in particular, I don't think Michael Terry III or Ryan Niblett have the ability to change the coaches' minds with their running back plans. But those 2 guys, Simon and Clark, can they play well enough? There's a few other guys across the team that you could talk about too. Can they do enough in this game tomorrow to where they change the way this coaching staff views the way they need to construct their roster in 2026?
I would like to see Michael Terry, though, get some opportunities, not maybe at traditional running back, but he was supposed to be, and what was sold to us was this Swiss Army knife of a player, of a running H-back, basically your Roschon Johnson-ish, but very raw. Think of early Roschon when he moved from QB to running back, right? Mm-hmm. But a guy that's skilled enough and has enough ability to do multiple things, including splitting out wide and running routes. So I am curious, because I know with Niblett, it's probably going to be the Keelan Robinson type stuff, the type of routes and so on the perimeter and screens and all that. But with Michael Terry, like, you can use him as a blocker, you can use him as a runner, you can use him as a receiver. Like, I am curious to see how he's used. Do they have a wildcat type situation for him? I mean, the kid played like literally every position in high school, and was the number 1 athlete in the country for a reason. And his size is very, very, very unique for what he does. I am curious to see if Texas can muster up some creativity to get him involved.
I'm with you. 6'3", 215 pounds, the 5-star out of the San Antonio area. Recruited as an athlete, started his Texas career as a wide receiver, but he's been working exclusively at running back for the last month and change. So, with all of the departures in that room, I think we should almost expect Michael Terry. I'll be disappointed if we don't see Michael Terry get a couple of carries at least in this game tomorrow, right? Like you said, whether they're traditional running back carries or just maybe touches is a better word I should use than carries. That guy should be on the field right now.
He's one of my candidates, and I only use this for bowl games like this. He's one of the candidates of, should that guy have played in the regular season more? Like, I think you could potentially be saying that about a guy like him after the game. And I am curious in the chat and comments, who are those guys that you think could be one of those candidates after the Cheez-It Bowl, right? Should that guy have been playing? Like, who is that, right? Like, because there's going to be somebody. It could be Lockett. It could be French. It could be Nick Towson. I don't know, right? It could be somebody on the line. It could be Alex January. Should that guy have got more reps? Should that guy have got more snaps, So
Yeah.
I think Michael Terry could end up, because his skill set is very, very unique, BK.
I see your Terry. I'll raise you another Terry, Justice Terry, maybe in that conversation too, after what we see from him tomorrow. We saw him play a little bit more down the stretch, but yeah, excited for his future. I think that will be a part of the conversation coming out of the game for sure. Steven, this was great, man. Thanks so much for doing this. Before we let you go and bring in Tyler McComas from Norman, Oklahoma, yes, that Norman, Oklahoma, I want to give you the opportunity to promote and plug everything that you've got going on these days to our audience.
Oh, absolutely, and agree on Justice Terry as well. That's actually the guy I'm thinking of on the defensive side of the ball for this conversation. But yes, Fanatic Perspective, I will be doing some sort of live today. Stay tuned, just to officially preview the game and chop it up with my boy John Tran over there. You can find me on all social media platforms: YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, wherever you find content. And just love talking Texas. Big Spurs fan. I'm pissed off about last night's game, but we'll bounce back. As BK mentioned, the Cowboys as well. We will be having some post-mortem talk over there for the season and things that need to happen in year 2 under Shoddy. But, I'm just excited to be here with you, BK, and filling in today for a legend and Bucky Godbolt. So thanks for having me on this morning. It's been a blast.
Well, thanks for doing it, man. You're one of the best talents we have, but also one of the best dudes in the entire industry. So appreciate you chopping it up, and we'll definitely get you on and do this again soon, my man.
Thank you.
All right, there he goes. Fanatic Perspective. Y'all be sure to follow him on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. He just told you where to find him. Before we bring on Tyler McComas from the Ref in Norman, Oklahoma, a couple of quick sponsor shout-outs. A word for Altstadt Beer, the best beer that you can find all throughout the great state of Texas. I kid y'all not. I'm at a hotel here in Columbus, Ohio, and I went to the hotel bar after getting in town late last night, and I asked the bartender, like, you have Altstadt? He looked at me. He had no idea what I was talking about. One of these days, Altstadt will be nationwide. One of these days, Altstadt will be internationally known. But the good news is we're lucky enough to have it in our own backyard in the great state of Texas. Tons of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. And every Altstadt is brewed in Fredericksburg, right in the heart of the beautiful Central Texas Hill Country. Check it out. The next time you're buying beer at your favorite bar or restaurant, the next time you're at the grocery store or the liquor store, wherever you buy your beer, make sure you're buying the absolute best. Altstadt Beer, no impurities, no regrets. And also a shout out to our friends at McCall Custom Homes. Hey, New Year's resolution. How about upgrading your home in 2026? You can do that with our buddy Mike McCall and his great team at McCall Custom Homes, based in Austin. Tons of experience. They could turn your current home into something truly special, or if you want to start from scratch, they can build you a custom home. If you want to redo a bathroom, renovate a kitchen, add some life to your outdoor space, maybe you've got a growing family and you need to add on to your home. Whatever you're looking to do, McCall Custom Homes can help with that. Or again, if you want to start from square one, they have you covered as well. Just check out their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. They're A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. Tons of 5-star reviews online. They've worked on Bucky's place. They've worked on Rodney's place. Whenever I buy a house, they're going to work on my place too. McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Right now, they're offering free estimates to TSU listeners, so make sure you take advantage of that as well. All right. I see him in the waiting room. I'm worried to call him one of our favorites because he is north of the Red River. He does work for the flagship radio station of the Oklahoma Sooners. He is an Oklahoma fan, but he's a good dude. We love chopping it up, talking Texas OU with our man Tyler McComas from the Ref in Norman. T-Mac, good to see you, my man. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. Thanks for joining us this morning.
I don't know if I'm everybody else's favorite, but I'm definitely one of your favorites, okay? And hey, this is your thing, all right? You make the calls, but bringing me on after the dude that you just had on previously with the good Texas takes and everything, I don't know. We'll see how it goes.
Well, you know, I told you we were going to be talking about Oklahoma and y'all's plans in the portal and just the future of the Red River Shootout, but really I just wanted to dunk on you for 23-6 for the next hour. So I just wanted to talk about all the great memories that both of us had, because we were both there at the Cotton Bowl in October, and it was great memories for both of us this year. So I just wanted to get your take on that for the next 55 minutes.
No problem with talking about that game from October for an hour, because at least it's better than what happened to me over Christmas, all right? And at every family Christmas, all I just want to enjoy the holidays. I just want to have a good time. What happened? How did we blow that 17-0 lead? What happened? What was it? Was it shaving points? Like, was the mob involved in this? Like, what's going? I had to answer Christmas Eve, Christmas Day. How the hell did OU blow a 17-point lead? So, dude, if you want to talk about Ryan Niblett taking a punt back to the house in the Cotton Bowl, it can't be as worse as the past 2 weeks for me. So that's fine. Let's do it, man. I'm open.
I guess the 2 years Texas made the playoff in 23 and 24, they didn't lose till after Christmas, right? So I've never had to deal with those sort of Christmas conversations about what went wrong for Texas in the playoff game that they lost. Well, I guess I'll get your thoughts on what went wrong for Oklahoma. Sorry to be the millionth person to ask you. I don't have any conspiracy theories or mob theories to get to. But, man, I mean, it couldn't have been a better start for Oklahoma in that playoff game against Alabama. You guys are up 17-0. Gaylord is rocking. Alabama was doing nothing offensively. It looked like the Sooners were going to cruise. It almost looked like a name-your-score type of game. And obviously things start to fall apart. You get the John Mateer pick six, and just Oklahoma just totally falls apart in the second half. What went wrong? Why did all of that happen the other night?
Playoff before the year, and that did not happen, but that Friday-Saturday little stretch had to be one of the more enjoyable parts of your season. Watching OU blow a 17-point lead and then Aggie beat Aggie the very next day and score 3 points. So I'm glad that you've had such a great holiday season up to this point. What went wrong? I don't know. I'm still trying to figure that out, man, because the way that OU was winning, you knew that wasn't sustainable. At some point, they were going to have to muster up some sort of a consistent offense if they really wanted to push for any sort of a national championship hopes. And for 20 minutes of that game, BK, the team that we had talked about all year long, hey, man, this defense is good. This special teams is elite as well. If they can just get some average offense, some good offense, this might be a team that can push for a national championship. And finally, in the 13th game of the year, we finally saw it for 20 minutes. Oh, dude, John Mateer's ripping throws over the middle. Defense is suffocating. They're going up and down the field and scoring 17-0. Your boys got a flight to Pasadena already. I mean, I'm going. I remember thinking during the game, damn, I should have brought like a rose to like have in my mouth at this point or something like that. Everybody's looking at flights. Seriously, it was like one of those. And it looked like Alabama had no energy whatsoever. And then it felt like in 2 plays, man, things completely flipped. It's like a 3rd and 3. Mateer throws to Xavier Robinson down the field. If he catches it, it's a touchdown. Instead, he drops it and they punt it. And then the punt block that wasn't a punt block, and he just dropped the ball and his foot didn't move up. I don't know. That 2-play sequence changed the game along with the terrible pick six. And here we are. It's weird, dude. It was weird going into Christmas and not being able to talk about a bowl game coming up or a football game. I don't know. It's just been very, very odd, and a loss that is going to stick with me and us for a very long time, which I know makes you happy. So there you go.
That is so glorious. People were looking at. I'm sure there were a couple of people in the suites with the good Wi-Fi who were buying flights to California for New Year's. Oh, that's great to hear. My gosh. So the year as a whole, Tyler, I mean, on one hand, I want to get your thoughts before I give my take on this, and I think most of our audience has heard my take on this. It's 10-2. You make the college football playoff a year after going 6-7. Overall, is this deemed a successful year for the Sooners, or because of the 17-0 choke job in the playoff, maybe coupled with the loss to Texas, not making it to a conference championship game? Like, how are Oklahoma fans, and I guess more specifically, how are you viewing this overall 2025 season for OU football?
Based on what your own preseason expectations were and what everybody else's were. And it's a successful season in a couple of different reasons that I'll give in a minute. But it's a wasted opportunity is really what it is. I mean, this is the best defense that OU's had maybe since like the early 2000s and some of those really big-time Bob Stoops crews that they had. So you wasted. I mean, this was a defense that could have won you a national championship. That was a special teams group, even though it was bad against Alabama, where you had a Groza Award winner. Like, that special teams group is the best special teams group they've had in a long time as well.
Yeah.
Successful season because you won 10 games with that schedule, went on the Red November run that you went on, but you feel just kind of saying you missed an opportunity, with that defense, with the special teams, up 17-0 against Alabama. But overall, it is a success, and here's why. Because I see Michigan going through a transition right now, and I think they made a really good hire, but that's a big transition. Same thing with Auburn, with Florida, and LSU. There were a ton of coaching changes this year in college football. It's going to be a reset for some programs out there and some in the SEC. I'll just tell you that OU was at least having the thought, having the conversations after the Ole Miss game, that second loss they had in late October. The thought was, hey, man, if November turns into a disaster and we go over, and they had at Tennessee, at Alabama, Missouri, and LSU in that November schedule, there was at least kind of the thought of, all right, what do we need to do moving forward to kind of get this right with Brent Venables? And they went on the 4-0 run. So it's a success because you don't have to have a major reset at head coach, a massive buyout that you've never paid for, totally rebuild the roster. You're left saying we missed an opportunity, but at least you have solid footing, really, for kind of one of the first times in the Brent Venables era moving forward. It just sucks the way that it ended, man. I mean, it sucks.
Yeah, well, I guess to follow up on that, and you might have adjusted your mic or something, Tyler. Maybe it's something on my end. I am in Batman's lair over here in Columbus, Ohio right now. But Brent Venables, Bucky and I talked to you before the season, and we obviously talked to you the week of Red River. We just get your thoughts on Oklahoma football and the pulse of the program. And, we asked you, and I'm sure a bunch of people have asked you, I'm sure you've talked about it a bunch on your radio show, about the future of Brent Venables. Is that conversation completely dead? I mean, look, it's college football. Like, James Franklin was in the semifinals of the playoff last year, and then he gets fired not even 2 months into the season this year. So I guess I get that if Oklahoma gets off to like a 3-4 start next year, then maybe a move will be made. But does it feel like Brent Venables did enough this season to where there are no more hot seat conversations going on with him?
We're not having any of those conversations right now, man. None. And nobody wanted to, I shouldn't say nobody wanted to fire Brent Venables. There was a large section of the fan base that wanted to before the season and in the season, but nobody wanted to pay that massive buyout because OU's never had to pay that buyout before. You like the defense that he's built. You just knew how hard of a reset it was going to be if you fired a guy at this point in the SEC. I mean, it was just going to be a tough road back. He's not in any sort of a hot seat whatsoever. Now, like you said, I think at OU or Texas or a school in the SEC, you're always a year or a few games away from being right back on the hot seat. But now, no, it's looked at as a successful season. It's all we back Brent once again. The conversations here are, dude, you got to get the offense right. You have got to figure out the offense because it was an absolute disaster this year. It was a disaster. John Mateer was not the player you thought. Jade Knott, you paid all this money to, and that was a disaster this year. Ben Arbuckle, I think he had like a C season his first year as an OC, maybe. They're going to have a good defense once again next year. You can't continue to waste really good elite defenses. BK, OU had some numbers defensively that weren't just the best in the SEC. They were the best in the SEC like the past 4 or 5 years. But they're not going to go any further, and they may not get back to the playoff if the offense isn't any better. So I'd say not a whole lot of conversation at all on Brent. It's all about how can they get this offense going? How can they get it from abysmal once again to at least respectful?
Yeah, I feel like it was better in 2025 than it was in 2024, but that was such a low bar to clear considering just how much of a disaster last year was for you guys. Well, how do you fix, not the offense, how do you fix John Mateer? Like, 4 games into the year, that guy was the favorite to win the Heisman Trophy. He gets hurt, then the Texas game happens, and then just in the second half, he wasn't the same player. You saw some flashes of really good play, but I think the Alabama game was kind of a microcosm of John Mateer's season, where early on, all right, he showed you that, hey, this guy's got a live arm, he's a great talent, he's dual threat, he can make some things happen, and then you see some of the decision-making, some of the inaccuracies, obviously the horrible pick six, and it felt like his year wasn't the same after that injury. Oklahoma's got a lot invested in that guy. He's back for 2026. There's no quarterback battle or controversy. in Norman. How do you make sure that John Mateer has that type of season that can get the Sooner offense where you think it needs to be?
The biggest thing that could have happened this offseason to get the OU offense back on track has already happened, BK. And that's to get PK out of Austin, Texas. So the OU kryptonite is out. Thank God. Glad to see that guy go. Bring Coach Boone back. That's fine. But get PK the hell out of here. Get his confidence back, I guess, with John Mateer. That's not easy to do in this league and at that position. They got to get a run game. They've got to get more difference makers at wide receiver outside Isaiah Satania. The tight end position can't be a complete and absolute disaster next year. I mean, the situation around him has got to be better. Like, he's got to be better himself because, dude, he made some terrible decisions this year. And, yeah, I think immediately after the thumb was a problem, but I think it ended up being more of a confidence issue than anything, as the season went on. Like, there were plays to be had, and either, one, he's not seeing guys run wide open, or two, he's got like a layup throw, just like an easy throw right beyond the line of scrimmage for a first down, and he's overthrowing it or underthrowing it or throwing it. I mean, the confidence was busted. He's got to get that back. I think more than anything, they've got to figure out to have a running game around him. Run game was not good. And if they don't find a run game around him, I don't know how much better the OU offense will be next year. So simply said, they got to put better players around him. They got to have a better offensive line around him because John Mateer showed this past year that he can't do it himself. And he's prone to making some high-level throws, sure, but he'll also make some big-time mistakes, man. You just can't have that next year because I think expectations are going to be a lot higher going into next year than they were going into this past season.
Yeah, since you brought up PK and you brought up Texas, this is your fault, Tyler. You're bringing this upon yourself. Just want you to know that it's now been 815 days since Oklahoma has scored a touchdown against the Longhorns. And that
last one was pretty sweet, though, wasn't it? That last touchdown, wasn't it great?
No, it wasn't. It wasn't
It's
sweet
one of
at
those
all.
touchdowns that – and this is why I'd rather beat Texas like that than beat them 65-13 or 63-14. We got a few of those to choose from. Is every year in the Cotton Bowl they replay that. Let's look back at this Cotton Bowl Classic, when they show that play. So I like breaking the hearts like that.
And we all get to be reminded that you guys chose Jackson Arnold over Dylan Gabriel after that season. Great move. Thank you very much for that one, sir. Appreciate it.
Hey, but real quick on the PK thing.
Yeah.
So I'm driving to my show the day that happens, and I'm listening to our station, the show before us, and I hear one of our guys say, wow, Texas just released that they fired PK and they've hired Will Muschamp. Here was my honest thought in that moment. I said, oh, no. Not oh, no in Will Muschamp is coming back. Oh, no of one of our guys just got trolled on social media. Clearly, he just read a tweet that is not legit. Someone's out, some Texas account or somebody is out there trolling, and, man, the text line's going to rip him. He's going to get made fun of. Like, how could you even read that without making sure? How do you make that mistake? And then I get on there and I say, oh, my God, that's real? I mean, I'm not in the circle like you are, but, dude, that shocked me.
That was my reaction, too. I thought it was fake news. Someone sent me a picture of a tweet that said Pete Kwiatkowski was getting let go. And I was like, all right, yeah, this guy got hacked. Like, that's fake news. Someone got Sintel'd here. I think a lot of Longhorn fans felt the same way, right? That was not on anybody's radar. And that's one thing. And Sark isn't the only guy who does this really well. But with how many people cover the University of Texas in this age of social media that we live in, the fact that a move like that can be kept under wraps for as long as that one could. I mean, nobody had any beat on that. I'm not the biggest Texas insider out there. None of the diehard insiders who are locked in, talking to sources 24/7, 365, the Chip Browns of the world, none of those guys had any inkling that this was even a possibility, let alone actually going to happen when it did. So you weren't the only one thinking that somebody had gotten hacked or someone was getting trolled when that happened. That was a stunner for all of us.
I mean, it's one of the biggest stunning stories that I can remember seeing in the offseason. So after my shocked feeling went away, I initially was, okay, I feel like, and you and I have talked about this, the defense has been the better side of the ball for Texas for the past 3 or 4 years now. So I changed there. I think the way it's been viewed here is like, okay, good, like get that guy out of here. We don't really know the big reasons why or why it happened. It doesn't make, too much sense here. But Will Muschamp clearly has a pedigree of strong defense. But I said this yesterday on the show. After the initial shock wore off, it was, it's going to be another long off season because I can already hear it now. Sark's going all in for 2026. That's what this means. All this means is Sark's pushing all his chips to the table. He's going all in for 2026. Oh, boy. It's a big championship push this year for Sark. So it's going to be another exhausting offseason hearing that crap for the next several months. Great.
You just did our last 3 weeks of shows. Thank you very much, Tyler. Appreciate that. Yeah, look, I don't think Texas will be preseason number 1 next year, so you guys won't have to deal with that leading up to the season, but there's going to be plenty of conversations surrounding the Longhorns. Texas will be preseason top 5. Oklahoma is going to be right around there, you would think. So, the game's always fun in October, but it's nice that both teams are at a high level right now. That makes the game feel a little bit bigger.
I bet, here's a prediction for you. I bet when Ohio State and Texas play, it'll be a 1 versus 2 matchup. I would bet Ohio State probably 1 preseason. They'll have Jeremiah Smith coming back. They'll have the quarterback coming back as well, right? Julian Sayin. Yep. And they're super talented. They may win the national championship this year. I think it could be like a combination of like Texas, Ohio State, Georgia. So I bet it's a top 3 matchup. I think it could be 1-2 in Austin, though, early next year.
It could be. That game week 2 of the 2026 season. I'm with you. I think Ohio State's your likely preseason number 1. They also have Bo Jackson, their freshman sensation running back, coming back. So those triplets on offense, their 3 best players all returning. And, Ohio State could be back-to-back champs when they make their way to DKR next September. It'll be an interesting one to watch for sure. So, we were talking about, Steven and I were talking about Cam Coleman and the likelihood of him coming to Texas in hour 1, and if it's worth it. We're talking about a $2 million+ price tag for 1 year of Cam Coleman's services. You talked earlier about Oklahoma being in the market for more skill position players on offense. I think the Sooners have more of a need for wide receiver help than Texas does, to be quite honest with you. Are you hearing that the Sooners could be a serious player in the Cam Coleman sweepstakes?
Man, I was hearing that all the way back to the season before Hugh Freeze got fired. And I don't know if you guys were talking about Cam Coleman or hearing about Cam Coleman to Texas or to A&M during the season, but it just always felt like he was going to the transfer portal. And the more that I've thought about it, it was, well, of course his name is going to enter in the transfer portal. He'd be in the portal if Auburn was a 9-3 football team right now, because he's just making over $1 million apparently, and someone's going to pay him $2 million, if not north of that. Like, of course, a guy that valuable is going to get in the portal and see who wants to overpay for him and give him a big payday. So I had heard back in the season that OU was in good shape for him, but you know how it is, man, especially with the transfer portal. Like, that might sound good at the time, but nothing is ever a certainty, especially that far out. And the final offer is going to be the final offer from somebody. I think OU is going to offer Cam Coleman. And I think that OU will make a very competitive offer for Cam Coleman. Do I think they will offer him $2 million? No, I do not. I do think OU is going to be very aggressive this offseason, trying to get running back help, get wide receiver help, get offensive talent help. But they just haven't been the type of school. If you guys in the chat want to throw out your Broklahoma jokes, you go do it, fine, whatever. But they haven't really been the school that we're just going to outbid everybody, right? Like they'll promise, or they'll make an enticing offer, they'll make a competitive offer. But I would guess both Texas and Texas A&M would probably offer Cam Coleman more if I had to guess. But OU will be competitive, and we'll see how much that they're truly in the running for. There you go. Thank you.
Yeah, right on
exactly.
cue. OU is too broke for Coleman. Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting decision that a bunch of different schools are going to have to make, because everyone's interested in Cam Coleman. I mean, he's a stud, 6'3", 200 pounds, 1,300 yards, 13 touchdowns the last 2 years in the SEC, playing with awful quarterbacks, including your best friend Jackson Arnold this past year. So if he could put up those numbers with that coach on that team with those QBs, like, imagine what he could do in a good system with all of that talent around him. I think every competitive team knows that. but also everybody's got holes to fill. Oklahoma's got areas they need to address. Texas has a bunch of areas they need to address. A&M's got a bunch of areas they need to address. So is anybody going to be willing to pay exactly what Cam Coleman is looking for? And also, does Cam Coleman only care about the money? Does he only care about the money? Or could he look at Texas and say, well, look what they did with Adonai Mitchell. Look what they did with Matthew Golden. Like, I'm better than both of those guys. At least I'm like a better talent on paper than both of those guys. Imagine what they can do with me. Like, does he look at that? Does he care about the quarterback he plays with? Does he care about being a part of a playoff team after missing bowl games in back-to-back years with Auburn? Or is it as simple as, hey, man, it's college football in 2025, 26. Get as much money as you can, and whoever the highest bidder is for Cam Coleman, that's where he ends up.
Yeah. So I think he is that good, by the way. I mean, OU's played Auburn the past 2 years. I think he is legit. I think he is that good. I think another thing that could play into this is Isaiah Satania, by far and away OU's best wide receiver. He's thinking about going to the draft. Yep. And if he goes to the draft and you lose your number one guy and it's like, oh, God, we're scrambling to find – maybe you'd be a little bit more desperate to offer Cam Coleman a little bit of money. But I think he is that good. And I think in any other situation outside of maybe Ohio State, he's immediately the number one wide receiver on the team. I think that's true for OU. I think that's probably true for A&M, and I think it'd be true for Texas as well. And isn't it kind of interesting? Because forever, OU and Texas in the Big 12, if OU and Texas are competing for a recruit or a transfer portal guy, if they go to one of your rival school, then, oh, man, that stinks. Like, we got to face that guy for the next 3-4 years, however long it is. But if a big-time player didn't go to Texas, you almost didn't care if they go to the SEC because you're probably never going to see him again. It's interesting going to the SEC now because if you miss out on a big-time 4-star or 5-star guy, you're probably going to be playing him a couple of times throughout his career. And this is the case with Cam Coleman. It's OU's already seen him twice. He's not going back to Auburn. So if OU doesn't get him, you don't face Auburn next season, but you might see him in the Cotton Bowl next year. You might see him when A&M comes to Norman next year. So it's just a little bit, I don't know, just another reason why the SEC is so different, because if you miss out on somebody, you're going to be facing that guy, and that was not always the case in the Big 12, That's
a great point. Yeah, it felt like all the best recruits were either going to Texas, Oklahoma, or somewhere in the SEC, and now you've got Texas and Oklahoma in the SEC. Obviously, you throw Ohio State and Oregon and some other schools from other conferences in there as well. But in the case of Cam Coleman, I think he's going to stay in the Southeastern Conference. I don't think Ohio State is in the market for a receiver like that. I don't think Oregon is in the market for a receiver like that. So I'd be pretty surprised. Plus, Cam Coleman is from Alabama, so he's from SEC country. I don't think he wants to go too far away from anywhere. So, you've heard A&M linked to him. Obviously, the Aggies spent a bunch of money on receivers in the portal last offseason and had a ton of success with Mario Craver and KC Concepcion. You're hearing Alabama be in the mix as well. Obviously, you're hearing Texas be in the mix. Now some conversation about Oklahoma potentially getting involved. This is going to be a fun one to watch. I know back channel conversations happen all the time. I know the portal doesn't officially open until Friday, but we know conversations between players and agents and teams have been happening for a while. I feel like we might have to wait a little bit on this Cam Coleman one. I don't think this is one we get like Friday at midnight, boom, all of a sudden we already know where Cam Coleman is going. I think this thing's going to drag out a little bit as his agent tries to drive up the price and get into a bidding war to see exactly what everybody is going to offer here.
Hey, I want Cam Coleman in Norman. You want Cam Coleman in Austin. We don't want Cam Coleman in College Station. So yeah. I hope it does go on for a while. And here's what I hope, and you might agree with this as well. I hope Cam Coleman takes a visit to College Station, because Cam Coleman seems like a pretty normal dude, good head on his shoulders. And hopefully he goes to College Station and he says, what the hell is wrong with these people? Why are they so weird? Why are they so strange? What's going on here? There's no way that I want to be a part of this for the next year or two. So I'm hoping in the Cam Coleman recruitment that he at least visits College Station and sees Colt Aggie before he actually makes a decision. That's what I'm hoping for.
That'd be great. But my counter to that is I feel like Auburn is the A&M of the state of Alabama. I feel like they've got that weird culty fan base that just lives in the shadow of their big brother 24/7. Yeah. So he might be accustomed to that kind of lifestyle.
That was So I've been fortunate enough to make pretty much all the road trips in the SEC the past 2 years, except for South Carolina this year. Auburn's been one of the best, man. I mean, and when OU went to Auburn, they had already lost 2 or 3 games. It was early in the season. Not one bad word the entire time. Fans were awesome. Their tailgating is extremely underrated. I don't know when Texas goes to Jordan Hare next. I know it's not this year, but it's I would highly suggest going to Auburn if you can do it. And I know you guys go there this year. Neyland is the best atmosphere that I've ever seen before.
Ever?
Now, they were wearing their Halloween costumes and they did the cute dark mode thing and everything else. But it was awesome. I mean, there was a lot on the line for both teams that night. If you guys have the means, Tiger Stadium's cool, but I saw Neyland at its best. Knoxville is awesome town. Like that place is legit, man. I love it.
How are those fans? I feel like Tennessee fans have a reputation of hating everybody, and I think they hate Texas because of the UT thing. Like they get so butthurt about Texas being UT, even though Texas called itself UT first and it was a university before Tennessee was. But like, are they mean? I feel like they're just a ruthless, obnoxious, over-the-top fan base. Was that the experience you had out there?
So on the whole UT thing, I go on a radio show sometimes in Nashville talking OU, and they call Texas UT Junior. So just a heads up on that, UT Junior. That's what they go with.
Yeah. Nice.
I've had a couple of bad run-ins with Tennessee fans. They were fine in the trip to Knoxville. They were okay. But when they came to Norman and won, here's what annoys me. And this goes back to my hate for Texas A&M. One of the things that I hate about Texas A&M is if you've never done jack squats in the history of your program, but you have like one good year and you act like you invented the sport, that annoys me. And A&M is very, very prone to having like a good month, and they act like, well, we're the new flagship university in the state of Texas. Watch out, everybody. And that's kind of what I felt about Tennessee, is they were having a really good year, and they acted like, well, I mean, you're just not going to last in the SEC. You have no chance. We're big, bad Tennessee. I'm like, dude, you've sucked for a long time. What are you talking about? So Tennessee definitely has this, or at least had this, we've had a good year, so we basically invented the sport. Please bow down to us and tell us how awesome we are on our way outs. But
that's awesome.
Neyland's
that is
cool.
Awesome.
And Knoxville's awesome.
Yeah, Texas's SEC opener next year at Tennessee, so could be a fun one. I'm sure a bunch of Longhorn fans will be making the trek out there. All right, we'll get back into some Texas OU conversation. We've got Tyler McComas from the Ref in Norman joining us here this morning. Before we dive back in, though, I want to give a few shout-outs to a few of our great sponsors, including Woods Comfort Systems. They are the best HVAC and plumbing company in Central Texas. They've been around for 70 years now. So if you have an issue with your AC, it's getting cold, if you need to make sure that heater is working properly when we actually get to the winter in Central Texas, if someone came over the holiday season and broke one of your toilets, don't try to fix HVAC or plumbing problems on your own. Call the experts at Woods Comfort Systems. They're incredibly reliable. They will tell you when they're going to be at your place, and they will actually show up when they tell you they're going to be at your place. It's why they've been around for 70 years. This is not a fly-by-night company. They know what they're doing. They know how to treat people. They are the best. All you have to do is go to their website, woodscomfortsystems.com, for more, or give them a call at 512-842-5066. And also some love to OLIPOP. Oh, man, wish I had some OLIPOP here with me in Ohio. But I know I can get it in Ohio because this stuff is available all over the country. Great tasting soda that's actually good for you. If you haven't tried this yet, you are missing out. Talk about a New Year's resolution. I know we still have a couple of days left in 2025, but if your New Year's resolution is trying to be healthier in 2026, so many of you are, OLIPOP is the easiest way to do just that. Because it's soda, it tastes like soda, so you're going to enjoy drinking it, but it's also good for you. 9 grams of fiber in every can and ingredients that support good digestive health. Pick some up at H-E-B, Whole Foods, Target, Costco, Walmart, wherever you shop. Make sure you shop OLIPOP. And T-Mac, you were telling me before the show that you recently had a purchase from our great friends at Sue Patrick. Do I have that right?
Yeah. Nice setup, because I was going to interrupt you and say, hey, can I do an ad read? This is not a paid ad read, but look, I've got a Longhorn in my family. Every family has that one person, I guess. Yeah, my stepdad is a big Texas fan. So I've ordered from Sue Patrick before, and honestly, like, not just saying this, like I've had great experiences with them, but this one was the best because I'm a late shopper. I feel like maybe you can relate a little bit to that, you know?
Yeah.
Late shopping. And so, like, during one of my shows, I ordered, like, he's huge Texas baseball, likes everything Longhorns, but really likes Texas baseball. Got him a burnt orange, it was just awful looking, Texas baseball shirt. I ordered it like a Monday at 4:00, and I feel like by the time I got home Wednesday, it was already at the front door. And I don't think I paid extra for shipping or anything. Is it Jay that's at Sue Patrick?
Yep.
Even wrote, like, thank you on the shipment. Sue Patrick's awesome, man. I don't love what I bought, but for a late shopper like myself, like, Jay made sure that it got there on time, so I appreciate that.
How about that? That is awesome. They'll even ship to Norman, Oklahoma. That is crazy right there. I figured you were buying like a Longhorn decal to put upside down on your car or something, which thanks to all the Sooner fans who do that, supporting the University of Texas, giving us more money with those purchases. We really appreciate that. But, yeah, shout out to Sue Patrick right there. They are the absolute best. And you're right. Everyone has that cool member of their family, their extended family that they love more than everybody else. You're not supposed to say who your favorite family member is, but you all have one. And it's nice to know you have one of those with your stepdad, Tyler. That's great.
Yeah, it was, hey, thanks for the Texas baseball shirt. Thanks for you spending your money to buy that. Oh, by the way, how did you guys blow that 17-point lead? Great Christmas.
That is so great. That is so great.
Yeah.
All right, Tyler McComas from the Ref in Norman here, talking Texas and OU. I'm going to ask you a question that, well, I'm going to throw up in my mouth asking you this, and Longhorn fans are going to hate me for this, and you might hate me for this. Sooner fans might hate me for this as well. You know, Oklahoma needs a running back, right? It was a horrible rushing attack for the Sooners this year, and there's a guy just left Texas. Had a lot of success against Oklahoma the last 2 years, the Cotton Bowl.
Yeah.
He is in need of a new home. He's from the Dallas area. Oklahoma has recruited a bunch of DFW kids over the years.
Recruited him,
of course. Offered him as well out at DeSoto High School. It's something that makes me sick. My stomach is churning just thinking about it. But is there any talk about Oklahoma going after Trey Wisner in the transfer portal?
We've had that conversation. You know, when I lay awake at night, I often think about what's the worst or the most fun possible way to beat Texas. Well, first, we got to score a touchdown in the game. I think that's very fair to say.
Right.
But what would be an incredibly fun way to do it? Oh, my God, if like Trey Wisner broke off like a Kennedy Brooks-style run back in 2021 to beat them that time. Oh, man, that would be fantastic. I think as of right now, OU has other portal targets at running back, such as the North Texas running back, Caleb Hawkins, who's from the state of Oklahoma, actually. I think Texas is in on him as well. Texas, OU, and Oklahoma State. Maybe he follows his head coach to OSU, and sounds like his quarterback might go there as well. I wouldn't put it at 0% that OU at least kicks the tires on Trey Wisner because he's been productive. Again, OU's recruited him. They've got some familiarity with him. But I don't know. I wouldn't say that it's likely right now because they have other portal targets that are out there. But if you can, like, at least bring him in and it's for the right price and the right money, like, I think Trey Wisner's a really good back. And clearly Texas is looking to upgrade at that spot. They got a new running backs coach. What's the thought? Is that they want the kid from Florida? Is that what it is?
Yeah, Jaden Ball, who is yet to enter the transfer portal. I mean, he's the top target. It's no secret. And look, I think Texas would have hired Jabbar Jalouk as their running backs coach regardless, but obviously they were hoping that Jalouk was going to be able to convince his second-team All-SEC running back to follow him to Austin, Texas. There's no doubt.
So, you know, we still come from the thought of how could you ever go from Texas to Oklahoma or Oklahoma from Texas? It would feel weird. It'd feel weird for you guys. It'd feel weird for us if Trey Wisner was wearing an OU uniform. but that's just the day and age. What Brennan Thompson did it. If Trey Wisner were to do it, he certainly wouldn't be the last guy to do it. I would probably say no right now. But if they don't get Caleb Hawkins, and if they don't get some of these other running backs that they've targeted, and they're going to go get a running back in the transfer portal, if the price ends up being right, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily be shocked if Trey Wisner was wearing an OU uniform next year. I think that there's some people around here that love the idea of at least pursuing that.
Right. Yeah, I think there are some A&M fans in College Station who probably love that idea. I mean, Trey Wisner saved his best games for those rivalry matchups, and OU and Texas A&M got to see firsthand just how good Trey Wisner can be. So I would understand if both of those schools at least kick the tires. But yeah, it's a disgusting thought as a Texas fan. I mean, Trey Wisner. Look, anytime a Longhorn would transfer to one of those schools, it'd be disappointing. But Trey Wisner was such a fan favorite, such a culture guy, such a locker room guy. Great story, 3-star, kind of an afterthought on the recruiting trail, working his way up, barely saw the field as a freshman, and then led the Longhorns in rushing in each of the last 2 seasons. That would be brutal to see him.
Yeah.
It's already going to suck watching him play anywhere besides Texas, but if he were to go to one of those 2 places, dude, that's tough right there.
Well, Texas is going to get some really good skill talent in the portal. I would bet on that being the case. So I'll ask you a question about your own team. Pre-portal, how confident are you that Texas will be better in 2026 than they were in 2025?
From a talent standpoint, from a record standpoint, from a what?
Yeah, just more, I'd say, not so much record, just overall just talent. Will they be a more talented football team?
I think so. I mean, again, it all depends on what happens in the portal. That goes without saying, and they're losing a lot. But I do think so. Texas was top 5 amongst Power 4 teams in most offensive yards from underclassmen. So I know no Texas fan. It's going to sound like an excuse. And look, Texas was preseason number 1. They should have found a way to make the playoff. It's a disappointment that they didn't get in the playoff. So I'm not trying to take a moral victory here. But Texas did get a lot of production from younger guys on the offensive side of the football this year. And they're going to have a bunch of dudes on that side of the ball coming back next season. I don't think there's any way, Tyler, the offensive line is as bad in 2026 as it was in 2025. I mean, Texas had its worst rushing offense since 1944 this year. That's 81 years. So I just think it's kind of safe to say that the run game is going to be better next season as well. And I think with Arch, with how much better he got in the second half of this season, I think it feels like it's obvious that he's going to take another step in 2026. So, yeah, I mean, the offensive side of the football, I think there's no question that they will be better in 2026. Defense is a bit more of a question. You're losing Anthony Hill, who's an All-American first or early second-round pick. You're losing Michael Taft, who's been the heart and soul of that unit for the last few years. You're losing Ethan Burke, who's been really good on the edge. And 7 starters are gone from that side of the football. And obviously you've got to question that defensive coordinator with Will Muschamp taking over for Pete Kwiatkowski. So not as confident saying yes on the defensive side of the ball, but overall I will say yes. And then again, offensively, I don't think there's any way that Texas is not better on Steve Sarkisian's side next season.
Worst rushing attack since 1944. I did not know that.
Yeah.
Clearly that was a long time ago. That was during World War II. That was also 5 years after Texas A&M won its last national championship. So I just wanted everyone to be aware of that. How long it's been since
That's good.
A&M's
I figured you were lining up for a dig at Texas there. You had some sort of Texas was so much better back then than they were now. But no, taking a shot at the Aggies, that'll always resonate with everybody tuned in. But yeah, I mean it's great. Bucky and I talked about this a ton. Think about it. You guys had this problem. Alabama had this problem. Texas had this problem. These are 3 of the best running back schools in the history of college football, and none of them could run the football. Obviously, Alabama's still alive right now, but it's not like they ran it really well against Oklahoma. They haven't run it all year. They've got an issue there. Oklahoma, spent, $800K on Jay Knott. That was a total flop. Texas decided, Texas, instead of going to the portal last year, they're like, you know what, Trey Wisner coming off a 1,000-yard season, even though it took him 15 games to get to 1,000 yards, they felt like he and C.J. Baxter coming off a serious knee injury and Christian Clark coming off of an Achilles injury and Jared Gibson, they thought that those guys were going to be good enough, so they bet on what they had and they whiffed. Alabama bet on what they had and they whiffed. Like, it's just kind of wild. You look at some of these blue blood programs who have always had great runners. They couldn't run the ball this season.
Yeah.
That's a big part. I know, Texas was the worst record-wise at 9-3, so it's not like those teams were bad, but it was just weird to see that be a theme with some of those schools this year.
I have a theory on all of that, and I want to see what you think about that. But you're right. It's just so weird to see OU and Texas struggle to run the ball because I remember a lot of years where forget these teams having one good running back. Dude, they would have like two good running backs. I mean, or they'd have a freshman, Jamal Charles, in 2005, rolls in and is an absolute stud. And that year that Texas wins the national championship, you could just always count on these teams having one or two. Here's my theory on it and it drives me crazy that OU's been doing this, and I hope that they don't do it this offseason. Well, we need a left tackle, so we're going to go to Western Carolina and get a guy with 1 year of eligibility, and we'll just plug him in there, all right? Hey, we need a right guard. Let's go get this guy from Stanford who's played a couple of years, and let's just plug him and play. Like, there's all these Band-Aid situations across the offensive line, and there's no, continuity. There's no young offensive linemen growing up together and playing in big games. And not that you want to be playing 3 freshman offensive linemen like OU was doing at times this year, 2 true freshmen out there on the tackles. But at least they're going to grow, and at least you can look forward to the future with some highly talented offensive line where you can find some continuity. I think this whole portal thing of going and getting an offensive lineman, especially from a lower level, and just plugging and playing for a year, I think stunts a lot of development. And I just think nobody really has any continuity up front with your O-line, with your run game. I hope OU gets away from that. I'm hoping that they do, but God, I'm just tired of talking about offensive linemen from Western Carolina and Stanford and Colorado State and other places like that.
Well, it's interesting you say that because Texas is entering that conversation for the first time ever, right? The Longhorns have not gone to the portal for offensive line help at all in the Steve Sarkisian era. They haven't needed to. They've recruited, they've evaluated, they've developed, and they've had really good offensive line plays for the majority of Sark's 5 years in Austin. But obviously this year was the exception. And, you're losing DJ Campbell, you're losing Cole Hudson, you might be losing Trevor Gooseby at left tackle, which I keep hearing that he's leaning towards coming back, but he's got a decision to make following tomorrow's Cheez-It Citrus Bowl. So, Texas is going to have to go to the portal for offensive line help. I think they need 3, Tyler. Yeah. And, it's those guys are expensive. Now, the good news for Texas, if Gooseby comes back, they're not going to need a tackle because they've got Gooseby at left tackle. They've got Brandon Baker, who will be going into his second year at right tackle. Gooseby's a stud. Brandon Baker had a strong finish to the year. I think he's got a very bright future. So tackles are more expensive and more important. Good news is Texas shouldn't need any of those. But, yeah, the Longhorns, there's a lot of other teams that need interior offensive linemen too. And Texas might be in that boat to where, yeah, of course you'd love to get a guy with SEC or Big Ten experience to bring in as your guy. But you might have to look into the G5 schools and just hope that, all right, this dude is going to be ready to take that leap and be a plug-and-play starter on a team that has national championship aspirations.
Well, you guys and OU as well better be ready to kind of hit the ground running once September gets here. It's something with the SEC that's more challenging but also more exciting. Instead of playing a bunch of reject Big 12 schools at 11 a.m. is gone are the years where, okay, well, we really don't know about Texas, but we're about to finally find out about Texas and what they really are second Saturday in October.
Yep.
We don't really know that much about Oklahoma, but we're going to find out everything we need to know second Saturday of October. Like, we used to have this joke, and we actually still do it, is, we ain't showing nothing offensively until Texas in the Cotton Bowl. Because you kind of used to be able to do that your first 4 or 5 games of the year, right? But Texas, you guys play Ohio State, maybe the preseason number 1 team, and you go to Tennessee. OU goes to Michigan, they go to Georgia before they show up in the Cotton Bowl. So we're going to know everything we need to know about both teams before that game in October rolls around. It's way more fun, I think, but, dude, it is. it's challenging. And I think you guys actually got dealt a tough schedule this time in the SEC. So that's good to see. It's about time.
Texas's schedule this year was tough. It wasn't as tough on paper before the year that people thought, but Texas had a very difficult schedule in 2025. So if you Gooners up there are still ragging on the Longhorn schedule, you are making a mistake, my friend.
Hey, Missouri is the one that it's like, really? Missouri gets the schedule? Seriously?
Yeah.
You talk about someone that I have not missed, and I know you got a little rock chalk in you, so I don't have to convince you of this, but I told you guys, if you have the means, go to Neyland. Don't go to Columbia. Columbia hasn't changed. Unless you're looking to score some meth up there, then maybe that's what you do. But Columbia is awful. It's terrible. I hate them. We call them mid-zoo around here. They're the worst, and I hate that we got to play those rejects every single year. So.
Oh, I forgot. They're one of your 3 permanent opponents,
Oh,
right?
well, everyone's just telling us. Oh, yeah, you guys are rivals, right? Yeah, you guys used to play a lot. You're rivals. The hell OU's a rival with Missouri? Are you kidding me? When is that? No one's ever looked at that as a rivalry here. But the SEC, man, one of the few complaints, other than the god-awful officiating in this conference, is that, they just decided that OU and Missouri are rivals all of a sudden.
Who's the third team? It's Texas, it's Missouri. Who's the third permanent opponent?
I want to see, to prove the point, just guess. Guess a few teams.
Okay, so it's not A&M. It should be A&M, but it's not A&M clearly, because if you were having me guess, it's got to be somebody not as obvious as that. Arkansas? No. Oh, it's got to be somebody really random. I don't know. Mississippi State?
Ole Miss is their third.
Ole Miss?
Totally random. But OU, I guess, doesn't have a third that makes sense. Texas makes sense. Missouri didn't make sense, but didn't have a choice on that. I was hoping that it would be LSU because the past 2 years, OU had played LSU on Thanksgiving weekend, and it was pretty fun, and LSU didn't because you needed somebody that you could play on rivalry week, right? LSU, I guess, is going to do the whole thing with Arkansas. I don't think they really care about. But OU, LSU every single year on Thanksgiving, like there's some history, but it's not a rivalry or anything. I think that could have grown into something really, really fun. But you got dealt Ole Miss instead, which you're going to play, I think, in October next year, and you're going to play Missouri every single year. We were all hoping for LSU, but you got dealt Ole Miss as well. And Lane Kiffin was like voiced his displeasure about Ole Miss playing OU. He's like, it doesn't make any sense. There's no history there whatsoever. He totally crapped on the idea of OU and Ole Miss playing every single year.
I feel like, look, maybe this is a child of the Big 12, the old Big 12, but I feel like you guys and A&M should be playing each other every year. No? That's obviously a bigger rivalry with more history than Ole Miss. And I would argue more than LSU, too, right?
Yeah. I think, yes, I agree. I think there's more dislike or hate for A&M than there was at any other time when they were in the Big 12 together. Wow. Maybe that's the social media stuff. Maybe it's because A&M's always been annoying, but it got kicked up a significant level once they entered into the SEC. But A&M back in the Big 12 days around here, it was, I mean, it's tough to go down to Kyle Field. They always play OU tough there, but there wasn't a whole lot of hate. I think there's some legitimate hate now with those guys these days.
I'm also trying to give you guys an easy win playing against the Aggies every year. So
well, hey, we got them in November next year, so they'll have collapsed already, and it'll be an easy win, so I can't wait.
That is true. A couple of quick sponsor shout-outs here. We got a few more minutes with Tyler McComas of The Ref in Norman. Want to give some love to the Hecht Law Firm. Ryan Hurricane Hecht, a good friend of mine, and your go-to personal injury attorney in Central Texas. If you or somebody you know gets hurt in a car accident, gets injured on the job, you need the very best by your side. That is Hurricane Hecht. He's not spending all of his time filming commercials, driving in Rolls Royces to get on private jets, hosting podcasts with little girls, standing on tops of cars. Y'all see those weird commercials? It's weird. Those guys are filming those. They're not actually in the courtroom fighting to get you what you deserve after a serious personal injury. Hurricane Hecht is a junkyard dog. He's a great guy. Again, he's been a friend of mine for more than a decade. He's super compassionate with his clients, but he is going to fight like hell to get you every dollar that you deserve. And the best part, you don't pay unless he wins your case. That's right, 0 legal fees unless Hurricane Hecht can flood your pockets with cash. Let him blow their case wide open. 512-938-8929. You can find out more online at hechtlawfirm.com. That's HECHT lawfirm.com. And also a shout out to our friends at Hat Creek Burger Company. Oh man, you're looking for a great meal. You've done enough cooking this holiday season. Go get you a Hat Creek burger or a chicken sandwich or some chicken nuggets or a salad. They've got the great fries. They've got the milkshake. They've got queso fries and queso tots right now. Limited time offers. Those are fantastic additions to the Hat Creek menu. They are great. More than 25 locations across the state of Texas. Some of them are serving breakfast too. Go get you a Hat Creek burger today. All right, Tyler, I want to follow up here a couple more minutes with you before we bring on Wags and Double R. You know, you talked about Texas playing Ohio State this year and Oklahoma playing Michigan. Like, I commend both schools for being willing to schedule these tough marquee non-conference games against blue blood programs, because there's so many teams around college football who aren't doing that. But obviously it's been a big conversation around here, and Texas missed the playoff because they played Ohio State this season, right? If the Longhorns played somebody else in the non-con that they could have beaten easily, they would have been 10-2. They would have been in the CFP. Instead, Texas is 9-3, and they get left out. Maybe that happens to Oklahoma next year, right? The Sooners could lose that game at Michigan in week 2. I don't think y'all will, but you could lose that game. And instead of being 10-2, you're 9-3, and you're on the outside looking in on the college football playoff. Your thoughts, and do you think it still makes sense with the way the playoff is currently set up for our schools, Texas and Oklahoma, to keep scheduling these type of big games in the non-con?
In an 8-game SEC schedule, sure, yeah. 9-game SEC. Dude, you go from playing 8 SEC games this past year with 2 bye weeks to 9 SEC games and just 1 bye week. Like, man, that's... So, yeah, with an 8-game SEC schedule, I think so. 9 games, man, I think makes it a lot more difficult. And we're not really having those conversations around here. Like you said, get beat by Michigan next year, go 9-3, and be one of the first 2 teams left out. And I think that we're singing a different tune. Because as of right now, OU still got, you know, some notable road games in the non-conference on the books. They go to Michigan next year. I think the next 3 years, OU has a road game in the non-conference, which is crazy. They go to Michigan this year. They go to SMU the year after, and I think they go to Houston the year after that. I may have SMU and Houston mixed up, but, God, got to go to freaking Houston in September. That's going to be miserable. But they've got like 3 consecutive years of road games in the non-conference, which is weird. They still got Nebraska on the books, and I think 29 and 30. They've got Clemson on the books, and like 34, 35, 35, 36. All those are a ways out. So I think OU is still going to schedule somewhat difficult non-conference games, but I'm like you, man. I'm just wondering if those are going to go by the wayside, especially for teams in the SEC. Now, TV can dictate a lot of that. Maybe some ways TV can tell you, like, no, we want those inventory games. You're going to schedule them. But, yeah, man, you go lose at Michigan, you're 9-3 and get left out. It's going to be a totally – because everyone now is excited about the trip to Ann Arbor. Oh, we get to see the big house for the first time. This is going to be great. But if it costs you a chance at a playoff, then it's going to be a different thought around here, I think, to your point.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, I think most fans love those big-time non-conference games and those matchups between teams that don't often play each other, right? I mean, Texas fans got to experience the Big House for the first time last year. That's a big deal. Texas has only played in the Horseshoe a couple of times in their program's history. Like, it's fun to get to make those trips and experience those settings. But with the way the playoff is currently set up, and that's why this conversation might be a waste of time, because we already know the playoff is changing next year. We don't know what it's changing to, but we know they're going to change up the system, and there will probably be more teams involved. So maybe assurances are coming that, hey, you're not going to get punished for playing games like that. But obviously with the way it stands right now, I mean, that's a tough situation for Texas this year. You saw a few 9-3 teams get left out of the playoff last year. I mean, hell, 10-2 Vanderbilt got left out of the CFP this year. So it's like we need to stop. One of the biggest problems with college football, and there are a million right now, is that we treat every conference and every schedule like they're the exact same. Like this is the NFL or something. It's like that's just not the case. So the playoff cannot be set up the way that it has been set up if these teams are going to continue to be playing the types of schedules that they are playing. It just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it was an embarrassment this year. The fact that those were the 2 night games in the playoff this year. I mean, come on. Hey, one quick question, just for my own betting purposes.
Yeah.
I will not be betting on Texas tomorrow. If I do bet, it will be on Michigan. Now, these bowl games, I know you guys got some players in the portal that aren't going to play at running back and all that, but these bowl games so much are what's your give-a-damn meter, what's your care meter in this game. I feel like Texas' care meter is actually pretty high to get to that 10th win. Am I reading that situation correctly?
I don't know. I just don't know how you can accurately predict that, right? Like, the players and coaches are saying yes. They're talking about, Steve Sarkisian has openly talked about, getting to 10 wins being a big deal. Texas hasn't had 3 straight 10-win seasons since 07 to 09, so that's on the table. And just sending this senior class out with a bang and ending the year on a high note. Like, they're talking the right way. They're saying the right things, but ultimately, I mean, I don't know. We've seen, and I brought up Georgia in hour number 1, right? Georgia got left out of the playoff in 2023. They were on a mission to prove the committee wrong, and they went out and boat raced Florida State, one of the biggest bowl beatdowns we've ever seen. And then you look at Alabama last year, right, against Michigan, the same Michigan team. They were 9-3, left out of the college football playoff, and they look like they would have rather have been anywhere else in the world at that point. Mm-hmm. So, look, Texas, I do think Texas is going to try to win the game. I mean, they're starting Arch Manning. Like, everybody who is not opting out or not in the portal is going to play. So it's not like they're just experimenting, let's see what KJ Lacey has as our backup quarterback. Let's give Arch the day off. It's a meaningless game. They're not doing that. So, yeah, they want to win, but I don't know how you can really predict. I mean, what's Michigan going to be? Like, maybe Texas doesn't want to be there, but is Michigan, like, are they so checked out on the season because of the Sharon Moore thing? Like, I don't know how you could predict what either of these teams are going to look like tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, they got a new coach. You're already looking ahead to next year, your own business decisions that you have to make. They felt betrayed. No, I mean, you're right. I guess my thought was maybe getting that 10th win for Texas this year is a big deal, and they did end the year playing their best football. Like, I think that's definitely fair to say. That's tough to carry over when Taft's not playing right, and DeAndre Moore won't be there. Some other running backs won't be there as well. But they definitely ended the season playing their best football. So I probably shouldn't expect that version of them. But who knows, man? Maybe Arch comes out and just lights it up tomorrow.
They're going to need it. Yeah, they're down 7 starters on defense. And then their running back room is down 4 guys. DeAndre Moore is out. So, if these two teams were fully healthy, I think Texas would win fairly easily. But again, I don't know. Texas deserves to be a 7-point favorite. I do think Texas is going to win, but I will not be putting my easy-earned money on that. I can tell you that.
Maybe a Dusty Mangum game-winning field goal will be the difference tomorrow.
Yes. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, he'll come back. He's got eligibility remaining, I think. Just sue the NCAA. He'll get another year. I think that's how it works. Tyler, this was fun, man. Thanks so much for chopping it up this morning, brother. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, man. Anytime. Go Blue. See you tomorrow.
Come on. There's no need for. Hey, roll Tide, sir. Yeah. Roll Tide. Thanks for doing this.
Did you hear we blew a 17-0 lead? Yeah, thanks for
that. Thank you for saying that. And it'll be more than 1,000 days between touchdowns for Oklahoma against Texas. I want to remind you on your way out. Appreciate it, brother. Happy New Year.
Yeah, you bet. Anytime, man.
All right, there he goes. Tyler McComas. And we bring on the boys from Chaos Theory. It's Double R. It's Wags. Gentlemen, good morning.
Hey, good morning, dude. What's up?
Well, it's good to have some Longhorn fans on.
Where are you at?
Yeah, are you in prison?
I'm not in prison, although some have probably called Columbus, Ohio, prison over the years.
What are you doing there?
I have a New Year's Eve wedding tomorrow night.
In Ohio?
You in
the
Ohio,
wedding? Yeah, it's my first time in Ohio in my life. All I have to say right now is it's cold.
That's what I was about to ask.
So what's the weather like?
Like
out 15, there? 10 degrees, 15 degrees?
So we've got 20 degrees right now. Nice warm 20 degrees. But how about a feels like of 2 at the moment?
Nah, I'm all right.
It's nipply.
Yeah. The high today is 25. I will be here till Thursday before I fly back to Austin on the 1st.
You hanging out with Buckeye fans? What's going on up there?
I guess. Oh, it's a wedding. Yeah, the groom is an Ohio State fan. The bride's actually a Michigan fan, so I'm questioning this whole experience here. Is there even real love going on? I'm not entirely sure. But it's funny because Ohio State plays the night of the wedding.
Yeah.
Like the wedding starts at 7:30 Eastern time, and kickoff between Ohio State and Miami in the Cotton Bowl is 7:30 Eastern time. So I saw the groom last night as I was checking into the hotel. I'm like, dude, what are you going to do? And he's like, no, don't worry. Like, we got a giant projector on the dance floor. Like, we're gonna be okay. We're gonna make sure the game is on. So I don't know if I should say this because I might lose my invite 2 days early, but kind of hoping for a Miami upset so we get some major chaos.
There you go.
Tomorrow night on New Year's when the
Who
ball
doesn't love
drops.
chaos at a wedding, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But the high temp, guys, the entire high for the 3 days that I'm here, it will get to 31 degrees. That's the high tomorrow. So and
Any
it's also
any
supposed
snow
to
on the ground already?
No, there's some flurries right now. There were some flurries last night.
You gotta watch out for
but
the
nothing.
ice. That's the snow's fine, but it's the ice. Usually they got some pretty decent snow plows and good inclement weather plans up there. And unlike
Why-
Texas where they only got one plow.
Why are you telling me to watch for ice? You should be telling Rodney to be watching for ice these days.
That's right. I have to. I really have to. Anytime that I hear the house shift, I'm like, holy shit, here they come. Here they come.
That was mean. Sorry about that, Double R.
It's only half
it's-
of me that's offended, not the white part.
That's true. It's funny because like I was looking at the weather in Columbus and I'm like, dude, our flight's not going to make it because if it was 20 degrees and windy and snowing in Texas, every flight would be canceled for the next week.
Yeah.
And we had like a 20-minute delay in Austin yesterday, and then that was it. Like, they are perfectly fine. They're used to it up here. I was talking to my Uber driver last night, and he's like, yeah, this is nothing.
Yeah.
This is just how it is this time of year. I'm like, golly, I miss Texas already, boys. Like, I'm going to be inside for like 95% of this trip, and I still miss. I mean,
When
it's
you come
dark.
back?
It's Thursday on the 1st.
Yeah.
So
Every time
it's
that I have to,
dark.
every time I have to go to Springfield for work, I'm over there freaking out, man, because it's so cold. When I was up there a couple weeks ago, it was like 7 degrees, and I'm like, man, this is horrible. And they're like, oh, this is nothing. They're like, this is tame.
Yeah.
And I will say this because there's a lot of Ohio State people. I was told that there is a certain gate at the Horseshoe that is always open. So I might be making my way over to the campus of Ohio State.
It is way
University
too cold to do that shit.
and marking my territory.
It'll freeze as it's coming out.
Yeah, well, I'll give the yellow snow to an Ohio State fan at some point.
Well.
They can eat that if they want.
You
Double
know
R, what are you wearing?
Oh, I got my Sabrina shirt on.
Sabrina,
Yeah.
the Sabrina
So-
Carpenter's hoodie.
Yeah.
Of course you do.
So I have to tell you guys, I woke up this morning. I woke up very thankful because, as you know, disappointed as we are about the Texas football season, you know what's tonight, right? The Alamo Bowl, and we're not in it. We're not going to San Antonio, boys.
Remember the
I almost-
Alamo Bowl.
I almost wish we were going to the Alamo Bowl though, because it's not that far of a trip for the boys. You know what I mean? Go in, have your spring game, come back.
Don't say it, Wags. We've done that enough. I can't make another trip to the Alamo Dome in my life.
I
had
guess
to-
follow-up question.
Yeah.
What are bowls now? And I kind of asked this to Double R yesterday. What are bowls now these days outside of the playoffs?
Yeah. I don't know. I think for some teams, for like not Texas and Michigan, I think a G5 school was, it still means a lot, and the players
Sure.
really care. And it's
Yeah,
a cool
I sound like an
opportunity.
asshole, you know, a spoiled
Yeah,
asshole saying that.
it's a fair question. Like, there are plenty of college football
Yep.
fans, even of those smaller teams, that are asking that same thing right now. So, yeah, they don't mean as much as they used to. I don't know how you could argue the opposite. So, yeah, look, I'm sure some fans will be going for Texas, right? It's a nice trip to Orlando. You get to go to Disney on New Year's. You get some warm weather. There's some perks for the players, some perks for the fans, some perks for everybody involved. But it ain't the same. There's no way around it.
Hey, and to answer, I heard you and Tyler talking about the motivation of, I mean, we know the motivation of Texas, at least we think we do. But coming up bottom of the hour, 9:30, we have a Michigan insider that will join us. And we will get the true feel of, the coaching change. I mean, what are they thinking? From what I've gathered from talking to her a little bit offline, I think they're coming in, with a little giddy up in their step as things are going in the right direction, maybe over there.
Okay. Well, I'm excited to listen. I did DM Sharon Moore and have not heard back. We are trying to get him on the show, but so far no response. So
you don't look right.
Yeah, I'm not hot enough. I don't have enough up here and back there to get a response from the Michigan coach.
Yeah, wrong kind of guy.
I'd prefer to talk to y'all for hours so I don't have to go out in this weather, but I've got to go out in this weather. So y'all have a
brave it,
good
buddy.
one.
Brave it.
And I guess I'll talk to y'all. We've got pre and post game tomorrow,
Yep.
but the next crosstalk we'll have will be on Friday. So happy New Year to you guys, and we'll see y'all soon.
Be safe,
dude.
There he goes. Here we are. Welcome to another edition of Chaos Theory on Texas Sports Unfiltered. And it's not 20 degrees, but
it's cooler.
It's about 20 degrees higher, I would think. It's around the 40s, right? Or 50. It feels like it's 30 degrees outside in Texas. So, anyways, bring the warmth back with you, BK, when you come back this way. Welcome to another edition of Chaos Theory on Texas Sports Unfiltered. I'm Wags. That's double R. Make sure you hit us up on our socials. I'm at Not the Fake Wags on Brand X/Twitter, and then on InstaFace at The Wagner Wire. My partner in crime, double R, he is at the Rodney R on Brand X/Twitter, and then on InstaFace at the _ Rodney R. Smash that subscribe button if you hadn't done so already, and get into this conversation. Hit us up on that Coda text line, 512-222-9328. Let's go. What do we got on the slate today? You said, who's our guest?
Her name is Michelle Kirkpatrick, and she's very much a Michigan insider, Michigan fan.
Who she work? I didn't get a chance to look her up. I'm
not sure the
work for.
She's actually a lawyer. She's actually a lawyer that is a Michigan insider. I mean, inside of everything. So great information. We're going to get some good stuff from her. Where you were talking about weather, I saw people yesterday that
What's her name? Let me look her up. What's her name?
Just look up at Michelle K4040. I saw yesterday where people were all excited because you had grapple happening in Georgetown, and it's like, okay, it's like it's not going to stick. It's not going to stick.
Michelle K4040 is who we're having on.
Yeah. Seriously, dude. We will get good information from her. But so it's like it's not going to snow. It's not going to freeze right now. Calm down, y'all. We're not closing the city down quite yet. It's crazy.
Hey, how about Monday night, man?
What'd you think of Bijan? Now
he brought me home a fantasy championship.
You won it, my man.
Only really needed Derrick Henry and Bijan Robinson to bring it home. But I mean, holy shit. Like 45 points between King Henry and then another 39.7, 40 wherever. I guess it's clear or safe to say 40 across the board, right? If you had Bijan Robinson in your fantasy on your fantasy team last night. But damn, dude, just 85 points between the two of them. Fantastic. I had Jacoby Brissett,
the brisket man,
that was in somebody. Was it Bear? Who was the guy that told me to look up Brissett because he's probably available? When Murray said he's not going to play anymore, when little Kyler Murray said he's not going to play anymore, he wants to go play video games, somebody said pivot to Brissett.
Oh, I remember that.
I don't think he's available, but that was the move. And since then, I went on a streak. I think I lost one. I went on like a 6-game tear, and then I lost one game. Lost to the dude that I just beat, right? And then went into the playoffs, and then ended up seeing the guy again. But he had Nakua. Everybody that he had. I was dead in the rights. There's no way I should have won this week. My team had no business being in the damn playoffs, anyways. But anyhow. This guy had Josh Allen. He had A.J. Brown. He had Jalen Hurts. He had Ashton Genty. Who's the other running back that he had? Cook. He had James Cook. I mean, this dude, Puka Nakua. This dude was loaded. Sutton. Just everybody had an off week, a terrible week. And Bowers, he had Brock Bowers. Bowers got hurt. So
there's a guy.
You need luck. It's not sometimes. You need luck. You need luck in fantasy. You just do. Like it is about minimizing rather the errors, right? Like the errors that you can make. Kind of, just putting your best I guess your best options available and seeing how the chips fall out. That and the rest of it is luck. Like there's some skill to it, but you need luck going with it.
And there's one of the leagues that I'm in. There's been a guy that's been dominating all year, dude. I mean, he has just been kicking everybody's ass. And he went against Bijan last night in the championship and lost. He lost to a team I think that had lost 5 or 6 games during the year. It's just one of those amazing performances, and that's. As I'm sitting there watching Bijan last night, Bijan, whatever we want to call him, I'm like, man, it's just being wasted there in Atlanta, right? It's like last night Atlanta looked really good, and now they've kind of messed up the AFC South or the NFC South to where it's really complicated now. The Panthers can get in with a loss in that championship or divisional championship.
I mean, it's all coming down to this week, man. Like we got some high noon drama this week. Panthers and Falcons and Steelers and Ravens, right? So
yeah. How about Kirk Cousins? I mean, that dude. What do you do with the quarterback thing in Atlanta at this point? Are you going to keep that guy? Or are you going to
on Monday Night Football too? Kirk Cousins coming out and performing. So
yeah. It's just really cool to watch Bijan Robinson. I mean, the fact that he was here makes it even cooler. But when you have Troy Aikman, dropping, Barry Sanders, Emmitt Smith, I mean, you watch the tendencies of Bijan Robinson, and it very much like that. I mean, the footwork, the way he makes people miss. It's like, dude, this guy is just beauty in motion. I hate to say that about another man, but beauty in motion when this guy takes off with the football. You're not going to get him down with the first contact.
What about the MVP conversation after last night?
Right? I mean, but that's a whole thing where you keep going to the quarterback. And I'm like, I'm watching that guy last night and I'm like, that's the MVP, because that team can't get their shit in one sock. And that dude is the constant, right? I mean, that is unbelievable watching that guy.
Best running back in the league. Derek. I mean, that's not my burnt orange bias, coming in right here. Like I'm not, sucking down the burnt orange Kool-Aid, just to say Bijan Robinson is the best back. And there's so many good backs. Like Cook's fantastic, Gibbs is fantastic, Saquon Barkley's fantastic. These are all like these handful of backs are the backs that can do the special plays, that can make the special plays, right? That are at the top of the pantheon, right? Outside of those 5, really, you don't have those types of backs that are making those types of special plays. Or maybe they're just not in a position or they don't have that type of opportunity to do it. But you can clearly see the skill set or the bag that Bijan Robinson has, just the balance there, the way that he's able to stay on his feet all the time, the yards that he's able to get after the first hit, and just his ability to prevail in the passing game, and then also to carve you up, run inside the tackles, and then get to the edge. Like, he does have everything. Gibbs has everything too. And maybe it is the burnt orange bias, right?
No,
he's just. I feel like when I watch Bijan Robinson, I feel like Bijan Robinson has everything put together, right? He's got it all going on. He can block, he can pass, he can catch. He's got the speed. Or not pass, but I mean, he can run the rock. He probably pass the ball too. I hadn't seen him throw it. I hadn't seen him throw it. But he reminds me of a young Saquon Barkley before Saquon got hurt, right? Mm-hmm. And, God, let this dude just stay, no injuries to this dude's career, right? To keep this dude upright. And Gibbs too, because you'd like to see competition, right? You want to see, formidable backs and people that are able to take over from leading from time to time, right? And be able to push each other, to the tops of their game, man. You need that. You need competition in the league, man. You don't want just Bijan Robinson running all over everybody or just constantly being the best. I like seeing this group of 5, right? If you want to call it that, this group of 5 hold on. Can we put Derek? No, we can't put Derek. As dominant as Derrick Henry still is at his age, I don't think I can list Derrick Henry in that group of 5.
No,
because, he just doesn't. He doesn't have the passing attack ability too, right? Like, he just doesn't have that in his bag. And also, like, the miles have creeped up on Derrick Henry. But yeah, dude, what a year for Henry. What a year for Bijan Robinson. And when you talk about MVP, I mean, it'll never go to a running back ever. I mean, Saquon Barkley got as close to it, but I mean, damn.
You know what?
You'd like to think that the league, with the disparity of the quarterback play, it's starting to go down and trickle back into a little bit of that running attack or that.
Yeah, and the thing about Robinson is he does have that very much of that Emmitt Smith thing. You remember Emmitt Smith in the heyday? That dude did a really good job of not getting.
Yeah, Emmitt had hands too. Emmitt had great hands.
He did. But Emmitt was really good at not getting hit. And that's what Robinson does, which of course that's going to extend his lifespan in the league. I think where Derrick Henry, that's a big bruising running back to where he relies on that boom, which Bijan can do as well. I mean, he can do that, but it's not his first move. Or sometimes with Derrick Henry, it's get to the line of scrimmage, run the first dude over, and then get into open space.
Yeah,
Bijan is just so.
And I know, we really, I did a disservice to CMC by not listing CMC, but if he was, when he's on the field, when Christian McCaffrey is on the field, he is one of the best backs in the league, right? But that's just it. Like how, and he has he has stayed healthy for the latter portion of the season, right?
Yeah.
Usually he's missing in the latter portion.
He's the only 49.
They got to try and find a way to spell him. Yeah. But yeah, when McCaffrey's on the field, you can list McCaffrey in that group of 5 too. So I guess it's about 6. It's still a solid handful, man. But yeah, that's tremendous play. And that's why I was bringing up CMC. He reminds me of CMC when CMC was coming out of Stanford and shit, when CMC was a rookie, right? Like he's just got that, and maybe it's because the hits aren't on him yet too, right? And it's kind of what you said. He's like the comparison with Emmitt, he's able to slide out of a tackle, or he doesn't take a tackle head on. He's able to slip it somehow. He doesn't really take hard thuds, and also he's not stubborn, right? Like he gets the boundary, he gets to the boundary or whatever, he runs out of bounds. He doesn't take the hit. If he can't get any more yardage, and he doesn't want to cut it up against 3 other people or would be tacklers, get out of bounds and save yourself a little bit of a load.
Yeah, and that's where like with Emmitt Smith, you go back and you look at one of the worst injuries he ever had was that shoulder against the Giants in the game where he played with the bum wing.
I remember it vividly.
Yeah. And you go and you look at that, and that's not where he got hit. That's how he fell. I mean, he avoided a hit, but he was shoved enough to where he fell on that shoulder. And that's the other thing that Aikman was talking about. In the style that Bijan is using right now, the dude doesn't miss any games. He's always there. And this is where I go back to, man, can he get out of Atlanta, or can Atlanta put the pieces together to build around him and take it to the next level? That Atlanta team last night is what we should be seeing every week.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Right.
And the Rams are a pretty decent defense, right? Like their defense is pretty nasty. And Robinson's still able to kind of pull this stuff off. He's getting spared. Like still, Algier is still taking away 10 totes, right? Is the reason he is so able to stay healthy, is it because he's not overloaded with totes? I mean, imagine this dude only got 22 last night. Imagine if he got 30. Imagine if he got fed over 25 times, right? Yeah. Is that the number? Is that the I guess the X factor in terms of breaking down a running back, constantly getting them over 25 carries, 25 reps a game?
I think, and with him, that's a difficult question to answer because, like you mentioned, he's really good at pass blocking.
That's just like it's not just how many totes he gets too. Like how many times is he targeted? How many times does the play actually go to him? Like, and why not make him the X factor with the ability that he has, right? I mean, 200 yards on 22 carries. Like, let him rip. You just feed him the damn rock.
Yeah. And I saw that post. I pulled it up a while ago to where it's like, we talked about how good that Rams defense is. They knew who was going to get the ball. It was pretty damn obvious.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. That's where that Ray Charles, Ronnie Millsap, Stevie Wonder, they all could see who's getting the ball, and still they couldn't stop this dude. And that 93-yard touchdown run, dude, that's the thing of beauty. That's grace. It's beauty in motion.
Yeah, that's what it looked like. It looked like grace. It looked like, and like I can't compare him to Walter Payton. Like, there's just maybe he is just kind of like creating his own little spot. And I have to, like, I know there's so many better running backs out there, or not better running backs. I know that there's so many good running backs out there. I think I am solidifying Robinson as the number one running back in the league. It's not just because we're prisoner of the moment after last night, or I'm, burnt orange bias here. I just think that all the factors we just listed, that is why.
And that's the thing with him. I think even if he had played
Hey,
for,
what's up, man? We see you, buddy.
Hell, even A&M, I would say that this guy is just, I think it, and that's where, to me, it's kind of feeling the Walter Payton and Barry Sanders thing, because both of those guys, Payton and Sanders, they played for an organization that wasn't, they didn't play the 325 game. They weren't in playoff conversations all the time, but they continued to do magnificent things. I just hope that he doesn't end up like Barry Sanders and quitting before, what could be just an unbelievable career, because this guy, and Chan mentions this on the Coda text line. Think about this too. When we talk about Bijan Robinson and the lack of hits, Tom Herman underutilized him here. So I think that's the other part of it, to where the dude is still, dude's young. The guy's in shape. The guy can do so many different things. Hopefully a long career coming up, man. I want to see him win a championship, but I'm not sure Atlanta's where that's going to happen, because they just can't build that around him.
He's going to have to get shipped out. It's probably going to be after his next contract and wherever he goes next, right? Because hot Atlanta doesn't seem to be the spot. They just can't get it done. Back to the MVP conversation real quick. Matt Stafford last night, 269 through the air, 2 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. Did he throw himself out of the MVP race last night? Or rather, did he allow Drake May to kind of come up and take it?
Yeah, especially on Monday Night Football. I think if that had been a Sunday noon game kind of lumped in there with everything else going on, I think that it maybe would have gotten a little lost in the shuffle. And then the fact that the Rams pushed their way back into the ball game but still lost, and all the while the Rams have kind of fallen out of that number one playoff spot in the NFC. I mean, they have fallen out of it. It's going to be Seattle or San Francisco probably, but I think he really has, and there's a lot of push for Drake May, especially now with the Patriots, unseating Buffalo in the AFC East. I think this is Drake May's to lose, brother. I think that that's going to be your MVP. I'd vote for Bijan Robinson, like you said. I mean, that would be my guy, but I guess that's a reason I don't get to vote for that award. Right?
4,203 yards through the air, 30 touchdowns, 8 interceptions.
Yeah, that's
Matt Stafford. Here's the thing. Matt Stafford's got 12 more touchdowns, right? 4,448 yards through the air, 42 touchdowns, 8 interceptions. That is, and Stafford's team is going to the playoffs.
Yeah.
That is a hell of a season. As well as Drake May is playing, I think I still have to give it to Matthew Stafford.
If I'm voting for the two of those, I'm going to vote for Stafford. I vote Robinson, and I think that Stafford will get a lot of the, and I don't know, maybe I'm speaking out of term here, but some of these voters, it's going to be Drake May is going to be in contention for this for the foreseeable future. How many times do you get a season like this from Matt Stafford? And here's the emotional Rodney coming out, to where it's like, if I'm voting between those two, I'm like, okay, this might be the last season like this for Matt Stafford. I'm checking Stafford. But when you put pen to paper and look at it, it should be
I'm
Stafford.
not giving it to him because he's tugging on, my heart with the,
the
Old Man River or whatever. But it's,
MVP, Old Man River.
And Derek, like, I get you, like, stats shouldn't be the deciding factor, but it's hard to pass this up. 42 touchdowns, 8 interceptions. Your team's playing in the playoffs, or you got your team playing at a high level in the playoffs. I'm contending for NFC home field contention here. I would say that you're playing at an MVP level, man. It's very mistake, like less than 10 interceptions too. Hell, and he's not leading the league. Like Dak Prescott's the leading the leading quarterback in terms of pass yardage. But still, like, I think when it comes down to that, Matthew Stafford has to be considered the MVP, right?
Yeah. And how much of that would you factor in, like when we look at Drake May, even with Dak Prescott, to where Stafford has, Nakua and everything.
You guys got a lot of faith in me, man. I don't know if I can Devontae Adams. Hold on. Devontae Adams was out. I mean, got a good point. Devontae Adams and Puka Nacua. I mean, I think most of Devontae Adams' catches this year are touchdowns.
Yeah.
If I'm correct.
And that's where you think about that, those two dudes, and you mentioned Dak, which I think Dak should be in that conversation as well, but his team's not going to the playoffs. But, when it comes to Drake May doesn't have Pickens, doesn't have CeeDee Lamb. So that's where you factor that in as well. Like with the touchdowns for Stafford, it's like he's throwing to fleet-footed, accomplished wide receivers, which Drake May doesn't have yet. So I don't know, but I think I still got to lean Stafford if I'm picking an MVP in that thing. And it's not Bijan Robinson.
Now talking, I'm hearing the counterpoints. Like I see that, Drake May doesn't have the weapons that Matthew Stafford has. 100%. I agree with that wholeheartedly, right? And he's been able to kind of do a lot more with less. And that's no backhanded slap to Hunter Henry and Diggs and Bourne, or not Bourne. Who's the other guy up there? Rob, I can't think of the other wide receiver name up there. But anyway, like, it's no backhanded slap to him. It's just the fact that Matthew Stafford does have those weapons, but still, we're talking about 42 touchdowns to 8 interceptions. I love that ratio. I know it shouldn't be an award based off of stats, but it's kind of hard not to when we're talking about what's driving the league, which is quarterback play, and the fact that there's a disparity in quarterback play, and Dak Prescott is at the top of it, but his team's not there. It's got to be Matthew Stafford for me. And then Drake May probably 2, and I'll give Mono Man Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold 3 is my other vote. So
I tell you one thing we need to tackle after the new year is we need to tackle Coach of the Year. To me is also going to be very interesting, because it's like you've got 5 or 6 guys in there that you can probably think about that could be Coach of the Year, and I think that's pretty interesting conversation as well. Pretty interesting.
All right, man. You want to hit the sponsors before we have our guest on?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's dive in. Looking for that new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV. It is covertbcave.com. Check them out online, and you could be a satisfied customer just like these.
I don't have to worry about shopping for mechanics to make sure it's done and done right. I come up here, I'm in, I'm out. They give me a loaner sometimes, and it's hassle-free.
If you have any questions, they'll go ahead and help you out and educate you. They're not just here just to sell you a vehicle. They're here to build a relationship.
They treat you like family, and then they make the experience what you want it to be, not what they want it to be.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
Absolutely. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. Check them out at covertbcave.com.
Yeah, and there's a new lawyer in town. You guys know the drill. When that storm hits, you got to let Ryan Hurricane Hecht sort you out. Ryan Hurricane Hecht, your personal go-to attorney right here in our Fairburg of Austin, Texas. Proud Texas Longhorn, fighting for fellow Texans. Wears that burnt orange suit into the courtroom with you. He's a Longhorn through and through, and he knows what you're going through. He brings that same pride into that and passion into the courtroom. You're injured in a car accident, or you got any type of personal injury at all, just give our guy Ryan a call. 512-938-8929. That's 512-938-8929. Email Ryan at hechtlawfirm.com. That's Ryan at HECHTlawfirm.com. Supporting local sports, local businesses, local families, and you when you call them today. 512-938-8929. Tell them the crew from TSU sent you.
There you go. All right. Cheez-Its Citrus Bowl happening tomorrow. Oh, by the way, there's a football game tomorrow we got to talk about. The University of Texas in the bowl game taking on Michigan. And maybe some people thought that this was going to be some type of national championship matchup. Who knows? But we're going to our insider when it comes to talk about Michigan. It is Michelle Kirkpatrick joining us here on Chaos Theory at Michelle K4040 on the X. Michelle, how you doing this morning, ma'am?
I am doing wonderful. Thank you guys so much for having me on. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely. So
what is going on up in Michigan? There's been a lot of disarray, a lot of discontent, but it looks like you guys have settled on your head coach. You want to talk a little bit about that?
We have miraculously turned a corner pretty quickly. Things were looking incredible.
Yeah, it looks like you guys are starting to heal.
Incredibly grim as of just a couple weeks ago, and we're back, baby. I mean, this Kyle Whittingham hire has, I think, created more excitement for this Michigan fan base in a shorter amount of time than anything since the national championship. I would say It almost rivals the feeling we felt when we flipped Bryce Underwood. It's up there, I think, for me and for a lot of other Michigan fans in terms of feeling like we've finally got some momentum and hope for this program.
I wanted to lead with the good, Michelle, because like it is brutal to lead with the bad, but I mean we have to talk about it. Just the fallout with Coach Moore there and what the hell was what was the Michigan fan base thinking? I mean, especially now with right during the recruiting era or the hottest part of the recruiting era now too. Any recruits being lost? Like, are you guys able to retain most of your recruits?
I've seen a couple of recruits that I was excited about asked to be released from their NLIs, from their letters of intent, which we thought would happen. From my perspective, I think one of the biggest losses is Ludwig. He was a tight end, 4-star tight end prospect that I was pretty excited about. But for the most part, I think we are going to be able to keep a lot of this roster together. Everything that I'm seeing from some of our top recruits, Carter Meadows just came out right after they announced Whittingham and said he's excited about the hire. This is an upgrade at coach. I think anyone will tell you, Michigan fan or not a Michigan fan, that this is a huge upgrade. Notwithstanding all of the stuff that was going on off the field with Sharon Moore, I think this is universally regarded as putting Michigan in a better spot than we were even just a month ago.
Yeah, Michelle, this really seems like to me the hire right now for Michigan, because you had the Harbaugh era and so forth and everything that's gone on. It seems like when we talk about healing, I mean, we say that kind of joking, but it really is. This is a guy that's going to bring disciplined football. This is a guy that's going to want to run the ball. Talk about that part. I really think this is a full package hire that's going to put Michigan back in the conversation.
And real quick, can I do a piggyback on that one as well? Because I saw a good question in here too. What does this do for Underwood? Is he still locked in with the Michigan program and being under the new, I guess, coaching philosophy?
Yeah, I mean, I want to address the Underwood question first. I think it's a stretch to say that Underwood was at the University of Michigan because of Sharon Moore. Okay. I would say he was almost there in spite of Sharon Moore. We know there are millions, literally, of other reasons why Bryce Underwood committed to the University of Michigan, and those reasons have not changed. But in terms of offensive style and compatibility with Bryce Underwood, I think Whittingham is a great fit. First of all, this is a guy who cares deeply about building strong lines of scrimmage. The O-line is going to be there, and it really hasn't been for Underwood. Right. Past season. I think Michigan's O-line was a real weakness, and somewhat surprisingly so, because I actually viewed Sharon Moore. I mean, two-time Joe Moore award-winning offensive line when he was OC, and that just kind of fell off when he became the head coach. So I think Whittingham will really restore and fortify the O-line, which every quarterback should want. And then what I'm hearing is that he's going to be bringing in Jason Beck as well. And that should really excite Bryce Underwood. Like, Bryce Underwood, dual threat guy, very capable runner, a strong passer. And I think Whittingham and Beck together, assuming we get Beck, are really going to be able to maximize his potential, but also give him the protection he needs in the pocket to be successful, which is great.
Yeah, absolutely. So one of the questions, Michelle, that we've been going back and forth, and it always comes up when you have bowls like this and you have blue blood programs that are playing in these. Is this going to be a little bit of motivation for Michigan tomorrow in this bowl game, to where it's like, well, they didn't want to be there, or they don't want to play this game, and that's where with opt-outs and transfer portals and all of that.
Who else going to be showing up?
What do we see for Michigan tomorrow? Is this that little spark? It's a 7 and a hook right now. I don't know about that line right now.
There's got to be a lot of optimism though too, right? Because new head coach, got to be fresh in the water, new blood in the water if you want. I would think that there's got to be a little bit more of optimism around there instead of negativity like there was a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, no, and it's a real boomerang, I think, for the mindset of this Michigan team. I don't know if you guys heard Biff Poggi's press conference.
Right.
It was doom and gloom. I mean, apparently he told the players, like, just go out there and have fun. Don't worry about winning. What? What?
Everybody gets a trophy type of vibe. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. I mean, I get it. Like the players have been through a lot. They definitely feel betrayed. It has been an emotional roller coaster for Michigan fans. I'm sure it has been incredibly difficult for the players to go through this as well. But I don't know how it helps them mentally to say, just go out and have fun. It doesn't matter if you win. I don't think that's the right mindset to have going into any game. So I was disappointed with those remarks. But I think, like I said, this is a complete 180. I think this really will invigorate the team. I think it will inspire them. And I think when, Biff made those remarks, it wasn't clear who all was going to go because they didn't know who their head coach was going to be next year. So in terms of opt-outs, I've only seen a few notable ones on the Michigan side. I think Jason Barham is going to be opting out. He's going to the NFL draft. I think Derek Moore, also on the defensive side, going to the NFL draft. El Hadi on the O-line, I think, declaring for the draft. But I have not seen big names hit the portal yet. Knock on wood. There's a couple guys.
That's
a little nervous about, but I mean, I don't know that Texas can say the same thing. I've seen a few,
there's lots
players.
Lots of
if I might ask what's going on over there, because you guys still have the same head coach. I don't think anybody in your program is.
And that's a great point. Somebody brought that up yesterday too. Matter of fact, Temple of Brutus, an Ohio State Buckeyes fan, brought that up too. Very observant. Just been with all the, fallout with all the other coaches going around. They've been able to retain their pieces, and yet alone, Texas still feels like they had the continuity at their head coach, but they lost their essentially their entire running back room, right? Or I guess they're, 2 weeks ago, Wisner was having a great time here. Everything was, peaches and cream, but now he's exiting stage right. And we think that's because maybe Ball's probably entering the transfer portal and coming here. We still don't know yet, but there's a lot of hypotheticals going around. But yeah, good, keen observation there. Our running back room is kind of in disarray. So,
yeah.
So Michelle, with the hiring there of Whittingham, because this was the thought, and again, for me, the dominoes were kind of falling in place when I see him. And from what I've gathered, I think it was one of those things where Utah was like, you need to go. And he's like, I need to go. I kind of saw this, especially with the path that Michigan is taking inside of the insiders of Michigan. I know it's a 5-year deal. How long are we thinking that Kyle Whittingham, is he just going to straighten this thing out, get some of the shady stuff fixed and dance off? Or is this something where he's going to run this 5-year tenure there at Michigan?
It's hard to say. I mean,
I feel like this is where he's going to end his career at. Honestly.
Oh yeah. I don't think he's going anywhere. This is his last stop. I am confident of that. I think the question is how long we get him.
How long do you keep him? Yeah.
But I don't know that it's going to be like a matter of his health, right? Obviously, the guy is in great shape. I think he seems to have a ton of energy. He seems to also be sort of reinvigorated by this new opportunity at Michigan. I mean, this is certainly, I think he said it himself, like there were very few places that if they called, he would have answered, but Michigan was one of them. So It's a huge job. It's a huge opportunity. He's got all the resources he needs. He could win a national title. And I think it might be a matter of how long it takes him to do that is how long we get to keep him in Michigan.
Yeah.
Because that seems to be how these things go, right? You look at Jim Harbaugh. I think we would have had Harbaugh as long as it took him to win a natty. But once he won it, then he was off to the next thing.
And we talked about the turmoil, that went down with Coach Moore, but I mean, guys, it's still Michigan. Like it's still one of the top marquee programs in college football. So I think for anybody to turn it down, you kind of got to be off your rocker a little bit. In spite of what was going down with all the crazy negative stuff that was in the fallout with the program, it's still like it's Michigan football. You have to take the job, or at least you have to have a conversation and you have to have an interview with them.
And the one, I think, I don't want to call it a blessing with regard to what happened to Sharon Moore. But unlike the NCAA stuff that had been hanging over Michigan before and probably impacted the quality of the Michigan job because you didn't know whether you're going to be dealing with a postseason ban. You didn't know whether we were going to have scholarship limitations. You didn't know what the NCAA was going to do that could impact the program, this is kind of a cancer that you can cut out and remove, and it's done, right? And especially when you get a very high character guy like Kyle Whittingham in there, and you replace a lot of the staff who maybe witnessed it or maybe knew what was going on or maybe didn't
didn't report it, which is
you
just
really
bad.
are able to kind of create an immediate turnover and kind of purge a lot of the problems related to that issue more quickly than if it was something like an NCAA issue, right? Which I could see when we were trying to hire, when Harbaugh left in 2023, the Michigan job being less attractive at that time because there was just so much uncertainty as to what could happen to the program. That doesn't exist here. The program's going to be fine. We've got resources. We've got a really young, talented team. We've got players. Really, I think the Michigan job in 2025 is better than it was in 2023.
Yeah. And I have to ask you this because especially as we're watching, like I said, two blue bloods about to go at it with 3 losses apiece in the Citrus Bowl.
I think seven's the number right now for the Texas.
I thought 7.5. Yeah.
7.5 I saw. But I do want to ask you, so your thoughts, as much as you're are dug in over there and just with the landscape of college football, transfer portal, all of that. At some point, are we going to try to get this thing tied down to where we're not talking about these guys moving around and you got to pay them this kind of money and that kind of money? This has vastly changed our little sport right here that we love so much.
I know it really has. It's been an exciting few years since the Alston decision that legalized NIL. But I think we're actually headed that way because I think with the House settlement and, not to get too legal on you guys.
Because you are a lawyer, by the way.
I am a lawyer. Yeah. I'll save that for my day job. But I do mergers and acquisitions.
Okay.
Not important.
My wife's in law. That's why.
Okay. Yeah. But I do think that with the House settlement and with the NCAA finally acknowledging not just NIL, which was sort of pay for play in disguise. It was pay for play adjacent, but not quite there. If we can actually get the players locked into contracts, if we can get some sort of maybe antitrust exemption from Congress, where the players have to commit in a contract to staying with the program, I think that could really restore college football in a lot of ways. And it seems counterintuitive, right? Because pay for play is what the NFL does. Is this going to make it more like the NFL? What I think it will do is allow programs to return to really building over time rather than having to re-recruit constantly, rather than having guys, be at 3 or 4 or 5 different programs over the course of their career, chasing bags all over the place. I mean, there have been a lot of casualties that we've seen in this era, right? Like you look at someone like Miko, who I think threw a really good thing away, the way that he left Tennessee. If you have an enforceable contract there, that doesn't happen to the same degree. So I think formalized pay for play, player contracts, maybe some congressional intervention really could help. I'm not shy about how I feel about the NCAA. I think they've done a really horrendous job of managing something that they should have been responsible for. They've been focused on the wrong things, namely investigating my program. And they have not actually managed the transfer portal situation or the NIL situation well. Instead, they just keep getting sued, and judges don't make laws. That's not what they're there for. They're reactive. They're not proactive. The NCAA was supposed to be proactive. They weren't. And I think that's part of the reason why we found ourselves in this mess. I'll get off my soapbox now, but I could honestly talk
I love that.
No, for sure. I love the ideas. I just think Pandora's box has been ripped off and thrown into the damn ocean. It's just never coming back on. You're never going to be able to put a lid back on this thing, right? It's hard to control. So, what about the match tomorrow, though? 2 p.m.
Yeah, score prediction. Score prediction to get us out of here. Yeah. Your thoughts.
Score prediction, and then we got to get ready to put a bow on this bad boy, Michelle.
All right, score prediction. Michigan 21, Texas 17.
Okay, that is pretty viable, man. I can get behind that. I don't know if Texas is going to win either. Like I said, before you guys beat me to it, I think they are missing 7 players on defense. So we will see how that pulls out, man. It's a spring game, Michelle. That's what we're going to be playing. We'll have a spring game tomorrow. So Coach Sarkisian talked about looking, into some of the underclassmen and, just getting them reps and seeing how they can play out in the 26. I'm sure that Michigan's kind of looking the same way.
It's going to be kids out of the stands running the ball, Michelle, tomorrow for Texas is kind of what's going to be happening at this
Basically,
point.
We're still trying to find a running back, Michelle.
Yeah.
That's fine. Put me out there. No, actually, I don't think I can survive a single football snap. I would be broken.
Before we let you go, what else you got going on? Anything you want to promote?
No, not really. I mean, you can find me on Twitter, Michelle K4040. I make videos talking about college football games. It's really my passion. Love talking about college football. Love Michigan, but I really enjoyed Texas, honestly, this year too.
You do give some Texas love. I will say that you.
Yeah. No, I am not a hater of your program. I very much have been a supporter of Texas. I thought you guys were going to be in the hunt for the national title this year. I thought it was going to be you or Penn State. Maybe with Clemson right there behind you. And wow, what a year 2025 has been.
Yeah, and all Michigan almost being able to kind of get into the playoff too, if they would have been able to take care of Ohio State at the last bag of it or the last week of it, and have Texas be able to handle business and kind of get in. Looking at three losses, it would have been nice to have both of these teams playing for something, but yeah. At least you're still going to get 2 blue bloods playing tomorrow, and
that's right.
I guess to go with Coach Poggi, we just want everybody to have fun. So
that's a goal. Michelle, thanks for jumping on. Love to have you again. Talk some college football. You bet. Take care.
Have a good one, guys.
Enjoy the game. Take care. Yep. You bet. There she goes, Michelle.
7, right now the line's 7, and again, like she kind of hit the nail on the head. Really, and I'm not mocking Coach Poggi here. Like, is anyone really going to be that bent out of shape if you lose the ball game?
Here's the thing, Wags. I think that Texas is energized going into the game, but I think the hiring there of Kyle Whittingham, I think that drastically changes things on the Michigan side to where that's going to be like that breath of fresh air where you're seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. And I think you see a real inspired effort tomorrow from Michigan. I really do. And that's where, with the gaps like we talked about
that's why I'm not shocked with the score prediction. 21-17 sounds like a legit prediction, right? And I can honestly see Texas. I mean, I know we've been sitting here talking about, Texas should be able to prevail with all the mishaps and unfortunate stuff that's been going down with Michigan, but turning the corner with that breath of fresh air and getting, new life into the program here, you'd like to think that the optimism is something to play off of.
Yeah. That's really the thing. I think when you look at that part to where it's like Michigan, they have that sigh of relief right now coming in to where Texas is coming into this game. And it's like, man, we have all these holes that we have to fill, and we're losing running backs, and we need 2 offensive linemen, and our tight end might leave, and, changes in the staff and all that. That's where I think it's kind of different. Do you turn Arch Manning loose tomorrow? I mean, what are we going to see? And I think
I would like to think that
this game's so intriguing to me.
I think both programs know it's all about the future, right? You don't want to have any type of injuries that can roll over in the next year, and then you lose a key player or someone that is supposed to be a cog, a decent cog next year, and now he can't even go, right? Because you played in a bowl game that was irrelevant. And I'm sorry to say that it's irrelevant, but anything outside of college football playoff, that is what it is. And we are very grateful to be playing in the cheesy. I woke up feeling cheesy today. I don't know if I'm the cheesiest, but I woke up feeling cheesy today. So.
And isn't that the thing, like I was mentioning there, to where you have a matchup with 3-loss Michigan, 3-loss Texas. These guys are playing each other, and it's kind of irrelevant, right? I mean, this should mean something more than, getting Cheez-Its poured over your head or whatever the hell's going to happen tomorrow for the winner. But it's like, I think this is really going to be a good football game, because the programs are at crossroads to me. And I think that both of them are in positions to where they can be national title contenders next year, but does it really matter? And that's what we find out tomorrow at 2:30 p.m.
All right, amigo, we still got a few more sponsors to get out, don't we?
Absolutely. How about our man Tom McKay, AV Consultations, looking to watch that Texas game tomorrow? Well, I don't know if you can get an install set up for today, but you can definitely get that for 2026. Is that on your agenda? Well, talk to our man Tom.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and all of us at Audiovisual would like to wish you and your family a happy holiday season. This time of year can get a little hectic, so we want to remind you to relax, enjoy the season with your family and friends, and give us a call at 512-255-8678 for all of your home entertainment needs. This is my favorite time of the year. I love the holidays, the music, the decorations, the presents, the whole darn thing. So this year I'm asking all you listeners to help make this a special holiday for everyone. Smiles are contagious and free, so let's give them away like the government gives away your money. Let's high-five strangers on the street, hold the door for people behind us, tip your servers more than they've ever been tipped before. Give to a charity, or hell, give to a bunch of charities. If someone does a good job, tell them they did a good job. Pat someone on the butt. Sing in public places just because it feels good. And as always, hug your kids until they beg you to stop. Watch some games with your friends and make love to your wife or your husband. I know there's some women listening too. You can still give us a call at 512-255-8678 if you'd like to get some cool electronics. But more importantly, have a great holiday season and a fucking awesome next year.
Absolutely right there. Oh, I don't have my mic drop thing here. Yeah, for Tom McKay. Here we go. Okay, it didn't do it. Let me tell you about my man, Mike McCall and McCall Custom Homes, McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. If you're looking for that home renovation project, you've got an area of the house, a kitchen, a bathroom, whatever it may be. There's one phone call to make. There's one text to make. 512-633-9580. Check these dudes out. It's a father-son team. They've been doing it for 40 years. That's over, that's a lot of decades right there. That is 4 decades that these folks have been doing it for Central Texans, and they want to make you a proud customer next. Check out the gallery of projects at McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Get that free estimate at 512-633-9580. Be sure and mention Texas Sports Unfiltered, and make that dream a reality. Put your ideas together with theirs. You come up with something like me, where I walk into my primary bathroom, and man, it is brilliant. Tile floors, brand new cabinets, glass enclosures. I've got wainscot on the wall. They did all of that, and they can do that for you. You pick the room. 512-633-9580. Check out the A+ ratings from the Better Business Bureau. Check out the 5-star Google ratings. That's what you're going to find there. Serving Central Texans for over 40 years, we build value into your home. It is McCall Custom Homes. Check them out today.
You still doing the Humbug thing?
2025, man. But here we go. This is our last 2025.
You still doing the Humbug?
No,
you got your lights up, or did they take
my lights are still up? Here's the other part about Humbug. Humbug, they have been so great, and we value that partnership that we had with them during the holiday season. I got an email from them, Wags, right before Christmas. They said January 5th, we're coming to take those down. We're going to take them down, and we're going to store them for you. So
you guys you're staying on contract with them?
That's part of the deal. So when you do something with them, they're going to take those down and go put them up. And then they said, we'll reach out in November of 2026. If I'm still alive, they'll reach out then and figure out when I want them reinstalled.
I just turned the comments back on because I
was not looking at the comments. Yeah, you guys calm down. That I really like the lawyer talk in there. That's kind of what we're all thinking, but that's in very lawyer terms right there of what needs to happen. I kind of like that. Imagine that, a contract that actually binds you to keeping to your contract.
Great idea. It's a great. I don't think they'll ever sign off on it.
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
then the power's back in the NCAA's hand, which it's crazy because there has to be power in their hands. Like I know that we want to give the students and the players, their bag and their money, but without the loyalty, without the ability to keep the players at the institutions, maybe say they don't get the bag unless they stay there for 2 years, right? It doesn't have to be 3 years or however long, but maybe they have to have they fulfill an obligation the next year forward of at least playing in 5 games, right?
Yep.
Moving forward, some type of clause that makes them hit their requirements.
Yeah. And this is
tough.
where
it's tough. Like I said, Pandora's box was ripped wide open. It's hard to put the lid back on it. So,
and like she was talking about, she mentioned antitrust and all these different things. And I've just covered an antitrust trial with the NASCAR thing and all that's going on. By the way, my heart is hurting today for Denny Hamlin. Denny Hamlin's dad passed away in a house fire a couple nights ago. And that gentleman was not doing well in the first place. He had some health issues, so Denny Hamlin lost his dad and might well lose his mom as well. So hearts and prayers to Denny Hamlin. But when you start talking about antitrust and like the NCAA, when people say the NCAA needs to do something, like she mentioned, the NCAA is doing really good at getting sued. But I think the NCAA put their hands up, Wags. They're like, y'all want all this shit? Have at it. Have at it. You said it. Pandora's box, Wild West. That's what's going on right now.
hard to come back from it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think I'm gonna stay on with Jordan when he comes on. Can you do me a little bit of a favor and stay on with him for the first couple of minutes, just so I can let the dog out real quick?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Certainly can.
Anything else we got to get to, man?
So what are your thoughts here as we round out 2025? We had just kind of in the sports landscape.
Just thoughts on 2025 in general, or thoughts on the year? Like what?
Just sports. I mean, the biggest highlight for you in 2025.
You give me that question, I could go all over the place.
I do.
We ain't getting out of here for a couple hours.
I'm talking about, was it something in hockey? I mean, the disappointment of 2025 of Texas football, especially after the way 2025 started. I'm assuming it's not the Giants. For me, it's not the Cowboys. I will say in 2026, I'm looking forward to the Spurs because they finally lost last night, but Spurs are scary. Welcome.
I don't know.
MBA.
That's a tough question because of the stuff that we do have information on. I think there's a darkness in sports right now. And I'm not trying to make this a negative conversation.
Yep.
But I think I think sports are missing true leaders. I think it's all about the bag. I think it's, we're students, athletes, coaches, we're all chasing around that bag of money where, we're not really creating that program, that camaraderie anymore, right? That good culture. Like, we want to say that there's good culture out there that's being created, but are there programs that have legitimate good cultures? I love what Indiana is building. I am rapidly becoming a fan of Signetti. It just seems like wherever he goes, he creates a family type of vibe, of a good environment for his players, for his students, and he wins. They buy into it. He's a little bit nutty, but they buy into the damn thing, and he wins. It pays off for him. I would like to see more programs like that, right? And of course, you're getting transfer students in. You're utilizing the transfer portal, but until we start to see, again, Pandora's box kind of controlled or maintained a little bit, I don't think we'll find the continuity. We'll see continuity ever again. I think we're going to see a lot of athletes chasing these bags of money, and I think that just leads to dark times in sports.
I think
please don't misconstrue what I'm saying.
No,
it is not it's not bad to pay the athletes at all. I just think you have to have some type of system in place,
like she was talking about, something that binds these people. And that's where I think we all have agreed for years that these athletes with NIL, that they need to be paid for name, image, and likeness, because teams or schools are making a lot of money off of caps, shirts, whatever it is. But there was no gradual, like we were talking about the weather, Wags, here in Texas. There's no gradual thing to where we go from 80 to 60 to 40 to 20. We go from 80 to 10 degrees, it seems like sometimes. And that's what's happened with this. And it was such a radical change. And you see that. And I saw this mentioned here too. And not that I'm frowning on this. One of the things in 2025, like gambling on sports, I know that's always been a big thing, but now that is anything.
And that'll always be there too. Right?
It is.
I mean,
But now it's like when we sit here and we talk about games, it's like we're dropping lines, and that's boom immediately what we go to. And I think in 2025 that intensified now with more gambling. And I'm not condoning it. I do it, for crying out loud. It's just that's where we see how the sports business has changed so much now, and the entertainment part of this has changed to where people
it's a really good question, man. It's just like, again, like I'm a fan of everybody getting paid and everybody getting, their value. It's ultimately at the end of it, I think it's just short-sighted, right? Yep. Like you have to have education. You have to know how to invest your money. You have to know how to spend your money. And if you just throw people bags of money and they don't know how to invest it and spend it wisely, they're going to be without, in 5 years once the game's past them. So it sucks, or it doesn't suck. I think it's in a very vulnerable state right now. So
yeah, I mean, it really is. And right here, like Derek's talking about, I mean, it really is to where the athlete and right here, it was the first one about the education part, to where when you come down to it, this is college football. These are kids that are going to get an education, but it has become a business. And I think 2025 is really when
I think it's always been a business, right? It's always been a business. So
it always has. That's one of the things that I have written down when I look at 2025. I'm going to go back to where college sports, and I'm not just talking about football. I mean, that's where it has truly taken itself to the level of where it is a business. And we've all known this, but now it's all so much more evident. And I don't see anything changing. And when you start talking about involving Congress and you start all these different things, I mean, shit, that's drastic measures, man. Right?
Yeah, you start adding Congress, it gets darker.
Yeah. You involve Congress.
I don't know if you've been paying attention to all the fraud and corruption that's going around, but I mean,
is that going on? Yeah.
That's NPR radio. So.
That's a whole, and that's going to fix this for the people. Sure. It needs to be fixed. Let's get Congress involved.
Your thoughts on the game tomorrow? I mean, I know we got pre and post, but your thoughts on the game tomorrow?
It really comes down to what we've been talking about. The balance of this hour is the motive. I think both teams are going to be extremely motivated, and I'm excited to see Christian Clark. I'm excited to see James Simon. I'm excited to see these guys kind of put in a position to where can you go in there and make yourself, I guess, what are we looking to solidify tomorrow, Wags, with this running back thing? Running back 2? Is that what we're looking to find?
No, I think we know that. I think we know that Simon and Clark, it sounds like a law firm.
It does. Not to be confused with Ryan Hecht.
Right. I think we know, I have faith in them. They don't put the ball on the ground. They don't give opportunities to the opposition. I'm okay with having them tote the rock. I would like to see no injuries, right? Again, go into it with spring game expectations, get your players some reps. And if you get the win, obviously, the win is what you want to bring home, but it's house money if you bring home a win. The number one goal for me is to come out unscathed and no injuries going into next season, right?
Yeah.
And it sucks to say that, but anything outside of, and I stand on this, man, anything outside of the college football playoff, it just seems irrelevant these days. So
isn't it weird to say that we're going into this bowl game tomorrow and the one position group that you have fully intact is the offensive line, the much maligned offensive line. It's like you've got to look. I'm curious to see, with Ryan Wingo.
No, you got your quarterback. Arch is going to play.
Yeah. I expect that you see. I want to see Day-Day McCutcheon tomorrow. I want to see a big dose of Day-Day McCutcheon. I mean, let that dude get involved. Emmett Mosley. Let's get these guys really involved and expand Arch's. Let's get that Heisman hype ready again for Arch, but let's do it on the field this time with some guys that he's going to be dealing with, next year.
Yeah, DeAndre Moore is not going to be in there.
Yeah.
Let's find some new toys, huh? Let's find some new toys. That's kind of what I want to see. Some new toys.
I want to see some Brad Spence. I want to see these guys. I want to see Ty Anthony Smith show out on the defense. Both of those guys have showed out on defense at times, But I want they're going to be the showcase, I think, tomorrow, because they have to be the showcase. Ain't nobody left, for crying out loud. So let these guys get out there. Let's make some household names tomorrow, even though that it's only the Cheez-Its Bowl. I'm feeling cheesy. I am curious to see the motivation of both teams, Wags. I really am. I think Texas is motivated, and like we talked about with Michelle, I think with the change there in coach and maybe the positive vibes over there, I think they're going to come out pretty fired up as well.
Yeah, what is she an insider of again?
College football.
Gotcha. How'd you find her?
We converse about college football.
Okay.
Yeah. Seriously, that all started. This all started in the Texas-Michigan game a couple of years back. That's kind of when all of that started back and forth.
Okay.
But good takes and good insight from there. That is insight from Michigan that I would have never known. I would have never known any of that stuff, my brother.
Gotcha. How about Iowa and Vanderbilt tomorrow? How you feel about that?
Iowa and Vanderbilt. If I'm Vanderbilt, and again, this goes back to Vanderbilt with motivation and so forth. Is Diego Pavia playing in this game?
I think Diego Pavia is playing in this game.
Okay,
I'm pretty sure. I did not see if he is opting out of it or not, but I'm pretty sure the mindset of Diego Pavia, get me the line, give me the spotlight, give me the attention. Yes, all eyes on me. Diego Pavia is playing. That's what I would think.
That's.
I don't know. I don't know officially if he is or not. I'm just saying. I would imagine he is.
If this dude's going to come out, he's going to be puro raza on them. This dude's going to try to improve his draft stock. Remember, I love how they asked this guy when they ask him about NFL quarterbacks. He says, "Me." And I think that's the attitude that you're going to have from him tomorrow, where you come out and if you're Vanderbilt, I mean, plead your case why you should have been in the college football playoff and take it out on Iowa. I would think is what happens there, right?
No, I got you. Any more sponsors we got to get?
Man, we got everybody covered.
Got everybody done? Boom.
Everybody is covered. Let's dive in here and bring in our man.
Jay Guns. What's up, brother? Jay Guns. How are you?
Good. How are y'all doing?
Jay Guns.
Doing great, my man. Pre-bowl game. How you feeling?
Hey, I'm gonna go let the dog out real quick. Roof. I'll be right back.
I'm doing great on this Tuesday morning. Doesn't feel like a Tuesday, but we're here.
Tuesday, right? Yeah.
Longhorns play tomorrow. My whole sense of days gets messed up around Christmas time, and also my girlfriend teaches at a middle school over here in Crowley. And so she's been off for 2 weeks, and that also throws everything off.
Yeah,
because she thinks we're both off for work, and that's just not the case.
That's what my wife is always telling me. I'm like this morning, for example. I'm like, hey, after I get done with the show, why don't we go to brunch? And she's like, somebody has to work. I'm like, who? Oh, you? Oh, that's right. Yeah, it's not Saturday, so I don't know, man. Yeah. So Jordan, I don't know what you guys have, you and Wags have planned, but I do want to ask you, because I think with this Michigan Texas matchup, again, when you look at this on paper, you just see the two programs, and that's like, okay, these are two, of the best that have ever played college, two of the winningest programs in college football ever. This motivation tomorrow, do you think motivation's a factor in this game, or do you think that Michigan with the hiring there, do you think that? I think this is going to be pretty jazzy little football game I think we see tomorrow.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I do think Texas will be motivated, especially on defense. They have a lot of guys playing that, have been behind a starter or have been competing with someone else for snaps, sharing those snaps. That's done. Anthony Smith, he doesn't have to share any snaps with the Uncle Foul. Bo Barnes finally gets to play. Brad Spence finally gets to play off-ball linebacker. At corner, Kobe Black looks like he's going to end up starting. I think that'll be his first start of the year. I know he played a lot versus A&M, but I don't think he started that game. I might be remembering that wrong. And then, of course, I mean, Jelani's already had some of this season when Michael Taft has gotten hurt, but now he's the man. He's the one, kind of in charge of this secondary. Old Xavier Filsaime making another start. Jonah Williams will probably have his highest snap count of the season. A lot to be excited about from those guys. And then, on offense.
Yeah.
Texas has lost, over half the running backs. You get to see Michael Terry tote the pill, Christian Clark, James Simon. Colin Page, maybe. I think he's still on the roster. I don't know. I need to double check that. I will double check that right now. And then, of course, the guy I'm excited to see, Dalen McCutcheon.
That's the one I pointed out a while ago. I told Wags, I said, Day's it's a day tomorrow, my brother. It is a day. Looking forward to that.
He, the DeAndre Moore stuff is pretty weird because, people have compared him to Jordan Whittington. He ain't Jordan Whittington between the ears or as a player. Those are two different dudes. But there are some similarities there, and him not being on the team, it opens it up for McCutcheon to play this game. So, by the way, Colin Page is on the roster. I would assume he's RB4. And I doubt he's going to get to play. But Jordan Johnson-Rubell, who is a safety, is playing with the linebackers this week or has been in practice. And this is like a 5'11", 195, 200-pound kid. I don't know what he's listed at, but it's somewhere around there. And again, I don't think he's going to play, but it'll be pretty cool if he does. I don't know, a 5'10" kid at linebacker. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
And, I mean, it's also worth bringing up. I doubt he's going to play at this position either. But Nick Townsend never came off the field at Decaney. He played special teams. He punted. He returned punts, kicks, was on kickoff. He also was a full-time Mike linebacker and called their defense. In addition to playing tight end, wildcat quarterback, even quarterback at times for them as a senior. So he can play it if, some freak injuries happen and the Jordan Johnson has to play linebacker and it's not looking pretty well. Nick Townsend might be able to flip to that side of the ball and just do it. It's an instinctual position. Obviously have to know, the frame of the defense you're playing in and, what's good and what's not. But yeah, so hey, man, I've been seeing these comments from y'all's guests.
It's like, calm down, guys. It's hey, great conversation. I mean, anyway, previewing this game, by the way. So, how does a game like this? Let's say you're a Texas commit. I mean, is a bowl game like this to where we're having this conversation all morning about the motivation of this team, of this program with the deficiencies and so forth and people that are missing? How does this weigh into somebody that's committed to the program? Let's say Texas comes out tomorrow and they lose 20-6 and there's no inspiration. There's no whatever. Is this something that could flip somebody to go somewhere else if Texas comes out and lays, a boiled egg tomorrow?
I think the way to look at it is Texas spending money. It might be best if they get smoked tomorrow. Because then you go into the offseason with a red ass and you're like, hey, we got to spend money. Maybe instead of donating $2 million, I'll give $3 million or something like that. But no, I mean, it's obviously going to influence some things. Like if Bo Barnes and Ty Anthony Smith look like they've been playing for 4 years, they're going to be great. And it might go from, okay, instead of getting 2 linebackers, one that has to start, one that can provide depth, we'll just get 2 that can provide depth. These guys should be able to start. Tyler Atkinson's coming in. And on the flip side, I don't think it'll be just based off one game because there's so much more to one game. You have to project it to next year and the different things that happens in each game. But like if Dalen McCutcheon goes out there, and I don't think this is going to happen, but let's say he looks like hot ass. Then Texas is probably going to think like, okay, let's look at Dana Scudero more. We need a slot receiver to start. Or Jermaine Bishop. He might get some more freshman opportunities than you originally expecting. Now, you don't take, all that and make a decision for the upcoming season based off one bowl game when it's the kid's first time ever starting and getting real playing time. But it will be in the back of your mind and you will think about it. And, depending on how it goes, like there will be a domino effect and ramifications in the portal one way or another. So that's how I'd sum it up.
Yeah, I like it. All right, Wags, welcome back, my man. I'm going to jump out. I got to go pick up my work truck and be done for the year.
Hey, there you go.
Yeah, see you guys on postgame tomorrow.
See you next year.
What's up, dude?
Yeah, how many of those jokes you've been using all week? I'll see you next year.
I haven't used any yet, man. That's the first one I've actually heard.
You sit on a throne of lies.
I'm not. I swear. I mean, I got old man cheesy jokes, but you woke up feeling the cheesiest today for sure.
Yeah. No, I know Wags is all the dad jokes. All the
good,
dad
I
jokes.
got the good dad jokes, man.
Yeah. No, you're
What's up?
I hope things with you and your wife and family stay good forever, because you would be a weird stepdad.
Yeah, I would, wouldn't I? That'd be a little.
All stepdads are weird in some form, though, because it's like, you ain't. But anyways, welcome in to the Lone Star Playbook. I'm Jordan.
I tell you what, if I ever got divorced, I'm never going down that road again. Like if I get divorced, I'm done.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
I'm
not getting trained again. No.
Yeah. Well, hey, hopefully we never have to talk about that.
Yeah. Hopefully, I mean, we have a great relationship, so.
Mm.
I don't know. After the conversation we had this morning, though, maybe not. I'm kidding.
Yeah, but hey,
what's up, man?
I'm good. I mean, it's kind of crazy to think that the year's about to end. Like, it's really December 30th. You know what else is today? I can't believe people are going to make fun of me for knowing this. You know whose birthday it is today?
I don't.
LeBron James.
You are LeBron James's biggest fan, aren't you?
Yeah. I might throw some on the grill later, might hit a cigar later, No, I'm playing.
Get the hell out of here, man.
Those memes are always funny to me. But all right, so gonna hit on some comments first. Antoine says Khalid Lockett wearing number 5 next year. Jermaine Bishop in 7. Yeah, so Jermaine Bishop has worn actually he wore 7 as a junior and senior, and as a sophomore, I think was wearing 13. And then as a freshman, he had to wear like 19 or something at Willis. But I know he wants to wear number 7. Khalid Lockett in high school always wore number 5. Number 5 was taken when he showed up on campus because Wingo went to 1 and Wisner went to 5. So maybe Lockett's in 5 next year, gets what he wants, and that opens it up for Jermaine Bishop. But yeah, so some other comments. Jamie French is from Jacksonville. Give him some time. Yeah, I bet he probably sees the highest snap count he's seen. And I do think, too, that we'll get into this later in the show, but I do think there's an opportunity for Texas to get a multiple scores somewhat early, and then that'll get the 2s and the younger guys in the game quicker. Because the way Michigan is built, they can't consistently pass the football, and it's still run first team. Now, we'll see if Biff Poggi just starts calling shit like it's Madden. But I do think they're going to try to run the ball. But, I mean, if you get down 2 scores and it's the third quarter, you're not going to be running the ball. So, Bryce Underwood, he's immensely talented. He's the number 1 prospect for a reason. I do fully believe he'll be a first-round pick and will be a entirely different player whenever Michigan comes to Austin and what will be the 2027 season. But he's still a true freshman.
Right.
And as good as he is, he still does some dumb true freshman shit. All of them do. First-year starters make mistakes. Shit, look at Arch Manning this year.
Right, I was just going to say
even he hasn't been perfect. So them having a consistent passing offense is something I don't think will happen. Their left tackle was in Orlando but did not practice. He was just in street clothes the first practice, and he might not be playing. He's a first-year starter at left tackle for them, but has either 2 or 3 years of eligibility left. And a lot of Michigan folks tend to think he's going to enter the portal. So we will see about that. But they're also missing either their left or right guard, who's been a 2 or 3 year starter, team captain. He's sitting out for the draft. So they could be down 2 starting linemen. You look at their receiver core. Their best receiver is Andrew March. He's a true freshman. He wasn't even the best receiver in in Houston last year as a high schooler. And that's Michigan's best player. Like, I thought March was going to be good, but I'm genuinely dumbfounded. He led the Big Ten in freshman receiving yards and was as successful as he was.
I mean, maybe that's where some people don't, hit their stride or hit their spurt or rather until they're out at school. Maybe he's a late bloomer, I guess, Jordan. I don't know what to tell you, man. Or maybe he's got the right coaches coaching him up.
No, no. Michigan's receivers coach.
That ain't it. That is not
I do think part of it is the fact that Michigan has no one else at receiver, and he's the only one that can get open. He's also a freshman with.
He's just a de facto
with Underwood. They're probably close, and also, I mean, The Big Ten. Like, I'm not trying to be SEC homer here, but there's a difference in the level of receiver play and defensive back play in the two conferences.
You're right.
And, like, I looked at Texas' schedule this year, the 12 opponents they play. And I'm like, how many of these teams would I say have a better receiver room than Michigan? Florida, A&M. Who else? I got the rest of it here. Florida, A&M, Ohio State.
Or, you're talking about this past year, not next year. Gotcha.
Yeah. Georgia. Mississippi State. Anthony Evans.
I don't know. Mississippi State.
Can you name any Michigan receivers besides Andrew Marsh?
No, you're right. I mean, you're right.
That's 5. And then like Vandy, even. And that's kind of it. Like, so.
That's a good point. Like, I didn't.
So I do think that Texas will be all right because they have most of the offense. Yes, they're missing a bunch of running backs. They're going to throw the ball a lot. They'll be all right. DeAndre Moore not having him
on defense. Aren't we missing like 7 guys on defense too?
Yeah. Ethan Burke. Here, I'll just pull up this list so I don't mess it up.
I think it is like a 17-13 type of game in favor of Texas.
All right, so on defense, Melvin Hills, who never plays, he's in the portal. He's missing the game. At edge, Ethan Burke, who's been a 3-year starter, sitting out for the NFL draft. At linebacker, we're missing 3 big names. Trey Moore, who's sitting out for the draft. Anthony Hill sitting out for the draft. And Leon Galafau, who entered the portal. And then at cornerback, Jalen Gilbo is sitting out for the draft.
Sure.
Malik Muhammad is sitting out for the draft. And then Santana Wilson, who pretty much never played, is going in the portal. And then at safety, you're missing Michael Taft.
Best of luck, Gilbo. Seriously, best of luck.
Yeah, you're missing Michael Taft, who's out for the draft. Derek Williams Jr., who's in the portal. And that is it. So you are down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You're down 8 starters / like consistent 2-deep contributors on defense. Most of them in the back 7 outside of Ethan Burke.
Yeah.
So, but I mean, hey, the offense is there. Arch Manning's there. The whole line is there. I think they can put up points.
We're going to see how deep we are, right? We're going to see, if we actually have arrived as a program or not. Because a lot of these programs, they can supplement like this and have 2s become 1s very easily and not miss a beat or not miss too much of a beat, right? Maybe a skip, maybe a little quirk in the step, but they're right back on pace. Like we'll see if we have that in our ability. So.
Yeah, Antoine with the quote from Steve Sarkisian on the new 105-man scholarship roster cap. You go to 105 now, I don't get more money. I just get a more watered-down version. I don't know if we'll ever get to 105. Interesting. I do think they will get to 105 eventually. I definitely do think that. But, yeah, I mean, what he's saying is what the entire rest of the Power Four dealt with last year. Every single FBS conference went up to 105 ahead of last season. The SEC is the only one that didn't. Everyone else dealt with it. Look at those schools that had success with it. Copy it. Copy their homework. That's what everyone else does in college football anyways. Antoine talking about some basketball. I had no idea these guys are playing down in Allen. You need a Antoine, if you can, shoot me a DM or something so I can get some of these schedules from you, because I am looking at hitting some basketball games to see some football prospects, because you can interview them there too. But BJ LaFell, who is the son, this is going to make you feel old, wags, of Brandon LaFell.
Jesus.
Brandon LaFell Jr., who plays at Shadow Creek with Jalen Adai, who's Joseph Adai's son.
Jesus God.
Adai is a sophomore. LaFell's a freshman. I think Adai has always lived in that area of Houston since being done with the NFL and, obviously played for the Texans. And then LaFell has been out of the league for a while, but he's from Houston. He went to Houston Lamar. And Shadow Creek's head football coach, his name is Tyrone Green. He was Brandon LaFell's receivers coach at Houston Lamar. So he's coaching the dad and the son, which is pretty cool. BJ played JV ball this year. He was a two-way quarterback and safety, and
he didn't even play varsity.
Well, he got moved up to varsity. You also have
but
to
I mean, but he started off on JV. Gotcha.
Yeah, Shadow Creek is a D1 prospect factory. I will say they've underperformed. They've lost in the first and second round too many times the last few years. But, I mean, they have just as many, if not more, offers on their team than anyone else in the state. Anyone else, and they have more D1 prospects on their team than anyone else in the state. Like Chris Stewart, who signed with Texas, who will move on campus in a few weeks, was a senior this year at Shadow Creek. His sophomore year, there were 5 other kids in that receiver room with Power 4 offers.
Oh, damn.
And 4 of those 5 ended up signing to Power 4 schools. And they had a kid transfer out because he wanted to play and couldn't play in that room. He transferred back ahead of his junior year. That kid's committed to Georgia.
He transferred back.
Yeah, Aiden Starling. He went from Shadow Creek to Iowa Colony back to Shadow Creek and got approved. I don't know how, but
yeah.
And he's now committed to Georgia.
You gotta have a
and
hard.
He transferred high schools because he couldn't get enough playing time as a sophomore, and is now committed to Georgia.
That is crazy.
That's how loaded they are. So that's why BJ LaFell didn't play varsity as a freshman, but his JV tape, I mean, he's a terrorist. He's the best player on the field at every position, safety, quarterback. He wants to play QB and is still in the mindset of I'm a QB. Eventually, someone's going to be like, brother, your dad is LSU royalty because he's a receiver. You are a receiver or a safety. Don't play quarterback.
Right.
So, and also, he probably won't be taller than like 6'1". So, I mean, that'll help him more at those positions as well. But with Adai, he's a receiver. He was on varsity this year as a sophomore and was pretty much the receiver one whenever Chris Stewart was hurt or the two. He finished, I think, second on the team in receiving yards or first, one of the two. But yeah, really good group there. They both play basketball. They're great basketball players. And then they moved LaFell up like in the 10th game of the regular season. He was on for the playoffs. And I think I actually scored a touchdown in the first round. But yeah, Adai and LaFell are going to be the two dudes running that school and that program for the next 3 to 4 years.
And you say they both hoop?
Yeah, they both hoop and both play football. And I assume they'll both run track and will go sub 11 or something too. But yeah, a lot of NFL legacies over there. Jose said, Jordan, if the portal market doesn't correct itself due to the cap, who gets the blame? The players, the schools. They can't work together to get the market to align better. Capitalism at its finest. Well, this is actually a great question. There has to be a CBA in place of some form or fashion. Now, that whole discussion is nuanced because you have to remember at the end of the day, these kids still have to do class and schoolwork and pass and get credits and all this. And they still are everyone's favorite word, student athletes, right? So it's different. I don't know if a CBA will ever come about or how it would. But regarding this question, who gets the blame? It's everyone. It is everyone. People are talking about money's ruining college football. Money's been ruining college football, brother. Eric Dickerson's Gold Trans AM, everyone knows the story. Since the dawn of time.
It's just on the surface now. So
yeah, and it's in your face and it gets reported about. Since the dawn of time.
My bad.
College football programs have done whatever it takes to get the best football players in their program. It is recruiting. That is what happens. There's a reason Clemson doesn't recruit as well as they used to now that NIL is a thing. Their secret operation only nets about $500,000. Whole nother ball game whenever there's players making twice what your whole bankroll was for a full team. Like, that is what's changed it. But who gets the blame? The players who are really good at college football and can name their own price, and the schools that will do whatever to pay that player for that price. This is a crazy story, and I feel like I talk about this once a month now as we've gotten closer to the portal. But when Colin Simmons committed to Texas in what would have been August of 2023, he was always going to Texas. He always wanted to go to Texas, but they weren't going to make it easy on Texas, right? They were going to make sure they got the pennies they felt they were deserving of. The schools in the top 3, Texas, LSU, Miami, SMU was also in there, but he was never going to go to SMU. SMU actually offered the most money out of everyone, but he didn't go there because he didn't want to go to SMU. Texas offered the second most, and they offered him for his freshman year $350,000. $350 for his freshman year as a
That,
5-star.
that went up, right?
Whoa, just listen. That was about the going rate, slightly above market value or market rate, whatever, for a 5-star edge rusher at the time. He committed in August, signed in December. That was it. Now, I heavily assume that number went up to like 425, 450 by the time he actually enrolled. But still, do you know how crazy that is? He's in the 2024 class. Wags, the cycle later in 2025, I know of at least 4 kids that made 7 figures, over twice as much as Colin Simmons did. And not one of those dudes came close to having half the impact Colin Simmons did as a freshman. Not one of those dudes plays a premium position like edge rusher, offensive tackle, or quarterback. Not one of them. But they're great players. They are, and they will be good players. And Texas had to pay that because that's what it took to get those guys.
So
And
now imagine the bag that Colin Simmons.
Yeah, I mean, shit, he made over $1 million his sophomore year, but he earned that.
Oh, yeah.
But, like, if let's say there's a Colin Simmons in the 2027 cycle, same exact player, same ranking, one of the top edge rushers in the country, that kid would make 1.3 his freshman year. And probably, might not have the same success as Colin Simmons. If it's an identical player, he would, but this is all hypothetical. So
what Simmons had 7 sacks, 8 sacks freshman year?
I think he had 9.5. He led the team. I know that. I don't think he hit double digits, but it was very
no. He I know he didn't get double digits,
but that is the problem with college football is that teams are continuing to do whatever it takes to get the best players. The best players want the most money. Schools are giving the most money. And the whole thing is crazy because like you get these kids in on deals that 2 years ago are market value. And let's say it's a 2-year deal or 3-year deal. And then 2 years later, there's an incoming freshman coming in for market value, but it's 3 times as much.
Right.
And by the first kid then is starting. By the time he's like, what the fuck? He's making more money than me and I start? And he hasn't played a snap?
Right.
It's the Trey Wisener, Derek Cooper situation. Derek Cooper was going to make more money at Texas here than Trey Wisener would have had he come back. And it makes sense. Derek Cooper is a much better prospect than Trey Wisener was coming out of high school. We all will see that when the season kicks off in August and September and everyone gets to see Derek Cooper.
No, but I mean,
that it's a 5-star running back. That's what you had to pay to get him.
I understand what you pay a prospect. I understand what you have to pay a prospect. I get that, but also like I'm in Wisner's corner too, because you should have to pay based off of production too.
Yeah, but it's not always about production.
No, you're right.
Cam Coleman,
right. It's sometimes it's about scarcity. Honestly, it's about what the value or what the market needs.
Yeah. I mean, in the portal, like there's only so many difference-making interior D linemen, and they all get paid more than their worth. But even their worth is like 1.2. That means they'll get 1.7 because there's only 3 of those dudes worth that. Schools are going to get desperate. Like Dominic Williams has probably been grossly overpaid 2 years in a row now. I think he has 1 year of eligibility left. He's number 52 for OU interior.
I know you're talking about, yeah.
He chose OU over Texas and LSU in the portal out of TCU. So, I mean, the market conversation is fascinating because it continues to go up. And, it makes sense to me because this is something that's kind of funny. So I'm at the All-American Bowl last year. And the way it works on check-in day, they have to go through a car wash in this hotel. Not like an actual car wash, but they have to go booth to booth, talk to all these people. It's required. They have to pick up all their gear, and at the end, they get their hotel key. But the final thing they have to do before they get their hotel key for the week is they have to come in the 24/7 sports room. We get their height, weight, wingspan, arm, and they sit down with someone, get interviewed.
Yeah.
And so most of the kids get there in like a 4-hour period, but there's a few stragglers. And some of our staff will leave because there's only so many kids left. And we're in there last year waiting for these 3 kids that's like flight got delayed or something. And they walk in, and they all have the shittiest attitude. And I don't blame them. I would have been pissed too. My flight's delayed. I got to talk to these losers at 24/7 Sports. And they're like, man, why do we have to do
their key, just to get everything, right?
Yeah, they're like, why do we have to do this? And they're walking around with their bag, all the gear and stuff. And Andrew Ivins, who is the director of scouting for us, the main guy in charge of the rankings. He oversees the scouting team. He's like, I don't know if he was joking. I want to make that very clear. He's like, I don't know if I talk like that if I were you. And he's like, what do you mean? He's like, I'm basically God, man. And they were like, what? And he was just fucking with him. But he's like, y'all do understand everyone's negotiations for money is based off of rankings. Like the floor for negotiations when you're in high school or in the portal and what your agent is talking to a GM about, the floor and the number that gets established at first is based off of rankings. Are you a 3-star, 4-star, 5-star? What position are you at? That's what it's based off of.
Right.
And
he's fucking with
that to the kids, and the kids are like, damn, make me a 5-star. It was funny though, but that part is true. And so you think about it. Okay, a 5-star edge rusher. Last year, you had to start that, or Colin Simmons' cycle in 24. You had to start that conversation, that negotiation with like a floor of 275, something like that. Now, if you're not talking $900K off rip with a 5-star edge rusher, he's hanging up the phone, or his agent is. That's how it's gone. So it is nuts. And I will say too, it is very interesting because the recruiting industry gets more accurate over time. The longer this goes about, the more accurate we will be as far as ranking kids, projecting them with stars. Because many people bitch and talk about stars. This kid should be a 4-star. He should be a 3 or 5. Very few people understand it's draft projection. 5 stars, there's 32 of them. Those are first-round picks. If you have 5 stars attached to your name, we're projecting you to be a first-round pick in 3 to 4 years or whenever you're draft eligible. If you're a 4-star with a national ranking from 24/7 Sports, it means you're projected to be a 2nd to 7th-round draft pick. If you're a 4-star without a national ranking, it means we're projecting you to be a priority undrafted free agent. If you're a 3-star, it means, hey, you can be a college player and you might even play your way into getting drafted, but these kids ranked in front of you have a better chance and are easier to project to being drafted. So I could talk this all day. The market conversation with numbers and rankings is fascinating because it moves like this.
Yeah,
and we're mostly up, but yeah, so I don't know. Sorry, I'm catching up on some of these. Didn't Dabo fire his OC? And yes, his OC was Garrett Riley, whose brother Lincoln Riley is playing the TCU Josh Hoover the Furry less Horned Frogs. So there you go. All right, Rex St. Charles with a great question. And a lot of people ask about this. How about college success? Why is it about the draft? How do you deem college success? All conference?
Based off, I
all American teams?
Are we talking about individual success or program success?
Yes. Well, he's talking about rankings and how they're set up to, reflect the draft, right? There's no way to really deem college success. But at the end of the day, 9 times out of 10, the best players in college football are the ones walking across the stage and shaking the commissioner's hand on day 1 of the draft. Oftentimes, the best players are getting drafted. So that's the way to do it. But, like, I'm trying to think of someone that had a great college career and just didn't work out at Texas that was a 3-star and that makes it make sense.
That didn't work out at Texas?
Yeah, for like a 3-star. And Rex St. Charles, I get what you mean, but there's a ton of different all-conference teams by the conference, coaches, media, fans. Same with all-American teams, same with awards. It's just the easiest way to set it up is 5, 4, 3-star and with the draft. Because, like, what is a 5-star? What are you projecting them to be? All-conference? There's a lot more than 32 all-conference players. There's a lot more than 32 all-Americans. So it's going to be an imperfect system. It's never going to be perfect, but I think the way it's set up is the right way to do it. But yeah. All right. I want to talk about some games tonight real quick.
Let's go. Hey, how'd you do over the holiday slate?
I've not done very well in bowl games, actually. Hawaii or Cal fucked me.
I took Hawaii. I actually went against the grain that time and took the Warriors.
Yeah, I stopped checking the score when they were up like 17 or 21, and I'm like, they lost for real.
I did BYU.
To the Rainbow Warriors.
I lost the BYU game. That's the one that hit me. But And there was one more. I can't think of it. There was one. I only lost 2 games over the holiday slate so far.
I did not bet on the BYU game.
Man, you fucking talked me on to Hayes King, dude.
Haynes King, the GOAT, future Longview head football coach. I'm not joking.
No, I know that's gonna happen. That's where he went to school, right?
Yeah, but his dad's the head coach there and has been for like 2 decades.
Oh.
And his dad is a legend everywhere, and in East Texas especially, and Longview especially. Cool story too. He has been fighting mouth cancer.
Oh shit!
This year, his dad has, and what's it called? He missed a few games and was up. He missed like 2 when he was in the hospital, but for 2 or 3 of them, he coached and called plays and had a headset on. He was just in the booth in like a wheelchair. But by the end of the season, I'm pretty sure he was back on his feet on the sidelines. So that's some East Texas stuff right there.
Yeah.
But all right, we're looking at tonight's games on a Tuesday. You got Coastal Carolina versus Louisiana Tech. La Tech favored by by 10. Sonny Cumbie is the guy in charge at La Tech, by the way, for those curious.
Give me wrong team. No, it's not wrong team favored. Give me. Fuck. That's a lot of points, man. Coastal Carolina doesn't win, but they get within the 10 points. So La Tech doesn't cover. They get the dub, but they don't cover.
Nah, this is La Tech. Take it to the bank. They're covering. This is the fucking Radiance Technologies.
You said the same fucking shit about Cal and Hawaii, and you're sitting here telling me to jump.
With Cal, I was jumping off. I was confident as hell. I'm like, take it to the bank. This is a done deal. Jaron Chiave Sagapolatele. But how about this? The Radiance Technologies Independence Bowl. How about that? All right, Tennessee, Illinois. Liberty Mutual Liberty Mutual Music City Bowl in Nashville, Tennessee. Going to be a lot of orange in there. We have the 8-4 Tennessee Vols versus the 8-4 Illinois Fighting Illini. Tennessee favored by 3. The point total 61.5.
Yeah, give me Tennessee and take the over on this. I was big on Illinois before. Yeah, that's good. Tennessee's good with it. Everybody's playing for Tennessee?
No, they're missing a few guys. Their top receivers out. Chris Brazel, he's sitting out for the draft. They have a few other draft opt-outs, a few portal opt-outs. I'll tell you what, I think Illinois could get him. I assume Luke Altmaier's playing in this game.
In Tennessee. It's in Nashville, man.
They got Brett Bielema, huh? No. So I do think here's the deal. Very few people in the college.
Tim Beck has been fired, so there's a good chance that line is pretty good.
Yeah, he's the first hire that Hartline made at USF, where it's like, are you sure about that?
Hartline hired Tim Beck?
Yeah, at USF. He's going to be the OC.
For offense coordinator? No way.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
Way.
Isn't it funny how that whole like old Texas coaching staff came from, or a few of them came from like small G5s in Florida, and then they all ended up back at small G5s. And like Tom Herman is at FAU.
It's the circle of life, man.
Tim Beck is going to be at USF. Charlie Strong was at USF for a while.
Crazy.
Nightmare blunt rotation right there. But okay, here's what I was saying. Some coaches don't think about this at all. In fact, most coaches don't think about this at all. But a few do. And you know what they think? We're in the Big Ten. We can get this victory for the Big Ten. Beat an SEC school. We can use this in recruiting. Illinois, they recruit a bunch of kids from the South, especially Florida. Fun fact, and I'm going to be wrong on this, but I'm going to be right on some part of it. Per Andrew Ivins, director of scouting for 24/7 Sports, and I'll use ChatGPT to fact check this and have it ready next show. Illinois has had more draft picks from the state of Florida in like the last 5 years than both Florida and Florida State.
The Fighting Illini has had NFL drafts. Has had NFL draft selections.
They had a first rounder like 2 years ago, Josiah Newton.
Oh shit! Yeah.
Who's from Florida?
Who is Florida produced?
No one. Very few people.
Wait a sec. Hold on. Where's Pearsall from?
From Florida, but I don't know if he's in the.
Okay, so
I need to hit up Ivans and get the time period for this. But it's either Florida or Florida State. I don't think they have more than Miami. And I'm talking about native Floridians getting drafted.
Right. That's why I was like, I knew Ricky Pearsall went to.
Actually,
was a
Ricky
Gator. I just
Pearsall
didn't
was
know
at
if he was
Arizona
Florida.
State before Florida, so I don't know if he would count.
Okay.
I don't think he's from Florida, but yeah, pretty crazy though. I think Illinois can get it done. I would put money on Tennessee to win, but I think Illinois could cover, and if they upset them, it won't be surprising. They're going to come out. They're going to try to make it a, Mark Stoops style, bring you down into the mud fight, make it a rock fight, and it's going to be an ugly game. So I don't know. I'm going to
go with Tennessee.
The one I'm looking forward to, we talked about his brother, just got fired from Clemson. Number 16, USC Trojans at 9-3. Going into Texas's old stomping grounds, or grounds they used to get stomped on in the Alamo Dome in San Antonio, to take on the 8-4 TCU Horned Frogs, who are without Josh Hoover, the furry quarterback, because the furry quarterback has gone in the portal. So,
where does
what do
he
you think,
land?
Wags? USC is favored by 5.5.
Give me USC. I'll take USC.
Yeah,
this should be the gimme for the day right here. USC.
Hey, but you know what I think happened the last time the Horned Frogs played in the Alamo Dome?
What?
They came back down like 31 points or something nuts, or 20.
What's that?
This was in like 2014 or 2015. I don't know if that's the last time they played in the Alamo Bowl, but TCU one year, I think it was versus Oregon in the Alamo Bowl. They were down like 28 or 31 points in the second half and came back and won.
Well, I can't remember that. 2014, 2015? I can't remember.
Hold on, let me look. Let me look this up. TCU Alamo Bowl comeback.
Temple of Brutus, Anthony Joshua. I saw that he got into a fatal, or he survived, but a few people died. I didn't know that he was behind the wheel of the car. I thought that there was another driver involved or somebody else was driving. I didn't expect that he was driving. But yeah, Jesus, glad everybody, or he's okay. I mean, shit. I did see that there were fatalities though, so sucks. Yeah, you go from beating Jake Paul to, I guess that's your celebratory thing. Like Jake Paul, he's that much of a contender that once you get rid of him and once you beat him, you have to go get drunk and drive. I guess he was drinking and driving. Damn, it's crazy.
Yeah, someone needs to kick Jake Paul's ass.
Jake Paul's ass just got kicked by Anthony Joshua, dude. He broke his jaw.
I want more carnage.
More carnage.
I forgot about that. I don't know. I've never been a fan of his, even when he wasn't boxing. But all right, back to some comments. And if y'all have any questions, hit on them. And we'll get to them. But from Jose, this is when we were talking about numbers and stuff. Said, what stops someone or some agent paying Jordan to write a fluff article about a fringe 5-star player not too far away from that? Yeah, well, here's I can't speak for On3 or Rivals because I don't work for them, but I can speak for 24/7 Sports. So previously, the way it was set up with rankings, there was like 7 people who had access to changing the rankings or putting in grades. And they would be people who will go unnamed. They would say, hey, give me the story. Let me break it. Your son will go from a 3-star to a 4-star. Or your son's a 3-star no matter what. I can't cheap this and make him a 4, but I'll make him a higher ranked 3-star than he should be, throw some money or whatever. So that is obviously a humongous problem. There's a big conflict of interest. And there would be scoop guys who would be telling the scouting guys, no, you can't move him down. I promised, in exchange for scoop, he would stay ranked this high. But that stopped happening because 24/7 Sports became the first, recruiting website in the industry to separate recruiting team from scouting team. Recruiting team, your job is to report, break news, have scoop, write stories. Scouting team, your job is to watch film, make rankings, and grade players. That's all they do. This recruiting team has no influence on the rankings, the scouting team anymore. It hasn't been like that for years, and the people that were taking money to juice the rankings don't work for us anymore. Can't say that. But the current scouting guys they're not attached to any of the reporting. So that is why that is the case, to create any, example or create an example of what Jose was talking about here. So yeah, and 24/7 Sports has been like that for 4 years now, where the scouting team, recruiting team has been separate. I don't know how that works at On 3 Arrivals because I don't work at On 3 Arrivals. So that's what I'd say about that. And I've been around our guys on the scouting team and know one of them very well. He's one of my best friends, Hudson Standish. He went to Texas. He's a Longhorn, grew up in Southeast Texas. Great guy. And I've been around, all of them when people have tried to say, hey, you're the scouting guys. Hey, can you make my son this? I'll give you this. And they're like, no. No. Because, they get graded on how these rankings turn out. They get raises if 3 years in a row we have the most accurate draft. It matters to them. It's their job. They're not going to fold and bend the knee like that. Now, I can see how other people in the industry might, but the guys in charge of it at 24/7, I do, trust them behind closed doors and in the open to do the right thing. So, yeah. Let's see. Yeah, Rodney Smith is a great point. Says, I know I'm behind, but fear of missing out is to blame for the situation college sports/football's in. So, yeah. Rex St. Charles is Jackson Jeffcoat a bust then? Awesome at Texas, but not in the NFL. I think he was a 5-star. So, yes, he probably would be classified as a rankings bust. I wouldn't say so as a player. I mean, he did win
wasn't he
Bednarik
Big 12,
Best
Big 12 Defensive Player of the Year?
Yeah, it was one of those two. Yeah, sorry. Okay, so did anyone see what Steve Sarkisian said about agents today?
No.
Jeez. Zay Kaplan, I got an answer for you here in a sec. So Steve Sarkisian, and I'll paraphrase this because it's a 2-minute quote, but he said, there's some agents that are rational, and there's some that this is the first time to ever be an agent. I don't even know if they're licensed. We can't even deal with this. Taking shots at people you have to negotiate with. Interesting strategy.
Bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off, right?
I don't know. I know of a few, and I'll be honest, this happens everywhere in college. I'm just going to get called about it because it's the school I cover and not Arizona State or something random. The amount of stories I've heard this year of staff members cussing out agents and telling them we can't do this. I'm not losing my job over this. Fuck you. This is crazy. Hanging up. And the next day they call them and say, hey, man, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done this. How much is this player? What's the market looking like for him? Back to normal. Happens at Texas, happens at LSU. It happens everywhere. Yeah. These agents, they ask for too much because they know no matter what, the school isn't going to meet whatever they're asking for, even if it's market value or not, and they're going to try to bring it down. Right. So
that's negotiation 101 there, right? Like when you go in for a raise or when you're negotiating your contract, you don't sit there and go for the lowest bar or for what. No. I always say, what can the position afford? You know what I mean? Let's go. That's what I'm worth, motherfucker.
Yeah, and I want $10, but if I go to Texas and say I want $10, they're going to say no, you're worth $8. So I go to Texas and ask for $15. They say you're fucking crazy. We're not paying you $15. We'll pay you maybe $12, maybe $10. You go, okay, that's how it works. But sometimes whenever the agent asks for the 15 in the situation, they're like, fuck you. Dude. Hung up the phone. So I couldn't be an agent right now. I've thought about when I do get tired of this, maybe I'll try to do that. But dude, fuck that.
You going back to school to get a law degree?
Hell no. Dude, you could go rep Arch Manning right now and nothing's stopping you. There's no rules or regulations stopping it.
No, but I would like to have a law degree as a
some type of background or pedigree to kind of fall back on in terms
A
of
third to half of these agents do not have law degrees.
That is terrifying.
It's different in the NFL where it's required. You have to be certified. So
I would be terrified to put my career in the hands of someone that legally doesn't know what the hell they're talking about. But hey, Lamar Jackson, it's worked out.
Yeah. Didn't Earl Thomas also rep himself?
I don't know. I'm not sure. It wouldn't surprise me.
All I think about is just Earl Thomas's crash out this on the
on the way out
to Pete Carroll.
On the way out, yeah.
And then the whole situation, him and his brother having some fun, and his wife walks in and points a gun at him in Baltimore. Some real Baltimore shit, huh?
Hey, man. It's all about the code, bro. It's all about the code down there. Or over there, I should say.
Man,
The Wire yet? Have you checked out The Wire?
Yeah, we talked about this. I've seen it twice, about 5 years apart, but I remembered most of it the second time. I forgot what it was. I think it was some report about how Michigan found like someone on their staff had been taking notes or had jotted something down about Sharon and the relationship and stuff. And someone quote tweeted the report with that clip from The Wire when Idris Elba, I forget his character's name, is trying to like console all the dealers. And he's like, "Are you taking fucking notes on a criminal conspiracy?" That one's pretty good. But there's all the memes from that show. The one of Weebay, or whatever.
A lot of them, man.
When he shot the cop. There's a lot of memes from that. The first time I watched it, I'm like, wait a minute, but yeah. All right, Zay Kaplan asking.
I know Sopranos gets heralded as one of the best series ever. Sopranos is great, but the writing's a little outdated, right? And so is The Wire. The Wire's writing's outdated too, but and maybe it's just because I'm from Baltimore, but The Wire just, for me, that's number one. Sopranos is probably third.
I've never seen Sopranos.
I gotta go with Game of Thrones as two. Like Game of Thrones is up there, but The Wire is pretty tops. You never seen Sopranos?
My favorite too.
Sopranos is good. It's just old writing. It's like very 90s turn of the odds. So
someone can make a lot of money re-scripting it, reshooting it from modern day for the present day.
Yeah, I mean, that's all everybody wants. As long as there's an IP out there, somebody will take a shot on it. Nobody wants to be creative anymore. They just want to go off of IPs. Anything that's got an IP.
Where does it Sopranos is based in New York, right?
Yeah, Jersey, New York.
In Jersey. All right, a few more comments, questions we got. Zay Kaplot asked, what's keeping my little bro from getting that last star? He's talking about Jamarian Carlton, the Texas signee. At this point, I think it's very unlikely he will be a 5-star. He's going to have to show up and like literally murder everyone in front of him at All-American Bowl for a week straight. Rankings, they're not final, but they're pretty set. And, they know the deal. He's playing in a 3-down front. He got double teamed 3 years in a row because he was their best defensive lineman 3 years in a row at Temple. But, you look at the production and even, he's playing good competition at 6A, but look at this production and the stat sheet of other guys ranked next to him in the competition they play. They have more sacks than he does. Their production's been a little bit better. And now Jamarian isn't a bad player by any means. That's why he's still projected to be a draft pick and a top 100 prospect. But when you're projecting this 3 to 4 years out, there are certain boxes you need to be checked. And he checks the height, weight, speed, physical boxes. But the putting it together and going from athlete and pairing the athlete with the football player and making it work on the football field on the gridiron hasn't clicked as much as the scouting team would like it to click. So, yeah, I'm obviously not in charge of rankings. If I was, he'd be a 5-star. I think I've said this since his sophomore year, though, so that shouldn't be new. But, low 4 or low 5, high 4, he's in that range. It's a great range to be in, and he's going to make a shit ton of money in college too. So, not a bad spot at all to be in for Jamarian. But yeah, all right. So apparently something happened with Stephon Diggs. I didn't know about this.
This was beginning of the month.
What happened? Do you know?
So I don't have all the story, but I believe it's like allegations stems back from like December 2nd or somewhere like beginning of the month to where he just that put his hands on somebody. I didn't know that it was actually strangulation. I thought he just assaulted somebody. I thought he punched somebody. I didn't know it was actually attempted murder or whatever, if that's the route you want to go. But bad optics, man.
Sorry,
We talked
violence
about
is never funny,
2025,
but
bad optics, buddy.
He was Homer Simpson, Bart Simpson, and someone.
Yes, man. I thought he just hit the person.
He was Homer Simpson in them. Templar Brutus said Diggs' attorney told court is trying to pay off the victims. I guess rich folks can pay off victims to get felony violence charges dismissed. I don't understand why judge is taking that into consideration. Hey, if you're good at sports ball, if you're good enough at sports ball, you can get anything covered up. The funniest thing to me that I think is getting forgotten in this situation, does anyone remember the video in like quite literally 4K quality of Stephon Diggs handing out pink cocaine to like model girls on a yacht in Miami? Does anyone?
I don't remember that video. It doesn't surprise me one bit with Stephon Diggs.
I'm gonna type
go Maryland Terrapins. Yay.
Hey, Stephon Diggs pink cocaine. It's gonna pop up right away.
Is it suitable to be? I mean, shit, it's unfiltered. It's Texas Sports Unfiltered. We can watch anything on here.
Well, I don't know about anything.
I don't know about anything.
Okay, I guess the video's been taken down a bit. But there is a photo here from the video. Yeah, I saw it. All right, this is from
he is ready. He is
or it's Molly.
ready.
I don't know. I think it's pink cocaine though. But
that's it could be Molly. It could be Molly.
But yeah. And all the Patriots did was like, yeah, we're handling this internally. And it's like, okay. And that was it. Because it happened in like July when there's not like a weekly press availability or media availability. And like, well, did he get arrested? Did he get charged? No. Is there a case? No. So what are we going to suspend him off of? For having some fun with the fellas? With the ladies? I don't know. It is what it is.
It's NyQuil. Those girls have a chest goal.
That is pretty good. That is pretty good.
Oh, shit.
Okay. All right. We're going to finish it up with a little seriousness. Wags.
What?
I want to ask you.
What
makes you think Texas will win and lose this game?
That's a good question. I mean, I would honestly just think like the turmoil and the fallout that everything that was going on with Michigan and how can they pivot and turn a corner this quick, even with Winningham coming in. It's not like it's still going to be Pogey paid up there too. So here's the thing. 7 guys on defense being out. I don't know, or 8 now. 8, right?
Like
we kind of penciled that in. 8 on defense missing. I'm all right with the law firm of Simon and Clark toting the rock. I'm fine with that.
And Terry.
There you go. And Simon, Clark, and Terry. He's on the door too.
Wait, sorry, time out because I don't want to forget this thought. So the Texas fans that are listening, stick with me. Every offseason, every time whenever media isn't allowed into practice availabilities or whatnot, and all of the practice reports are based off sourcing. And, we hear like one offseason, it was Isaiah Nayer's going to be the best player to ever play football, basically, right? And it's like, well, freshman Xavier, where are they? And everyone is like, no, Isaiah Nayer. And then, he gets hurt in the spring game. Michael Terry, and I can't think of other.
My dog wants to come in real quick. Let me.
Yeah, you're all good. I can't think of other examples like that one off the top of my head, but it's almost like times when there's so much positivity from sourcing, and the reporting from the different sites is so similar on one player that it's like, did y'all sit down as a staff and be like, hey, let's juice this guy up, let's get his PR going, you know, like let's get him some confidence from the meet. Like, how does that happen? But I've noticed Michael Terry, everyone's talking about how great he is as a running back.
Come on, buddy. Lay down.
Very curious to see, because I saw Michael Terry play in high school. I saw what it looked like. It was pretty good. Wasn't great, amazing, but, you know, players get better. So I'm very curious to see how that looks, because I do think there is a spirited effort to put his name out there to source. Or
Where did I go?
From sources. So, yeah. Wags, you good?
I don't know where I went.
Your
My
camera's
camera-
turned off.
Yeah, you can still hear me though, right?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. I don't
Talking
know
to a
what-
black box. But, all right.
There
There we go. I was going to say, reason you think Texas will win and won't win, you were mentioning the running backs before I took it off the rails.
Yeah, I think even in spite of, you know, us kind of, you know, missing 8 guys on defense and, you know, kind of having to go with a spell on the offensive side of the ball too, I think we'll find a way to kind of get it done. I'm looking at a 17-13 score in favor of Texas.
Wow. For my score prediction, I went 41-31. I think Texas is going to score. I think they've known Baxter was going to be missing bowl practice. They've known that since like October. Jared Gibson has been gone since October. Everyone has known Ricky Stewart was going to be gone since like October. Now, the Wisner one was a bit of a surprise. He's been practicing, but for the most part, they knew they were not going to run the ball very much this game. They've known that for almost a full month. They've been working on the pass offense. The pass offense is healthy. The only players that aren't playing in it are DeAndre Moore. The entire starting line's healthy. All the tight ends are playing, and all the receivers besides DeAndre Moore are playing. You look at the running backs, not one of the dudes that's missing this game offered like anything of value in the pass game. Trey Wisner had 66 catches in the last 2 years. 60 of those had to have come on checkdowns and screens. He was never routing dudes up or making plays at the catch point like Jaden Blue was ever doing. They were never going to throw a wheel route to Trey Wisner in the end zone like Texas did twice to score versus Ohio State last year. So I don't think those departures are going to change much regarding the pass offense. I think they're going to throw the shit out of the ball for the most part, and I do think they're going to have a lot of opportunities and will take a lot of shots. Michigan
I'd love to see that. I really would. I feel like we can't ever put anything together consistently, and we've had a little bit of a break and a spell. So, you know, I guess the momentum we had, or the vibe that we were building, I think it's just going to get a little bit of stalled out. I would say. I don't know. I guess that's where I'm at. That's where my mindset's at. I hope it's a 45-point outing, or a 45-point outing, and that would be great to kind of build off the year and then go into 2026 with a lot of optimism.
Yeah, I also think there's some part of Michigan that's going to roll over, because even when Sharon Moore was their coach, they rolled over this year because all those players knew what the hell was going on the entire season. This got reported. Like Michigan, the admin and other people that get paid the big bucks in the athletic office have known about this since the spring, summer. The players have had an idea, but have known about this since the start of the season. And they rolled over and didn't play for them very hard whenever they'd get down. Their game versus Ohio State was not that competitive. They lost. They actually got their ass kicked by USC of all teams.
Right.
In early season USC, not late in the year USC. So I do think if Texas gets up enough scores, 2 or 3, potentially early, they're gonna roll over. I already brought it up. They can't consistently pass the ball. And I do think if Texas loses this game, it's because they had too many quick 3-and-outs passing the ball. And then Michigan got the ball and just ball controlled them. That's how they almost lost to Kentucky. That's how they lost to Georgia and Athens. The other team held the ball the whole time, right, because since Texas couldn't run the ball, all they did was pass it. But when there's drops or incompletions or, miscommunication, it doesn't result in a completion, the clock is going to stop and you're going to have to pass it again because you're behind the chains by that point. And, Georgia had the ball for like 42 minutes of a 60-minute game, something nuts like that.
I hope that's how it is. You guys, I'm usually leaning this stuff on the pessimistic side of the ball just because I don't want to be disappointed. So
yeah, but I mean, I think Texas is going to win, but if they lose, I think it's because they get ball controlled and the passing offense doesn't click. If they win, I think it's because the passing offense does click, and Michigan isn't good enough to click well down 2 scores, and well, they can't run the ball anymore, and they'll be screwed. So I'm stating the obvious here, but the first 5 drives on defense for Texas this game are so important. Because if you can score early and get 7 or 14 by the end of the first and they're still at 0, it's a whole nother ball game.
Force them to punt, right? Get them, maybe allow them to have, one extended down, right? Or one extended series to where they're moving the chains, right? But if you can force them to, punt the ball before they get to midfield, a couple series in a row, that sets the tone, buddy. That especially with 8 guys out, dude.
Yeah, and one thing – I'm kind of saying different versions of this, but being in the stadium for the A&M game, I'm like, man, life is a lot different without Anthony Hill. And that was with Trey Moore and Leon Glafau on the field. Those dudes are gone now.
Right. Where's that going to spell come from?
This is the list of linebackers playing on tomorrow for Texas. To Anthony Smith, in year 2, he's wearing a green dot for the first time. Bo Barnes, in year 1, he's wearing a green dot for the first time. A green dot is the coach.
Communication guy. Gotcha.
Michael Taff and Anthony Hill was who had worn it earlier this year, but both are sitting out for the draft. So 2 new guys have to wear it. It was Smith and Barnes. After those 2, you have Brad Spence, who was a year 3 player, played off-ball linebacker at Arkansas.
He can play.
And then played edge at Texas this year before getting moved. You have Marshall Landor, who's a 5th-year player, got moved from walk-on to scholarship ahead of the season. They had 2 extra scholarships. We're not at 85. He got one. And then Jordan Johnson-Rubel, who is in there as a 2. He's a safety moving up there. Jonathan Cunningham, who's taken as a linebacker, but he has been working in with the nickels as of lately. So you are going to know very quickly if Michigan.
I'm worried about missed tackles. So I am worried about missed tackles, but I mean, you get 8 hats to the ball, that shouldn't be an issue, right? You should be able to gang tackle. Like defense philosophy shouldn't change much just off of one game. Like it should still be there. I know that I know the chess pieces aren't in place, and I know like the leadership isn't out there on the field. The field generals aren't out there, but hey, man, let's look forward to 2026, buddy.
Yeah.
Here we go.
All right, last thing, because I forgot to bring this up.
Sure.
Temple of Brutus bringing up a great point. I was talking about the passing offense. I think it's going to be good. They're going to have time. The O-line will be there. Forgot to mention this, and this has been widely reported for like a week and a half now. But Michigan has 3 opt-outs for the NFL. Derek Moore, who's an edge rusher, 2-year captain. Jayshon Barham, 2-year starter at linebacker, also plays edge for them. He was at Maryland for 2 years before that. And the third opt-out is like a 2-year starter at guard on offense. But Derek Moore, Jayshon Barham, and another guy named Ernest Hosman, who's a starting linebacker, all 3 of those guys they're not playing in this game. Michigan as a team, and their defense totaled, I believe, 227 pressures or 217 pressures this season. Those 3 guys are responsible for like 78 of those.
Yeah. Okay.
And the other 140 or 130 something are made up from like 25 different guys. So if they're getting pressure this on Wednesday, it's going to be because guys that haven't had opportunities got to step up, and they stepped up. So that is one thing I'm watching. And it's very interesting. The cat named Ernest Hosman was a team captain this year, starting linebacker. And he disappeared off the team before their second to last game and went back to Uganda. Yeah, and like I think he got laced with something. I mean, he was tweeting some crazy shit like he lost his mind, and they're saying he has a finger injury and is with the program and is working through stuff. But
might just be on a bad trip.
I mean, it's been like a month.
Yeah.
So I don't think Michigan knows what's going on. But apparently he flew back to Uganda. So, yeah, if you're bored, look up Ernest Hosman, Ernest, HAUSSMA, or no, it's only one S. HAUSMANN. So, yeah. But all right, we're getting out of here. Y'all have a great one. Chan, Temple of Brutus, Jose, Rodney Smith, everyone who tuned in today. Jorge Mendoza, haven't seen you in a while. $5 bill. Appreciate all y'all. Antoine, of course. We were talking that pink cocaine today. Just hey, Cap, what? Nathan, Dirty Air Media, like Dirty Drawers, Rodney Rodriguez, and of course, CB Rex St. Charles. We appreciate all y'all. Y'all have a great one. Happy holidays. Hopefully the next time we see the Longhorns have a dub and a great one, and we can pat our backs for being smart and calling a pretty, I think, obvious game for the most part. But yeah, up next, Third and Longhorn previews tomorrow's Cheez-It Citrus Bowl. I wonder if they're feeling the cheesiest. I know who is feeling the cheesiest. These guys. We're going to see you on Friday. Peace.